December 2023. Please rise if you're able. Join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you'd remain standing and join with us in a brief moment of silence as we keep in our thoughts and prayers all the men and women of our armed services who bravely defend our freedoms at home and abroad each day. With them in mind, let's join together in silence. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Present.
Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Schivoni.
Present.
All right. Couple things before we get into the agenda that I'd like to bring forward. So first, sort of bittersweet moment as we see the retirement of one of our beloved town employees, our Deputy Director of Human Resources, Employee Benefit Supervisor, Janine Kavesco. Did I say it wrong? Savasco, that's Kavesco? I always say Janine. It's just Janine.
Now you got right.
So, Janine, we'd like to recognize you for your years of service, 20 years with the town. I'd like to ask our Human Resources Director to say a word or two.
Thanks, Jay. I'm going to be brief because I know you guys have a lot of business in front of you today. But you really hit the nail on the head of it when you just made that comment. I always say Janine. Everyone always says Janine. Janine is an institution here. She's been with the town 20 years. She started in an administrative support capacity and, came up through the ranks by passing civil service tests and getting appointed off of lists and being an extraordinary employee who is smart, detail-oriented, willing to take on any challenge, and always willing to go the extra mile. She was the best partner for running the town's HR office that I could have ever hoped for, and all of the success of that office, to the degree we've had it, is equally attributable to her efforts. Whether it was advising town departments and staff about civil service titles and lists and rules, or advising colleagues about important benefit matters, Janine did it all with knowledge, perfect composure, and grace. I think it is safe to say, or to reiterate it if I said it already, everyone loves Janine. She's set the bar very high for us, but the remaining HR staff has been working very hard and will continue to work hard to do our best to fill her often high-heeled shoes. And as much as we will miss her terribly, we also wish her what she has most assuredly earned, a very happy, healthy, and long retirement. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. Let me scoot over here. Certainly, Janine, we all wish you the very best in your well-earned retirement. So, miss you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I decided not to read that proclamation because if you actually saw the inside, you need like a magnifying glass to read it. It's just so, they had to use this tiny font to get everything in because she literally has done so much for the town. So again, congratulations, Janine.
Thank you.
I have another proclamation, and this one is tied to a resolution that hasn't passed, though it's on the agenda today, and we'll take it out of order when we get to the agenda, but I didn't want to make them wait. This is for in recognition of Annie Jackson. So we are naming the Head Start building, or Head Start and the Children's Museum building out in the Riverside community, Flanders Riverside community, after Annie Jackson. And I know you guys have been working on this. So we have the daughter and son of Annie. Maybe we could read this one. So The town of Southampton exists as one of the finest communities in the United States due to the efforts of its hardworking and conscientious citizens who turned off the lights, and has an interest in recognizing those who have contributed to that excellence. And whereas every day our home is enriched by the efforts of talented individuals who labor together for the common good in order to dedicate themselves to the benefit of the communities in which they live. Since the days of this country's founding, such service has been a cornerstone of our nation's prosperity. Coming from all walks of life, people have stepped forward to assist others and strengthen their communities in the process. And whereas among these individuals is Annie Jackson, who in life proved herself a servant of the community, distinguishing herself with heartfelt passion and purpose. She was particularly devoted to the cause of education, where she left an indelible impression upon the lives of countless local young people. Whether as a mentor, educator, role model, a font of inspiration, Mrs. Jackson's chief contributions consisted of fostering a lifelong love of learning, instilling values, and shaping the minds of students in the Riverhead area and surrounding communities. She also served as clerk and historian of the Friendship Baptist Church in Flanders for over 30 years. And whereas a mother of 10, Mrs. Jackson was introduced to Head Start when it was a pilot program in which her son, Daryl, participated in 1966. In the subsequent decades, that relationship grew to include serving as a volunteer teacher's assistant and finally as director of Southampton Head Start in 1977. She would serve in that capacity for the next 26 years, with her tenure marked by such milestones as receiving the organization's Person of the Year Award in 2001, Employee of the Month in October 2000, and the Images Caring Educator for Children Award in 1994. Moreover, she was recognized with a half-dozen official citations, including a Certificate of Appreciation from the New York State Executive Chamber of Governor Mario Cuomo in 1991, and an official proclamation from Suffolk County Executive Robert Gaffney. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in a fitting tribute, the town board of the town of Southampton is proud to join with family, friends, and a grateful community in honoring the memory of Annie Jackson on the occasion of the Head Start building in Riverside being renamed the Annie Jackson Southampton Early Childhood Education Center. She is a woman truly worthy of the day's honor, and may the strength of her example endure and inspire for future generations to follow. And it's signed by all of us.
Good afternoon. I would just like to take this time on behalf of my family, my brother that's here, and my other siblings, just to thank you all so much. This is truly an honor, not just for my family, but for the church family and the community at large. So I would just like to thank everyone for all of your support, and if there's ever anything that me or my siblings can do for you, don't hesitate to call us. Thank you.
I'm sorry that John isn't here, but where are you, John? I didn't see. There you are. Well, John came to us to do this, and I'd like to call out Frank Sapone, Supervisor Frank Sapone, who was a big help to make this happen, and I can't think of anybody that deserves it more. And thank you guys for bringing this forward to us and making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the resolution to name the building's on later today, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Right. So we, you Yeah, so later in the agenda, we will get to the official renaming of the building at 271 Flanders Road in memory of Miss Annie Jackson, so, so we're gonna let some of those folks who are here exit. We're having issues with capacity, and our fire marshal's telling us we have to thin the crowd out a little bit. So if you were here for Ms. Jackson's presentation, I'll just ask you to kindly exit, and we will, I'd like to recognize at this point our receiver of taxes, Teresa Kiernan, is, I think, going to remind us that it's that time of year again,
It is
isn't it?
that time. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to add my best regards to Janine, who has been incredibly helpful to me during my whole career here. And also my best regards to our departing members of the town board. It's been an honor and a pleasure serving with you, and thank you for your service to the town. Yes, the town tax bills are heading out into the mail this week. They are already available online on the town website at southamptontowny.gov. That payment portal is available 24 hours a day, so please feel free to take advantage of it. My office is open every day from 8:30 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. Please feel free to call, ask any questions. We're here to help. There's one note. This document goes out with every tax bill. Not a lot of people read it, but it does say on December 22nd we'll be open until noon. However, that did change after this was published. So the town hall will be closed on December 22nd. It's the usual information. Please mail your payments here, 116 Hampton Road. If you're going to pay at our banking partners, M&T Bank or Dime Bank, you must have your original tax bill. If I can answer any questions quickly for the town board, otherwise, just everyone look out for your tax bill, and the first half
And you
is
could-
due by January 10th.
You could pay online.
Absolutely pay online. There are fees associated. It's $1.75 if you're paying with your checking account or a credit card. There is a 2.5% additional fee on your tax payment. Can I answer any questions for anyone?
So I just want to take this opportunity too, because I don't know when I'll see you in a public forum again.
Yes.
And, we've served together, at least for me, 8 years. You've been here longer.
Yes.
But, those were some challenging years, the pandemic in particular, where you were able to modify a lot of your procedures. And that's, I think, when we started taking some of the online payments. And I remember you being out on the curbside and people driving up to town hall so that they could drop off. So I just, and we worked together on the CPF pilot program, being able to get some additional funds for Tuckahoe School
Yep.
and Remsenburg School to help keep taxes low. So I've always appreciated working with you on many issues. The audit, the assessment advisory committee,
Yep.
where we looked at our whole structure in terms of how we should be doing assessment. I'm sorry.
Overflow room.
So, anyway, I wanted to thank you for your service to the community and to say it's been a real joy to serve with you. So,
Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Another one.
Anyone else have a
Yeah, I have a
comment?
question about the 2% or is it 2.5%?
It's 2.5% for a credit card payment.
And that's on the entire bill. Is that our charge or is that the credit card?
It's
Is
the
it-
vendor, so we use an
Uh-huh.
outside service. So the fee is passed on to the people who are using the credit cards. No one else, it's not our fee.
Okay.
Yeah.
E-checking is.
We're
much
not
better
making any
than-
money off of it.
Well, I understand that. It's a sliding scale.
Yes,
then-
correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank
Great,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So there are a couple, oh, wow, it's a thick pile. It's going to be a long meeting. All right, I'd like to add a few resolutions to our agenda. If you go to your walk-ons, resolution or docket ID 44994 appoints Jacqueline Thornton to Employee Benefits Supervisor, Human Resources. That's the position that's been held by Janine. 45065, sponsored by Councilman Scavone, appoints legislative aide to Town Council Office. 45074, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, authorizes supervisor to sign documents related to the cleanup of the North Sea Transfer Station. 45094, Councilwoman McNamara is sponsoring, waives winter storage fees for Sea Scouts. And 45097 is a notice of public hearing to consider improvements to the Hampton Bays Water District pursuant to Town Law Section 202B. And lastly, 45098 is our 23rd warrant. So I'd like to do one motion to walk all 6 of those resolutions on.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we'll take those up at the end. So next item of business, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of our regular town board meeting of November 28th, 2023.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Next, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of our special town board meeting of December 7th, 2023.
Same second?
Second by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, I'm just looking out, making sure we're okay in terms of capacity. It looks like we're in better shape right now with the aisles cleared. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please read the communications?
Certainly. We have received the following communications in the Office of the Town Clerk. We have received public notices from the New York State Office of Cannabis Management regarding a location at 76 North Summit Boulevard, West Hampton, Suffolk County Department of Economic Development for an aquaculture lease program. Town of Riverhead, public hearing notice. Village of Southampton Board of Trustees, letter regarding a CPF purchase at 137 Pond Lane in Southampton Village. ZBA hearings for Cooper's Neck Lane, Ox Pasture Road, Down East Lane, and Windmill Lane in Southampton Village. An annual financial statement filing from the listed individual, and emails, letters, and land use applications have been received regarding the following: Climate Action Plan, Chapter 64, change in term limits for supervisor and town council, Chapter 330, standards and setbacks for pickleball courts, community choice aggregation tariff modifications, planning board matter of 319 Upper Seven Ponds Road, Watermill, PSEG-LI, public information session, Southampton to Deerfield transmission project, zoning board of appeals applications for 712 and 718 Flanders Road in Flanders, 19 Bayview Avenue, Noyak, 33A Seabreeze Avenue, West Hampton, and 1056 Sag Road in Sagaponack. We've received bid and requests for proposals. On November 29th, we received foreclosed top self-contained ejector trailers for waste management, embroidered and silk screen clothing for Parks and Recreation, hardware and various items for pickup east and west of the canal, and vehicles and vehicle graphics for the comptroller's office. On December 7th, for furnish and deliver meter pits and ancillary equipment for the Hampton Bays Water District, and a heavy haul tractor for waste management. The following report was filed from the Town Comptroller for the November 2023 monthly financial reports. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you, Cindy. All right, so we're going to move on to public hearings. So this is an in-person as well as a hybrid meeting. So we have a number of people who have indicated they want to speak, 37. And if each take 3 minutes, we're going to be here for a long time, at least hour and a half plus. And then we'll go online, and then I don't know how many people are also participating remotely. And it seems like most of the speakers are here to speak at the first public hearing on the Climate Action Plan, which is our first item of business, and I will ask our clerk to read the public hearing notice.
Public hearing number 1, to adopt a climate action plan as an element to the town comprehensive plan.
All right, and Janice Shearer, our Town Planning and Development Administrator, will introduce this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. Actually, we do have Ramble joining on the Zoom to give you that high-level overview as the consultants who worked on this plan. But just really quickly, just that we've been working on this as part of our Climate Smart Community Pledge. The town board did set some policy goals to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040. So the Climate Action Plan is aspirational goals and strategies to look at this problem methodically and figure out different sectors and how to reduce those carbon emissions over time. So it lays out a series of strategies. And so I don't want to take up a lot of time talking about it because we do have Ramble here. And so Charles is going to let them in on Zoom. And they'll, be happy to answer questions. They just have a very brief few slides. And then we can go to public comment. So thank you.
Can they raise their hands, please?
How do we turn these on?
The other one on? I have no one raising their hand.
Maybe we should work that out and you can call speakers and let me just go next door for a quick moment. Sorry, folks.
So,
Okay.
so we have roughly 37 speakers on the climate action plan. Then I have another, I want to say 10 or 15 on other public hearings, and then we'll get to public portion. So if you're here for public portion, it's gonna be a while. You're welcome to stay, or you're welcome to come back, and this meeting is online, so you can sort of follow the progress in real time, and come back at your convenience, or participate from home if you wanna do that. But you're welcome to stay. It's just gonna be a long time before we get there.
It's pretty generic.
All right, nobody took my cue, so I guess that's all right. What better place to be than right here, right? That's where the action is.
We could call another public hearing.
Yeah, number 2 is pretty generic, it looks like.
That's a very good idea.
You did hear me.
I did.
We could call another public hearing.
Who was presenting on two?
I missed the test pattern.
He's not a,
I know that Chris,
Huh?
I could ask if Pearl cut off.
That's good. Mandated quasi judicial board. Okay.
so we're just waiting right now for the consultants to appear on the screen.
I'll be right back.
Losing the board.
We still have a porta potty.
Apparently not. You don't want to go to a different hearing while you wait?
Oh, David Wilcox isn't here.
It could be a while, she said.
It's probably right downstairs.
Yeah.
They'll be in momentarily.
And zoning board is in here this evening, just so you know.
What?
ZBA is in here tonight.
They can be downstairs.
Whatever, I'm just letting you know.
We've got the room.
What time are they here? What time are they here?
What time does ZBA start?
5:15, I believe.
Oh, I think we're done by then.
I think ZBA is in here at 7. We gotta be out here at 7. I have a supervisor between 7 or 6, so I didn't plan on going home.
Starbucks still up there.
Well, I didn't know ZBA, maybe because of the holidays, things are going around. Very professional.
This isn't giving them any, shows to pick apart as we go on. So where's it going? Why don't you just call it and withdraw it?
Someone is
And then we can
texting me
move on.
telling me that the Zoom is not allowing them to raise their hands to speak. So either they're on the wrong Zoom, because there's two links, but I changed the cover page so that it's like a big button like this big, you can't miss it now.
Only click here.
But they're still saying they're having trouble.
It's hot in here.
It is hot here.
It is, right? I'll try some of that.
I don't know why it smells at that night.
I'll even make a move for it.
So,
Look, Charles said they were.
so
gonna roll.
there's somebody saying you can't raise your hand?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm getting that too.
Did that get conveyed to Charles?
I don't know what's going on. Other than this is not,
If you can't raise your hand, that means you're on the portal, not the Zoom.
that's what I told them. So let's see how that goes. I made the buttons much bigger, Charles. They're very hard to miss.
We apologize for this delay. We were experiencing technical difficulties.
Why don't you allow public comment first?
We can't.
Can't or you choose not to?
Can't. Well, are you in a public portion? Or on the cap, on the climate action plan?
On the climate action plan. Let's see.
Why don't you just do another hearing in the interim?
We appreciate your patience.
Presenting this.
I understand, but in the interim, you could put this one on hold and go to another one until
Well,
they
get
figure
Dave
out their
Wilcox. Somebody
stuff.
get Dave.
Dave's not here either for
Dave's not
number
here for
two.
number two.
Dave's not here for number two.
Well, what about number 3? There's 4 others to go to.
Hey, they're coming in.
They're coming.
It's super hot in here, and I'm so sorry. They're trying to get on if you want to start hearing things, or I just want to, I could also have talking points. It's
You
just
can
some
say a
kind
thing or
of,
two just to keep us entertained here. Well,
Number 2?
Yeah.
They're coming in. And
yeah, they're just
Charles,
trying to.
they're coming in
something
now,
was- Yes. There's just some kind
There
of
was a
issue
mix-up.
with
Yes.
People got-
linking on there, so sorry about that, folks.
Thank you.
It's a little warm in here.
Yes, it is.
I don't think that's climate change, but could be.
I dropped it down a degree.
Those wonderful electric pumps around.
Mine went better. Decision.
Stick with what works.
Body heat.
What I know.
How many times have this one
A
been
lot of people
broken?
use it.
It's not
You
good.
know,
This one.
Janice? Oh, the other Janice. Can you, Janice Wilson, can you, Janice?
Oh, they're here. Okay.
All right, we got him.
Okay.
Feel a little air?
See if there's a way to cool down the room. You can open up my door and let some cross fan. Might cool it down.
Open that window and put a fan right there.
Ceiling fans, you know.
That's gonna cool it down. heat it up.
Not without opening those doors.
We can open up a door in the back and get some cross fan.
Nice to be available.
It is better for us.
All right, who is this? Ramble?
You want to introduce Janice?
Can she hear us?
Can you hear us? Yes?
Can we hear if you, okay,
Yeah. Can you
okay, we can hear. You may begin. Just introduce yourself, please.
Okay, we had to switch computers here in order to get this to work, so apologies, I'm just pulling up the presentation back here now on a separate machine.
really.
Can we,
Janice?
Janice, well, can maybe we open one of the back doors? We can maybe get some cross ventilation?
One of these?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, Charles.
We're getting there.
Yeah, I feel it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
good now.
apologies
feel
again,
it.
everyone.
You
It
feel it?
seems like, you know,
Jay, I think
we're
we're
still
good.
experiencing
Start
some
feeling
technical
the
problems here.
breeze.
Trying to get the presentation pulled up that we had prepared.
Let's go to another public hearing. Let them sort this
Yeah.
out.
Is Christine in here and do number two?
Christine just left, yeah.
Are you texting her?
So that works.
That's nice.
All right, leave it to the supervisor.
Did it take you 8 years to get that knowledge?
The authority don't go with that.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a little too cold.
That would be great, thank you.
We're gonna try to do number two, or?
All right, are we ready?
Thanks, Diana. So again, many apologies all for those technical hiccups there. Probably sign of the times we're living in today, so very much appreciate your patience. I know there are quite a few folks in the room today, so we just want to stay up front. We really value your time, and we value your interest and your participation. So thank you for showing up. Just here to talk about the climate action plan for the town of Southampton. Next slide, Diana. We'll introduce ourselves here. And some of you may have already seen our faces, but yeah, myself, my name is Emery Lee. I'm a senior resilience planner with Bramble, and I am the project manager on this project. I work primarily on community resilience and climate action planning projects in the New York metro area and also nationally. And I'm joined by my colleagues Diana Pelterborn and Shelby Smith, who are both senior consultants and planners with Bramble. Diana specializes in climate action planning and greenhouse gas emissions inventories, and Shelby specializes in sustainability planning and strategy. Next slide, Diana. Okay, so just a little bit about the project process here. We were brought on a little over a year and a half ago to help the town create a roadmap document that supports some of the sustainability planning initiatives that the town has already done in years past, including the Southampton 400 report. I know that the town has also been working toward community certification for the Climate Smart Communities program, which is a New York State program. And the climate action plan essentially consists of a greenhouse gas emissions inventory and scenarios and emissions reduction strategies to help the town meet its goals to reduce carbon emissions in its jurisdiction. So that's been our work. We've worked hard on this, and I'll pass it to Diana, who will talk you through just the emissions inventory and sort of the outcomes of that analysis.
Thanks, Emery. So I'll be summarizing kind of the technical steps we did for this project. So there are 4 main steps shown here. The first was calculating the baseline greenhouse gas emissions inventory and then developing a business as usual forecast for the town. Next, we looked at the climate action priorities and also brainstormed reduction strategies and actions within those different priority areas. And then finally, we modeled the potential emissions reductions from each of those actions and looked at some additional measures as well. So the first step was that baseline greenhouse gas emissions inventory. We used 2019 as the base year inventory. This was selected based on data availability and also to avoid any kind of abnormal trends due to the pandemic. The left pie chart here is showing the community-wide emissions. Overall, the total for this ended up being 13.6 metric tons of CO2 per capita, and this is pretty consistent with the other communities on Long Island. Electricity was the largest source of emissions, and this is in the residential energy and commercial energy slices of the pie chart on the left. So electricity is a key area that we'll see come up in the climate action plan. And then the other thing I wanted to highlight here was the town operations. Those are shown in the pie chart on the right. Those fall within the commercial energy slice on the left when we look at community-wide. But the town operations specifically, those emissions are less than 1% of the community-wide emissions. So once we had that baseline emissions inventory, we then calculated a business as usual forecast. So this looks at what would happen if there were no climate actions taken. And there's two main assumptions that went into this. The first is population growth of 0.3% per year. And this is how we scaled up the different emission source categories. And then the other large assumption that feeds into this is grid decarbonization. So we had assumptions around the utility reducing their carbon emissions over time from 2019 to 2040. And so that grid decarbonization is ultimately overtaking that population growth, and that's why we're seeing that the decline from just under 800,000 metric tons of CO2e down to 517,000 metric tons by 2040. So this slide here is showing the different climate priority areas and actions. Each priority area is in the boxes along the top, the 7 different boxes. The main one I wanted to highlight here is the clean energy in the dark green, the second one in. That's a really key area simply because many of the other actions involve electrification and elimination of fossil fuels. And for electrification to really decarbonize them, that means the electricity needs to be coming from a green source. So decarbonizing electricity is a key area to highlight. So we looked at all those different actions and modeled the potential emission reductions from each of them. And they're shown kind of grouped by priority area in this chart here, which is showing how the 2019 emissions will be reduced by 2040 from each of those priority areas. So the business as usual grid decarbonization will play a big role in that, in the reductions, but the other large impacts will be from the buildings actions, the clean energy, transportation, and then carbon sequestration. So with that, I'll pass it back to Emery to wrap things up.
Thanks, Diana. So just wanted to thank everyone again. Obviously we know there are a lot of people there waiting to be heard, so we don't want to take up too much of the time, but just wanted to pass it back to the room there to go ahead and open it up for comment. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So if there are technical questions that come up, you guys are going to stay and watch the meeting. If we need to bring you back, we can. All right. So we're going to go to the speakers. I think there's about 40 speakers at this point for this public hearing. So I'm going to take them in order that they were received. I apologize in advance for all the names I'm going to mispronounce. I'll do my best. I sometimes can't read people's handwriting. So, and I'm going to read the speaker and who is on deck. And the reason why I'm doing that is so that you can come over and queue up behind the speaker so that we don't have to wait that additional amount of time to get through the
people in the waiting room or downstairs because we have such an overflow, just to give them time to.
Yeah. And, all right, so Rome Arnold is number 1. And do you know there's Elisa Ox?
I can't read it.
Is there somebody whose name is Lisa Oaks or Osh?
Yes, she's back row.
Okay, you know who you are? Okay.
Right here, thank you.
One.
No, I'm the town clerk,
Okay.
right here, whatever you need to file. I certainly will, thank you.
All right, so while Mr. Arnold gets ready to speak, each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to make their comments known. Their comments must pertain to this public hearing on the Climate Action Plan. And the clerk will let you know when you're down to your last 30 seconds. I'm going to really be strict today in terms of keeping that 3-minute.
Can you please pass that
Yes,
presentation
I
around?
need to stamp them, and I will pass them, but you can.
We'll do what we
Don't
need to
start the
do,
clock,
sir.
please.
Okay, you asked for that, we'll do it.
Jay, Rome Arnold from
All right, we
the,
can start the time. Hold on. I want to, Sunday, you ready with the timer?
Yes, I'm ready with the timer.
All
Am I
right.
allowed to start it? Just to let
how
me
about,
know.
Yes.
Jay, could we pass out the presentation before we start the clock? Please?
I'm not stamping them, just take them. I can't take the pressure anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll stamp them after
Stamp them
he's done.
after.
I'm,
Just pass the stamp down. It's Step them in.
so Jay, I've printed 50 copies of this, which are all being passed out to the audience right now, so that people can follow along. Can you hear me okay with this?
Sir, you're here to make comments, not a presentation. You have 3 minutes.
Okay,
and-
well,
And we got to get all
I
these
have
other
4
people need to
people who have
speak.
signed up to speak who will cede
And
their
that-
time
that's
to
fine,
me.
but we have to do it the process
Appreciate
we
not having,
always do.
not being
Time.
censored.
All right.
Thank you.
so-
No, you're not
okay.
being censored. We're trying to accommodate all these
So
other
Sunday,
people that need to
reset,
speak.
reset the clock. I don't want to take away from Mr. Arnold's time, so, okay,
Thank you.
you may begin.
I mean, essentially, this is not about climate change, it's about how to take the cap and take it to a new level. As Tip Brolin said in the meeting, it's not a plan, it's a wish list. But that doesn't mean we should throw it out. There are a lot of ways that we can improve this plan, and that's part of what this presentation's about. I represent the Between the Bays Association, and we absolutely agree with the goals that have been set out, time frame, prioritization. What's missing, I'll speak quickly, what's missing is to make this a framework that you can use to make decisions. Priorities, time frame, direct and indirect costs, direct funding sources. I'm on page 4. You got to put in the missing pieces here as well. Coordination with all South Fork governing bodies. There's 3 bridges. We're all together. You need a philosophy with respect to indirect funding. You need to address the risks and trade-offs. You need to have contingency planning. If you give me time, I'll explain that. And you need basically a framework for interaction with the community. The point of this is we need to make it cooperative, not confrontation. Continuing on, the obvious point, our resources are not unlimited. And clearly, 400 plus goals, if everything is a priority, nothing's a priority. That doesn't mean we can throw this out. It's a great start. What we need to do is talk about timing, impact, choosing, giving you a guidance and a framework for how do you choose what you're agreeing to and what you're putting aside. Don't waste the promoter's time bringing you something you won't agree to. Don't waste your time. So it isn't just that the council needs guidance, it's the promoters need guidance, efficiency for everybody, page 6. You know, the obvious point is the tough decisions. How are we going to reallocate some of the money that we're now using for education, for feeding the poor, for infrastructure? The money doesn't come out of the sky, but there's some great ideas we can talk about. Demand for electricity is going to go up. If all of a sudden everything's electric, then we need to think about the less advantaged. And then, talk about indirect costs. Our subsidies are available. Do we put solar panels and wind turbines on private land? How about using the land that Peconic Trust has? Let's get creative. Could we plant trees on that land that's now farmland? Achieve a goal that is actually not confrontational to the community. Here's a silly one. Horses emit a lot of methane, all right? So maybe we should have fewer horses on the South Fork. How do we pay for this stuff? Obviously, the reallocation, but you've also have new money. And that's, sometimes that's unpopular. Do we increase real estate taxes again, sales taxes, taxes on undesirable items? Let's get creative. How about electronic tolls on the 3 bridges? Take that money, create a big parking lot on the Southampton College, have people come from Spion. I know there's a shuttle already, but it's not working because there's no guarded parking. We hit the parking problem, we reduced GHGs, and it doesn't cost any money because it's not a requirement, it's an economic choice of somebody coming across those bridges.
3 minutes.
All right, Mr. Arnold, I'm sorry. We have, though, your presentation, so we can It looks like you're only about halfway through it, if that, but we will take a look at it.
People want to hear more?
It doesn't matter.
Come
Doesn't
on.
matter.
I mean, we sat here for 2 minutes with empty space.
I have.
So the next speaker cedes her time.
Enough? You can come up and you can read this presentation for me.
That's censorship, Jay, come on.
No, it's not.
We're here.
You knew, sir, you knew coming in you'd have 3 minutes, and you could submit additional in writing. When we get to the end, maybe we'll come back for a second round. But we have a lot of people waiting to speak. And I'm not giving everybody more than 3 minutes, sir. So, but you have a few people lined up to speak. She can take it where you left off.
With all due respect, there was supposed to, this is exactly why, there was supposed to be another public workshop after the draft was released, so that there could be dialogue and there could be input and people could get their
There
questions
will be a
answered.
second public hearing. That's required of this meeting. Right now,
But
we're
this is-
here to hear the public, what they have to say.
But John, a
not full-up
public hearing is
presentation.
different.
Sir,
A
you could
public
come back
hearing
at
is a
public
lot
portion.
different from getting feedback and having discussions. I think.
Well, this is not something you
All
can
right.
do in 3 minutes.
So the next
And he's
speaker-
more than happy to meet with planning or talk to
Lisa
planning.
is leaving, so we'll go to the next one, Bridget Mayer. So Bridget will be followed by Penelope Wright. Penny Wright. Oh, I have Penelope Wright. Sorry, if you want to trade places, I can sort it out.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I met some of you here today. Nice to know you. Okay, we all hold some responsibility for climate change and the damage that has been done to our planet. We are operating in panic mode. We need to act urgently. The situation is dire. But forcing ideas on people is never an effective way to solve problems. It fails to get buy-in and cooperation. Why aren't we planning together for our future generations? If this is truly about saving the planet, then we need to do a better job together. The CAP is a wonderful starting point. There are some very good ideas. Time and thought went into creating this plan. Mr. Bouvier and the committee should be commended and for their dedication and service, but it is by no means a plan. Whatever the CAP represents, it needs work. My copy of the CAP has many pages tagged. The tags are questions I have, concerns I have. Maybe just I raised an eyebrow, I don't know. But I'm just one person, so I can't be totally insane. The Sustainability Committee's clarion call is going unheeded by some because the message is being delivered in a careless and patronizing way. I'm sorry, I apologize, but that's the perception of some of us. This CAP was only made available to the rest of us a few weeks ago. The committee has been living with it for a while. It's handed down almost like a decree. We live in politically hostile times. We have taken sides, and sometimes we can barely look at the other side. Sometimes people, even on the same side, are at odds. The topic of climate change is huge and divisive. We are all responsible for what happens and what the future unfolds. It used to be just north and south of the highway. Now it's east and west of the canal. People were called to arms here today. Again, we're taking sides when we need to unify on this plan. I am a proponent of finding the best green solutions, but the approach taken clearly signals to me and some others that you don't really care about what we want or you don't care about our input. It comes across as a bit holier than thou, and with the presumption that you know what is best for all of us.
30 seconds.
If we ask a question or request a pause, we are instantly accused of climate denialism. I'm tired of that. This is a huge undertaking, and some of the big solutions are very complicated and require sacrifices from all of us. Adopting the cap now with some of the negative feedback for a feather in the cap or to check it off the list is just plain wrong. We need to do a better job with openness, fairness, and an improved plan, and then the community will buy in, and some of these very important goals will be achieved.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Penny, you're next, followed by David Hart.
Okay, well, this will be a change of pace. My name is Penelope Wright, and I thank you for letting me be here today. During the past decade, I've been deeply impressed.
Hey, hold on one second, Penny. Who's ever? I can't hear the speaker because somebody's talking from the audience, so I ask you to
Okay.
refrain so that we can hear.
Okay, so, during the past decade, I've been deeply impressed by the work of a group of committed, environmentally minded friends, many of whom are here today, who have worked to ensure that our town moves toward a commitment to becoming a climate-smart community. The results of their efforts to date have already earned Southampton Town the admiration of municipalities statewide and have become a source of pride for many local residents. Now that the time has come for the town to take the critical step to ensure that the vision laid out in the 400+ plan becomes a reality. There is only one way for this to happen, by voting to pass the Climate Action Plan. Most of us here today are aware that 2023 has been the hottest year on record, and that unless action is taken, life on our planet, already impacted by increasingly bizarre and catastrophic weather events, will become unsustainable. Committing to making the changes needed to mitigate the effects of climate change is perhaps the most existential challenge we face. But as important as this is on a global level, it is also critically important for us here at a local level to choose wisely. I encourage this board to do the right thing and vote to adopt the Climate Action Plan.
Thank you, Penny.
Thank you.
All right, next up is David Hart, followed by Dorothy Riley.
Good afternoon. My name is David Hart. I'd like to urge the board to adopt the Climate Action Plan as soon as possible. We have all seen the effects of climate change. Backyard birds are disappearing, bay scallops are scarce, ticks are swarming. The Climate Action Plan is a concrete mechanism for our community to do what we can to slow down the advance of climate change. By adopting the plan, the town will also encourage each of us to think about the environment in our daily decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, Dorothy Riley will be followed by Tip Rowland.
My name is Dorothy Riley. I'm born and raised in Southampton, and this used to be my study hall when I was a kid. But I really want to thank you, board members, for the contributions that you make on a daily basis to our community. I want to give you a little background. 30 years ago, we hosted a conference to educate people about climate change, and we had 1,000 people from Southampton come to our Inherit the Earth conference here at Southampton High School. 10 years ago, we rallied and we created the Sustainability Southampton Green Advisory Committee. All those people have come together and thinking about this and working on and have come up with great plans. I have been active more recently in creating a group called Carbon Crew Project. It's carbon reduction for Earth well-being. And people come together in these pods for 5 weeks and study and make their own CAPs, carbon action plans, that are based on their own households, because 2/3 of all emissions are determined by choices at the household level, which is a fact coming from the UN Environmental Sustainability Program. But I'm telling you about that because all of those people that I've come in contact with all of those years are from Southampton, and they are all on the same page that what we need is a cap for the town now. If we had done this 30 years ago, we'd be in a great place. If we did it today, we'll be in a better place than if we wait a lot longer. It was just beautiful the way that we say Pledge of Allegiance, and then we have a moment of silence, and then we honor those people that are working for us out in the trenches. What if we had a moment of silence for every species that's out there, and all of the people that are going to be affected? how would that come into our hearts? And how would that bring us more to action? I think it would be a great thing to start doing. But I thank you for your consideration. When we get this adopted, we can go into many of the points that have been saliently made, and I think that's a great idea. But I think urgency and immediacy is important for this to be passed right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dar.
Thank you.
All right, so Tip Rowland is next, followed by Victoria Olenowitz.
Good afternoon. My name is Tip Rowland. I'm a resident of Watermill and have been a member of the Sustainability Advisory Committee since its inception in 2008. I have a BE license, a BS and an MS degrees, and have spent most of my career managing large energy projects and programs in industry and government. The vast majority of world scientists, we're talking 97+%, believe that climate change is real. It has been caused by human activity and has potentially disastrous long-term consequences for humanity, particularly for those of us living near the ocean. New York State and the town have established long-term goals designed to limit the carbon emissions that are driving climate change. However, for years, the town has had no plan on how to meet these goals. Based on my experience, this is a recipe for failure. Without a plan, we will pursue a piecemeal, ineffective approach toward meeting our goals. The town now has a plan, subject to adoption by the town board. This climate action plan, drafted by experts in the field, will provide guidance for the town on how to most effectively navigate toward our climate action goals. It's a first step. It's not all the detail. That comes later. It shows where our carbon emissions are and what actions will most effectively reduce them. It will provide objective bases for policy choices now and for future town administrations, and will help avoid wasteful mistakes, including in particular the mistake of doing nothing. The plan is not a list of requirements. It contains a list of recommended actions, but the town must act separately to implement any particular recommendation, including studying it before the action. For example, the only words in the climate action plan regarding
30
BESS
seconds.
are as follows: explore incentives for distributed energy systems, including small battery energy storage systems for commercial development. That's it. The proposed plan is before you. I and others on the committee have reviewed it and urge its adoption. Thank you.
All right, Victoria Olenowitz, followed by Kim Allen.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Victoria Lenowitz. I've been a resident of the town since 1991. And I wanted to talk about two things that have not been covered. First of all, the colossal amount of money that is available for municipalities to address wastewater, water pollution issues, lower income health and electricity cost issues, and prevention of climate emergency situations as part of lowering greenhouse gas emissions. There is a massive amount of money. The climate action plan should be implemented now because so much grant money, tax credit and direct payments and discount incentives are available now if there is a coherent plan to start from. You must have a coherent plan, but the Inflation Reduction Act, the things that are related to local government action total $522 billion. $522 billion, and I've just spent about 6 months looking at all the grants and sources of money available. And we have the Climate Smart designation right now, which is a 50-50 match between the town and and the source, NYSERDA. But that's not the only thing. We've just looked at a grant that's available from HUD, which would provide up to $60,000 per unit for low-income HUD applicable housing to replace their heating and so forth and bring their electricity costs down. So there is just a massive amount of money, but it's available now, and much of that money is not going to be available in another year or two, because a lot of the grants are for the first few. Not all of them, some of them are recurring, a lot of them are recurring. So I just want to say, the second thing I want to mention is that there is a colossal amount of experience and information out there, and that's what's informed the climate plan. It's, of course it's going to be, have further, refinement, but the Sustainability Committee in Southampton has been working since 2014 to advance the knowledge of climate impacts and think of ways to address them. So every report has been public. Every Southampton board member can access the material of the Sustainability Committee at any time. All others can visit the website and view the meetings. There's a board representative on the Sustainability Committee
30 seconds.
who informs the board of everything that happens in these meetings, but you need a coherent plan. I wanted to tell you that we're not the only people here. There's a lot of experience out there. A lot of towns, 132 towns in New York State have already enacted a climate action plan, or something that may be called something slightly different, but is basically that.
3 minutes.
That's it, Victoria, I'm sorry. All right, Kimberly Allen, followed by Michael Riley.
Good afternoon. Thank you to all the departing council members, Councilmember Martel, Mr. Roubier.
Louder, please.
Oh. Can everyone hear me now? Is that better? Okay. Thank you for honoring our service members today with a moment of silence. I'm reading this as a parent of a service member. My son has served. Okay. I don't know what's going on.
Just need to
I think
speak up.
I'm
Just maybe
speaking.
talk yeah, thank you, Charlie.
I'm reading this today as a parent of a service member. My son has served in the U.S. Navy for 6 years and has just re-upped again. Our U.S. military is the greatest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions and the greatest consumer of fossil fuels in the U.S. The former director of the CIA and many retired military generals deem energy as their lifeblood. But even the military says that there are national security considerations and implications on being overly dependent on fossil fuels, and they have great concerns for war and disruption arising from climate change. For example, service members have suffered from a 60% increase in heat strokes in the last decade. Military operational facilities are increasingly being threatened by severe flood events, droughts, and wildfires. Reducing energy has become a top priority for our U.S. Department of Defense. Why should it not be any different for us? I appreciate everyone's comments, especially that we have to start somewhere, especially that we are all responsible for what unfolds. Ms. Mayor, I thought that was a nice comment. Perhaps we revisit the approach and people on one side partner up with a person on the other side and we go into a room and we duke it out. But I'll tell you, when my son's somewhere, he doesn't say, are you this side of the aisle, that side of the aisle? He just joins up and out he goes. And, our non-allies are going to eat us for lunch if we don't get this under control. So I hope you support it. Nothing's perfect, but you have to start somewhere. Thank you.
All right, before we start, Michael, on deck is Mary O'Brien.
I'll keep this very short. You have a plan. It's time to use it for all of our sakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. All right, Mary will be followed by Hope Sandro.
Good afternoon, I'm Mary O'Brien. In my personal life, I try very hard to be one of the solutions to the climate problem. I have solar, I do as much recycling as possible, I try to do responsible gardening, and it's great for an individual to try to do the best they can. But to have a whole town behind us supporting us is I just really appreciate the idea of the town doing this. So of course I'm very supportive of this program. Also, I'm very thankful to the sustainability group that did so much research and so much hard work over these many years to keep this at the forefront, and all the other environmental groups that are also inputting their information and research. And I was one of those people whose houses were destroyed by Hurricane Sandy. You can't imagine the impact of 28 inches of water in your living room. So for me, climate change is something real and important. So thank you very much for your work on this program.
All right, thank you, Mary. All right, Hope Sandro is next, followed by Sheila Pfeiffer.
I'm also here for the flowers, the birds and the bees. I have my bird necklace on because something is missing when they can't self-represent themselves, and the dangers that our cohabitants are facing due to the change in climate, which we experience every day with, I think it's 66% of species have become extinct in the last years. My husband and I have had a home in Shinnecock Hills since the 70s, and it's very shocking to see the change that's occurred to the oaks. The pheasants are gone. The quail are gone. We still have wild turkeys. I really appreciate your work on this, and Jay, thank you for your years of service. I've enjoyed our collaborations.
Thank you.
And even when I disagree with you, it's okay, because I believe you have your heart in the right place and that you care. But we have differences of opinions, which I'll bring up now, because one of my concerns about the plan is that we had a town comprehensive plan to protect the Shinnecock Canal, and then developers came in with the help of lobbyists and got an exemption from our town plan. And many of you know me from that time appearing to oppose the townhouses on the canal and the change in zone. I hope you all see now in real life why me and my neighbors opposed it. It was that plan was granted an exemption from our town comprehensive plan and the wetland setback. And now we have that whole side. Well, I don't think I need to tell you, any of you drive by, the increase in exhaust of cars that go by our property since we moved here in '76 is huge, and we've lost almost all our oak trees from the pine beetle. And I feel as though the warmer climate heralds the loss of more. So my concern is, what are the teeth that are going to be in this plan to make sure that future town board members follow it and don't allow any
30 seconds.
exemptions? Ironically, the fight we had to stop the townhouses and the zone change was reversed. The victory was reversed because they got the approval to make make townhouses, excuse me. It was zoned for residential, and the zone change was to allow a motel. I'm not sure how many of you drive by there, but
3
the town
minutes.
board allowed it to revert back to motel. So where are we? Me and my neighbors spent 14 years fighting that
I'm
development.
sorry, I hope you're at 3 minutes.
Okay. That's my concern, and I ask your consideration.
Thank you. All right, Sheila, you will be followed by Kristen Millenhausen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here today to urge you to adopt the Climate Action Plan. Although my husband and I have lived in Southampton most of our married life and raised our 4 children here, we were away from 2003 until 2018. Upon our return, we were pleasantly surprised and very proud to discover that Southampton Town had become a leader in reducing carbon emissions and setting goals for a sustainable future. The Southampton 400 Plus sustainability element in 2013, and then the attainment of New York State Climate Smart Community status in 2017 were tangible evidence that Southampton recognized the urgency of facing the climate change challenge. The next step is for the town to adopt the Climate Action Plan that the board commissioned. We all know that goals and resolutions are admirable, but in order to attain these goals realistically, there needs to be a specific roadmap or blueprint for actions and policies. Nothing gets accomplished without adhering to a plan. For the past 3 years, I have been involved in the Carbon Crew project, Dar mentioned it, which educates and supports people about the power of creating a personal climate action plan to reduce household greenhouse gases. The United Nations Climate Emissions Gap Report of 2021 emphasized that 2/3 of all greenhouse gases are a result of decisions made on the household level. In this CREW program, we have seen the effectiveness of creating and sticking to a climate action plan to reduce one's carbon footprint. How much more powerful, then, will it be when a whole municipality is engaged in a community climate action plan? Integral to the proposed climate action plan is continuing consultation and involvement of both citizens and government. The plan engages residents, the business community, and officials in ongoing decision-making that will help the community work together for advancing equity, improving health, and safeguarding the beauty and uniqueness of our lovely town. Also, by moving ahead with this CAP now, the town will be well positioned to take advantage of the many financial incentives, and Victoria spoke about these,
30 seconds.
for climate action that are emerging now and planned for the future by both the state and on both the state and federal level. So in short, adopting this climate action plan will provide an attainable pathway towards sustainability and resilience that will enhance our preservation of natural resources and provide solutions and strategies to reduce carbon emissions that are economically
3
feasible,
minutes.
readily available, and demonstrate effective leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next up is Kristen Millenhausen, followed by Mackie Finnerty.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to recognize anyone that's worked on the Climate Action Plan. I call it the CAP. I think anyone who worked on it should be recognized for all of their efforts, notably Mr. Bouvier. It is my understanding you have dedicated a lot to this endeavor. So that needs to be really appreciated.
It's a group endeavor. but I
Yes, of
appreciate
course,
the
but
time.
it is a big deal.
Thank you.
And I personally think that there should be some form of a climate action plan. I think it's a great idea for the near future, after a little bit more community awareness and engagement. That's where I stand. I'm so enlightened by some of the people that came up here to speak today, and I really want to engage more with that. I loved a lot of what I heard. Some issues I had were the discrepancy with watching the work sessions from 11:09 and 11:30 and rewatching those sessions. Is the real time frame where the release of the plan on 11/13 came out, and it was disclosed on the 11:30 session that this plan was distributed to the sustainability folk, which is great, in June or July, I think I heard. Why the lag? And that was discussed. I think Janice said, you know, I take responsibility for not sharing this sooner. So now you have a plan that's 98 pages going out to the option of people looking at it. So I said, well, I'm going to dissect this plan for myself because I really want to learn, because we were involved in the Bass issue. And I had a lot of red flags myself, like questions. So the more I hear and the more I learn, some of these questions are answered. But a lot of, I contacted all of my friends in my phone and I said, have you heard about the climate action plan? None have. And this is where I think we're falling short. I had this big long thing printed up, but as I heard people speaking today about the projects you're doing, I'm fully engaged. I want to learn more. The community deserves to learn more before this is voted on. The other issue I had was the discrepancy that Ms. McNamara said on the 11:30 work session about there being an 8-step process versus a 6-step process. I have a plan that had 6 steps of engagement. She mentioned that there was an 8-step plan that had more community involvement along with a draft and work sessions for that. So if that were the case, I think that would have been a better process.
30 seconds.
Okay. So I liken it to the best situation. You had information ahead of you provided for you that you passed on to a planning board that we then had to dissect, rewind, moratorium because of all the issues going on with the BES. I don't want this to be like that. I want to be fully engaged and support this, as do other community members. They need to have the right to review this plan and vet it out better and have some input. You have 70,000 people in this town, not
3
a board of
minutes.
5 and a group of maybe 20.
Kristen, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mackie Finnerty will be followed by Stephen Pfeiffer.
Hello, I'm Mackie Finnerty. I think we all know in life everywhere, our family, our job, whatever, we need to set goals. We might not need to write them all down, but there's been a lot of research on this of who's successful in life, and they're always the people who set the goals. You can't accomplish anything unless you know where you're going. So it's so important that we get this written down. It's just a beginning. There's so many more things to be done. Right as we sit here today, is constant changing of what we can do about the environment. I'm sure you all heard about the airplane, the first one ever to fly across the Atlantic with vegetable oil, essentially. I heard a discussion by scientists this morning on the radio that they believe that by the end of the 30s, that almost all airplanes will be flying on that. These things are going to happen. You can't project that. But you have to be there and listen and have your plan. So when the science comes into it, you're ready to jump on it. So it's good to have, and I was very, very disappointed to hear the day starting off with us and them. We can't do that anymore in America. We're destroying ourselves with that. We're all breathing the same air. We're all drinking the same water. We're all swimming in it with our kids. Please don't have an us and a them. It will accomplish nothing that way. I hear that you care about the environment. Join all the other people who care about the environment. Please don't fight with them. There are groups all over town that have worked for years and years and years with their own thing, be it birds, water, land preservation, sewerage. They're there. Join them. Come in. Bring your ideas. Put your hours in. Tremendous amount of hours. Many of these people sitting in this front row have dedicated their lives really to doing this. Don't fight with them. Join them. Come to their meetings. Find out what's happening and bring your good ideas. I'm sure you have a lot of good ideas. Can there be controversy? I saw in the pamphlet that was handed out that a bird would strike a wind thing. Of course a bird will. Have you ever seen the stats on how many are killed by the windows in your house or your cat? Way more. Are we going to do away with our houses or our cat? No, we're not. We have to work with the problem. We can't just say, oh, this is terrible, no more wind.
30 seconds.
So please, let us all join together. Every one of you try to meet these other people. Don't say it's an us and them situation. Pick the area you care most about and join one of these groups. And then come to these meetings. There's these people who are on the board, as Tip talked out, have spent years and years of their life. Those meetings, you can listen to those meetings. Come, give them your good ideas. It sounds like you have energy and you really care. Let us all care together. So let's get this plan in place.
3 minutes.
And then go on.
Becky, that's 3 minutes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We need more things. When are we going to put this on? When are we going to do that?
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Stephen Pfeiffer, followed by Kristen Basham.
As a resident of the town, I thank the board for inviting us to this public hearing and extending an opportunity to comment on the revised draft of the Climate Action Plan for Southampton. As the report states, Southampton's residents, by helping to shape the quality of our shared present and future, continue to play an active role in working toward the town's carbon neutrality goals, which otherwise could not be met. Indeed, it is in the light of this vital partnership that I see the primary value of this Climate Action Plan and the need for its adoption. For in addition to describing the research and survey information that went into its conclusions, this report includes 207 specific suggestions for action that can be undertaken by anyone to preserve and protect our environment, grow our economic sustainability, and protect and enhance the habitat of all living things in this locality. In short, no matter one's income or interest or social location, there are a number of ways individuals, working singly and with others, can be involved in positive actions to reduce carbon buildup while strengthening Southampton's unique character and quality of life for current and future residents and visitors. Incidentally, my favorite action, suggested by the report, is to launch an Adopt a Drain program, whereby folks would be responsible for overseeing the removal of obstructions from a particular storm drain, thereby improving water quality. Who among us would not want to take on the humble but vital role of becoming the stepfather or stepmother to one of our town's drains? The point is that this Climate Action Plan has done the broad stroke work of outlining how we can become a carbon neutral locality by 2040. And most importantly, has given all of us a myriad of specific ways each of us can help to accomplish this goal, thereby strengthening the resilience, beauty, and diversity of our community, as well as our own self-awareness, civic pride, and sense of place. And the plan has helped to organize and coordinate these suggestions so that citizens can work together efficiently and productively.
30 seconds.
I urge the board to adopt this helpful template to guide our way forward, not as a straitjacket inhibiting our collective creativity, but as a beacon to inspire and challenge us into fashioning a more bountiful and safe future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Kristen, you're next, followed by John Leonard.
Good afternoon, Supervisor and members of the Town Board. My name is Kristen Bashan, and I'm speaking on behalf of Group for the East End to express support for the Town of Southampton's Climate Action Plan. Coastal towns and cities are at the front lines of climate change, and the Town of Southampton is no different. As a coastal community, we are exposed to the destruction of severe storms and several community planning issues from rising sea levels and a warming climate. Aside from Superstorm Sandy, recent hurricanes have given the region a preview of what the changing climate can bring, and a significant body of science now agrees that conditions are only expected to become more intense if climate action is not undertaken. The plan illustrates the source of the town's carbon emissions and highlights the actions that will most effectively reduce them. The group, as an organization that seeks to work at the local level to achieve broader environmental goals, broadly supports the local climate priorities and strategies listed in the Climate Action Plan. However, we also ask that you please consider the following comments. We believe the final version of the plan will be most effective if a well-defined implementation timeline is added for each climate priority and goal. This will allow the town's stakeholders to track the plan's progress over time. We also support the plan's recommendation to hire an additional staff member in the town of Southampton, whose job it is to ensure that the plan's priorities and goals come to fruition. We urge you to make this recommendation a priority and have the new position provide an annual publicly available progress report as an ongoing measure of progress. Additionally, the final plan should be in alignment and not contradict any recommendations or code changes that may arise out of the town's review of the battery energy storage code, given the plan highlights the use of battery energy storage for the future. While we see the plan speaks to this issue, we recognize the concerns raised by the community and the planning board over the critical guidance necessary to site such facilities and want to be sure that the general recommendations of the plan and best siting analysis are consistent with each other and attentive to reasonable community concerns. Lastly, we request that the record be kept open so that we and the interested public can further review the document and provide more detailed and useful comments. In conclusion, we want to thank the Sustainability Committee for its enduring work to advance this plan, which is needed and a long time coming. We respectfully request that after careful consideration and response to substantive public comments, the town board moves to adopt it. Provable changes can occur at the local level, and the town can continue to act as an environmental leader for other communities and levels of government to follow. I look forward to witnessing the town's execution of the action recommended in this plan, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, John, you're followed by Rob Calvert.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is John Leonard. I'm a resident of Hampton Bays. I'm also a business owner in Hampton Bays. I'm standing up to support this plan. I think I've read through it. I think it's ambitious. I think it's exciting. It contains reference to a wide array of national technologies, which we should absolutely pursue in order to save our environment. And it even made me consider what more I could be doing in my own home. So anything that could move me on a personal level, I stand behind. However, with all of that being said, in implementing this plan, when we eventually get there, I think that we need to take into consideration some of the following things. We need education of the public as to these burgeoning technologies. I found myself looking a lot of things up as I was reading. I think many of us don't really know what these technologies are, how they work, what the risks and benefits of them are completely, and I think that we need to educate the public as to that. I think we need a real risk-benefit analysis as to the potential dangers associated with these technologies, ongoing input from community members in areas where such technologies will be implemented. Specifically, I'm thinking about page 57 of your plan, which identifies Hampton Bays, Bridgehampton Commons, Montauk as heat density hotspots, which we could possibly put in district energy systems, which from what I'm reading is we're talking about geothermal and potentially also best sites to store that electricity. We need input from community members in the areas where these things are being implemented so that we can create a policy of bringing all the stakeholders to the table with regard to these technologies in order to encourage public buy-in, encourage public support, education, so we know what we're getting, and an implementation of these, before implementation of these policies are made in our individual hamlets or otherwise. So I think that this is a great start. I think it's a great, we have wonderful goals here. I think we need to do this right now, but I would like the board now and the future board to take into consideration that implementing any of these technologies affects people, affects your constituents, and your constituents have to be educated, they have to know what's going on, they have to know what risk there is to them. Maybe there isn't a risk, maybe there is. And they also need to have input, they have to be at the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Rob Calvert is followed by, looks like Ron Leonard, is that correct? Okay, excellent.
Thank you, members of the board. I'm Rob Calvert. I commend the town board. Through your vision and leadership, we are on the cusp of adopting a cap and thereby join over 600 like-minded communities in the U.S. and almost half of our major cities in doing so. We are also on the cusp of a long-awaited an essential roadmap for achieving carbon neutrality by 2040, a goal first identified in the town in its own Sustainability 400 plan 10 years ago. The proposed plan follows well-accepted practices for goal setting, methodologies for carbon inventories, forecasting, and pathways for achieving success. And it does so in the context of our town, its economic, cultural, historical, and environmental conditions. I encourage this body and fellow citizens to pursue it vigorously and to maintain enthusiasm for it by committing the means and the resources to achieve its objectives. Although the plan emphasizes somewhat modestly achievable and feasible goals, it also underscores in more glowing terms the need for resiliency, regenerative thinking, and an eye towards social equitability. If I may, a few words of caution. On the pathway to zeroing out 780 metric tons of greenhouse gas by 2040, only 25% of that reduction comes from local actions to be taken by us. Business as usual and unidentified solutions are both larger percentages of the overall planned reduction. According to the plan, 68% of our expected town greenhouse gas comes from residential and commercial uses, and yet the planned reduction of this measure accounts for only 7%. And finally, like its predecessor, the sustainability plan, CAP success will depend on what is not guaranteed, and
30
this has been
seconds.
addressed by others before, and that is the support necessary to implement the plan, and the capacity to implement it, and the transparent reporting by bodies like this one here in this room. In other words, let's overcome the language, the stated language of we should, with we are achieving the laudable, necessary, and responsible objectives
3
of
minutes.
this plan. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Ron, you're next, followed by Mary Walls.
So hello again, Jay. We find ourselves in the same room a month later. We were sitting here talking to a problem child called LIPA before the Assembly and Senate members, and we discussed this thing called energy. Energy is a gift and a problem. And I happen to be a 50-year veteran of the energy business in New York State. Family has been in it for a couple of 100 years. I started the New York State Solar Energy Industries Association, and I want to tell you, having a plan is the necessary tool that we have at hand. Otherwise, without a plan, there's chaos. So to give you some facts that would help you in a plan, the solar industry in this great state of ours was started very soon thereafter. This guy called Edison started a power plant in Lower Manhattan. In fact, the guy who invented solar was a New Yorker, photovoltaic solar in the 1800s. And the world has progressed far from there, but the issues are relatively similar. And what we need is a stable source of clean energy to maintain society as a functioning world. Then to give you the scope on what New York State and specifically Long Island has done, the solar roof business on Long Island really was the genesis of the industry here in the state. And as of today, we're probably a $1.2 to $1.5 billion business in the state of New York, just for solar roofs. A small little portion of the business. We probably have a couple of 100 megawatts of large solar projects in New York. But to give you the real scoop is, this is not just New York, it's not just Long Island, it's worldwide. The first terawatt of solar power took us 40 years to get it in place. 40 friggin' years from nothing to 1 terawatt installed. Well, the next terawatt that we think is going to be installed worldwide is going to take 2 years. That's not a normal graph. It's not even a log graph. It's like running up from 0 to 1,000 in seconds. So what I'm telling you is this plan is the first step to implementing the things that we need
30
to solve
seconds.
our problems. First problem is ratepayers can't afford to pay their energy bills. If they can have an alternative, like solar on the roof, or participating in a solar project like community shared solar, or looking at an inventory like I've done in the town here, I've looked at landfills, I've looked at solar roofs. You have the solution at hand. I think this is your first step in implementing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so Mary, you'll be followed by Steve Carpinelli. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Waltz. I'm a professional beekeeper. My girls, the bees, are on the front lines of the climate crisis. But today I think it's helpful to put today's meeting in a global context. The UN Climate Conference is winding down in Dubai. Nearly 200 nations trying to chart a course in an uncertain world. Short-sighted pursuit of profits by some is jeopardizing the survival of many and that of countless other members of the natural world. I applaud our town board for its patience and persistence in pursuing a climate action plan. This will provide all of us a framework for rapid deployment of people and resources to address the challenges before us. An ounce of prevention is said to equal a pound of good. In monetary terms, according to the Secretary General of the UN, $1 invested in abatement saves $6 in loss and damages. Thank you for your leadership, long-term thinking, and action for a brighter future.
Thank you. Steve Crispinelli, followed by Gary Goldstein.
If I might, just for a moment, on 11/14 at a town board meeting, Police Chief Kiernan spoke about the scourge of anti-Semitism that was then around the world and in the United States. He spoke forcefully and to the point. And I admire that. I think he did a good job. When he was finished, Mr. Schneiderman got up and spoke about the losses of his family, the losses of people he could have known but would not know. He made it personal. He made anti-Semitism and the problems associated with anti-Semitism real. And I appreciate that as well, and I applaud him for it. All I can say about that is Europe's loss is America's gain, and so is Southampton's gain. So thank you. This is not a plan. This is aspirational, as been said. And why is it aspirational? Let me read you something from the plan. As part of the design process, use a portfolio manager statement of energy design intent to establish a target site EUI corresponding to an Energy Star score of 75 or greater for the building design. Using design energy model results, compare model predicted site EUI to the project site EUI. You understand that? Your genius is enough to understand what that means? This is not a plan. This is aspirational. All through the plan, we have words like ambitious yet attainable, pathway, providing a roadmap. Yet 34% of what we're supposed to have happen by 2040 comes from the federal government. 19% comes from, are you ready? Emerging technologies. They don't exist yet. Yet we're going to get 20% of our reduction and become a carbon neutral nirvana from things that don't exist yet. It's crazy. Now let's go on to something else. Are you doing this plan? Many people believe you're doing this plan so you can pass anything, like CCA, like other things that come down the road because they adhere to this grand plan. It doesn't make sense. On page 85 of the plan is a picture that none of us would dare keep in our pockets or for our families.
30
It's a
seconds.
picture of Mr. Bouvier. Why is that picture in there? It makes no sense. Then we have the final picture of the whole plan. It's a ship, because we here in Southampton are related to ocean things, and it's called, the picture, the name of the ship is Patriot. Is that a mistake? This is a publicity document. We need a plan. We need a real plan, not what we have here. On page 51, we have another picture, kind of hazy.
3 minutes.
It's of Mr. Lynn, Miss Lynn.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry, I had more to say, but I'll leave it there. This is a joke. It needs a lot of work, and please do it.
All right, Gary Goldstein will be followed by April Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. I want to start by commending the board for taking this initiative. A little overdue because we're all way behind the 8 ball, but it's the critical next step. So I don't quite agree with the last gentleman. Yeah, there's more work to do, but this is a really great job that's been done so far. Quick little anecdote about me. I was the 6th person hired at Brookhaven National Laboratory for the National Center of Analysis of Energy Systems. My career working for the World Bank, the United Nations, USAID, was capacity building to help countries provide their IPCC declarations and their COP presentations. So I understand the process. And the job done by the consultant is a credible job. A lot of the things in there are guidelines. They're not action items. I have 4 pages of action items because that's what you do. You create a plan, you create a vision, and then you drill down until you come up with specific actions that can be taken and programs that can be implemented. However, there is a time sensitivity, and I don't remember who mentioned it, but I'd like to, and I wish I was connected with the sustainability group. I'm going to work on that. I think I've handed my card to the right place.
If you live east of the canal, you can get on it. If you don't live east.
Please.
Stop, come on, sir, please.
I live on this planet, and I'm glad to be a part of it. So, all I want to really emphasize.
Excuse me, sir.
All I want to really emphasize is one thing that was said today is extremely time critical. That is, there is money out there right now. And I would strongly encourage the board to create, I don't know, a working group. That's what we used to call them when I worked in Vietnam and Costa Rica and China and things like that. You get together a bunch of people that understand the problem, and you ask them to create an index of grants that are available through the Infrastructure Act and everything else that we could move on now while we figure out the rest of the plan, because those are going to trickle away. So if there's something like that, if the board has the power to create something like that, I'd be more than willing to take part in it. I do have some small comments on the methodology. I don't believe the way the I believe the BAU could be established better, but again, that's my expertise. Started in '75, I wrote the first software that's still in use to look at evolution of energy systems and design, climate change, and resilience and sustainability policies. So again, thank you. Let's keep moving forward. And last comment, I'm delighted by the response today. There's really been 0 negative response. Okay, it hasn't all been saying, we're on target, we're done, blah, blah, blah. But I'm
Very
impressed
good.
by the community.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so next up is April Gonzalez, followed by Dieter von Lichten.
Thank you all for providing a wonderful topic for discussion today. Jay, thank you for your contribution. And for those of you who are leaving the board, thank you for stepping up. This is not an easy job. My mother was an urban planner. I don't know how she did it. Mr. Bouvier, you walked up my driveway and asked me to vote for you. And here we are. This is the future. When I was a kid back in the 60s, Captain Kirk promised me the future. Here it is. Okay, the military provided this. Where the military goes, we will go. So I'm excited about the future still, although I haven't been excited about a lot of things that happened recently. Mr. Bouvier, you might not recognize me. My hair was brown when we met.
I really remember you.
Oh, get out of here. I stopped dyeing my hair a while back. Anyway, just for the record, the Patriot is a commercial fishing boat out of our Shinnecock commercial fishing station, and it's owned by Barbara and Brian Trujillo of Hampton Bays. They're good friends, and I knew their sons, both of them, very well. I try in my own way to commit to the improvement of the environment. It's tough. You don't have an easy job. We all speak English, but we don't always understand each other. But I would like to have your permission to plant chestnut trees in the town parks. Because according to Haggerty, which insures classic cars, if I drive my 1969 blue Corvette, which you may have seen in the parade, which was not a parade during COVID, I was at the end of the line, we stalled out, and the firemen had to jumpstart us. If I drive that car 1,000 miles a year, I have to plant 26 trees to combat my carbon offset. We have to start somewhere. Thank you for starting this conversation. Let's keep it going. Haggerty is an insurance company. I cannot help but wonder if somewhere in the future insurance will be dependent on the actions we take in this department. We already see it. Can you get insurance for your house on the ocean? How much does it cost? Is it government subsidized? Will our bond rating be affected by the actions that we take now? Will our insurance rates go up if we do or do not take these actions? Those are topics that I think all of us understand.
30 seconds.
Thank you so much for your commitment to our community. I am astounded. I don't know if I could do what you do. Please, let's get started. Thank you.
April, I just quickly add that municipalities' Moody's ratings are directly associated with what they are doing relative to this subject that we're talking about and related subjects.
Thank you. Do I have permission to plant chestnut trees in the town parks?
Well, let's talk.
All right, Dieter von Liesten, followed by Gail Lombardi. Did I get it? Tell me if I got it right.
Well, Jay, towards the end of your term, you're getting very close to get my name straight.
Liesten.
Good afternoon. My name is Dieter von Liesten. I'm co-chair of the Southampton Sustainability Committee. I'm a resident of Southampton for the last 49 years. The vast majority of world scientists believe that climate change is real and has potentially disastrous long-term consequences for humanity, particularly for those of us living near the ocean. New York State and town have established long-term goals designed to limit the carbon emission that are driving climate change. Without a plan, we will pursue a piecemeal, ineffective approach meeting those goals. The Sustainability Committee has requested and worked on this plan for over 10 years. I call that patience. With the assistance of experts in the field, it's now a viable plan in front of you. This climate action plan is intended to supplement the 400+ plan. A roadmap, I repeat, a roadmap to reach those goals. It is not a law. Each item within the plan has to be individually vetted through the public hearing process before it can be implemented. One short word to BESS, the battery storage system, which has wrongly raised hackles. There's only one sentence in the plan, and I quote, "Explore incentives for distributed energy systems, including small battery energy storage systems, BESS, for commercial development." The Climate Action Plan does not mandate BESS or anything else. It is a recommended set of items to consider to reduce the town's carbon emission. How can anyone possibly be against that? The plan provides objective basis for choices now and for future town administrations, and will help avoid wasteful mistakes, including the mistakes of doing nothing. As far as outreach for CAP is concerned, in August of 22, the town sent out a survey of 16,000 emails. 9,000 recipients opened their emails and 400 responded, which statistically is a good number. Unfortunately, and despite multiple requests, the Sustainability Committee never received any funds for further outreach. None were in the 23 budget and none are in the 24 budget going forward. CAP is not a political game with a simple for or against, but a fundamental necessity for our and future generations' survival.
30 seconds.
I urge the town board to adopt this vitally important plan now. Further delay does not add anything substantial to CAP as it exists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. All right, next up is Gail Lombardi, followed by Carlton Shade.
Okay, I'll do my best to stay in with the 3 minutes, but I need some accommodations here. I want to echo the statements of Bob DeLuca, the president of the group to the East End, when he said in a public meeting, if you follow the law, you will get to an answer we may not like, but you will get to the right answer. Town Law 272A1E states, the participation of citizens in an open, responsible, and flexible planning process is essential to the design of a town's comprehensive plan. Exactly how do you think you have accomplished that today? I have stated several times that I am a CPA with 30 years of tax auditing and accounting experience. After the fall of Enron, we were required to audit an entity's processes to determine if those processes contained significant deficiencies and material weaknesses. If they did, we were required to notify the SEC that the information reported to the public by the entity was unreliable. Overall, if I were to evaluate the town's process in comprehensive planning and zoning, I would say that the process contains significant deficiencies and weaknesses, and the results are unreliable. Here we are again talking about the climate action plan. I will focus on one area, the reliance on surveys in the community participation process. Putting aside that the survey is generally conducted in-house with bias, questions, embedded bias, the survey responses are technically unreliable. I could probably be an expert witness based on my auditing experience. For a small number of responses, here 400, to be extrapolated over an entire population, the issuance of those surveys need to be conducted based on a mathematically proven statistical sample, not the cattle call that the town has engaged in. Let me also restate my concerns that this administration continues to violate the concepts of cumulative impacts contained in SECRA, another law, and proposes alleged solutions to problems while ignoring the problem that the solution might actually have into effect. Lastly, I want to follow up on comments made by Marion Bowden a few weeks ago about my prevailing on the town, in my Article 7-day petition, since I believe it is relevant here. I believe her point was lost in the discussion. I believe her point was that I am an ordinary citizen with no formal legal training, didn't know what secret stood for 4 years ago, and I use assistive devices to read and write due to my visual disability. However, I was able to convince a Supreme Court judge in the state of New York that you made an arbitrary and capricious decision. Even after that, instead of owning your failure, you chose to demonize me and hire a public relations firm to neutralize me. Is it any wonder we say we don't trust you? So in closing, this administration, with less than 20 days left, it is time to put your pencils down on this. It is the new administration, hopefully with higher standards, will take over. This is not about the climate action plan, which apparently I haven't reviewed it in detail, apparently has very good information from very qualified people, but it's a process. You cannot get to the right answer unless you follow a process. Thank you.
All right, is Carlton Shade here? He left. Oh, he left. Okay, then Mark Halbner, followed by Olivia Mach.
Thank you, pronounced correctly, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and members of the board. My name is Mark Hobner. I'm the president of the North Fork Environmental Council up in Mattituck and co-chair of the Town of Riverhead's Environmental Advisory Committee. When Riverhead started this committee some 250 weeks ago, Dar introduced me to Dieter, who immediately invited me to attend their Sustainability Committee meetings. I took advantage of the opportunity and for the next year found myself learning from an experienced group of people from a wide range of industries, working on critical issues of not just the environment, but energy and planning for the long future of Southampton. Your town has set an amazing example of proactive planning, and we have used the 400-plus document as a guide for our work in Riverhead. Your Sustainability Committee introduced me to all of their accomplishments in the DEC's Climate Smart Communities program, and I brought these practices back to my own town to advance our work in both energy and environmental programs. The roadmap of a well-thought-out climate action plan is a logical next step for building on the solid foundation already in place for mitigation, resilience, adaptation, and regeneration of Southampton's plans for a safe and healthy future. A future which, by all accounts, is already challenging every one of our assumptions and our preparations. This climate action plan comes at no small expense, either in dollars or in the time, talent, and thought spent in its creation, but it contains all of the elements of energy, transportation, building, and waste that comprise a holistic view of the many actions necessary for us yet to take. We all depend on the stable functioning of our air, land, and water for us to continue to enjoy the way of life that we have spent so many decades to achieve. I urge you to adopt the plan, knowing that it is a thoughtful treatment of our complex adaptive systems, which will guide not just Southampton, but act as an example for other towns in our cherished and shared Peconic bioregion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Olivia Mach, followed by Adrienne Woodick.
I want to thank you all so much for all of the effort you've put into this and this amazing community that we live in. I've been here since 1977, and over the years I've met amazing people who have been so bright and educated in the environment and understanding and appreciating this place. What you've done now with this first step is so vital, and I really hope that it will keep moving for the young people who are here and couldn't be here today because they're out there and very worried about the future of the country and our space here. And please adopt the plan. Let's keep moving, all working on this together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. All right, Adrienne will be followed by Eileen McFellen.
Hello, I'm Adrienne Wood Duck, and I had trouble hearing a lot, so I encourage people to speak very close to the mic. I live in Flanders, and I'm a member of the Citizens Climate Lobby for several years, maybe 4 or 5. This past June, I went to Washington to lobby our Congressman Lalota. I came out from the city wanting a garden, and so I've been doing that for 23 years, gardening, and every year I give more and more of my garden over to Mother Nature. I let her do her own thing. The birds plant seeds for me. Other creatures plant things for me. And I've become very environmentally conscious. I'm very supportive of the plan, and I hope it gets acted on very, very soon. Time is really running out. And I would also just like to pitch composting. My daughter lives in a complex in the city called Penn South, and before COVID, everyone in Penn South was composting.
30
I've been composting, and I think a good beginning would be to get the schools to compost their waste from their cafeterias and let the kids go home and tell their folks about it, and eventually have places in the town, the dump and other places where people can bring their food scraps and get involved in composting. And I think if you start at that little level,
3
that
minutes.
it will bring people closer to embracing this bigger plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Eileen McFellen is next, followed by, this has got to be way off, but I got to try Sharon Verzuski. Somebody by a name something like that on Little Plains Street here in the village. All right, well, then Mike Anthony will follow. All right.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the board and the Sustainable Committee. It was very nice to meet and hear from all of you today. I was introduced to recycling when my son, who's 43, when he was 10. They did it through the school, but from that moment on, it was a light bulb, and I was embarrassed that I had not realized and recognized that before that time. But I've lived my life in an environmental conscious and awareness since that time. Do we need a climate action plan? Absolutely. Why we don't have one? I don't know. To rush to adopt something that I feel is only a starting point. It's a good starting point, and I appreciate all the efforts that everybody put into it, but it doesn't seem complete, and my concern is when, if it is adopted, and it being incomplete, and I think everybody has stated that over and over, when and how is it approved on? Who does that, and when? Do we make improvements? That is a question.
Well, we're here to listen to you.
Oh, just to listen?
Yeah, if you could call, if you want to call my office or a planner's office, you can explain that and go over that with you. But it's, you know, I hate to be in a debate, but it's a toolbox that we use, and that's what it's for, going into the future. So every time that toolbox is used, it goes to the process that you were alluding to. But, you know, reach out to Janice, and she'd be able to give you that in more detail.
And a short answer in the document, it says it's a living document, can be changed at any time, and it is mandated to be re-upped every 5 years. So continue, please.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So I did ask at another meeting who might be on the Sustainable Committee from Hampton Bays. And Jay, I think you said there was one person, but didn't have a name. And Rick, you were supposed to get back to me on that, and I don't have it. But you're all here, so maybe I could ask one of you before you leave. If there's anybody on that committee that is west of the canal. And Cindy, you talked about a different meeting that might happen. I don't know if it's scheduled. That's maybe less informal, less formal than this, where there's a interaction of question and answer on the cap. Will that happen?
I was hoping for, but that was removed from the plan.
So that won't happen before
I
the
don't-
possible decision of adoption?
I'm not the sponsor, so I don't know.
John, are you the sponsor?
Again, please reach out to my office, and I can talk to you about that. I just don't want to take up all the time that people have here in the room.
Okay.
Certainly happy to speak with you.
All righty. Thank you for all. Thank you.
All right. So, let me just ask one more time, I think it's Cheryl Frzuski. Not here? All right, so then we'll go to Mike Anthony, and followed by, I think it's Linda Stabler-Talty? So we'll try that.
Thank you, Jay. I'd like to say thank you to the town board, to the Sustainability/Green Committee, and to the consultants who put the document together. It's great work. One of the things I read through the document, I was taken with the compatibility and the matching that has gone on with prior actions that have already been taken in Southampton town. I just want to show how it matches up a little bit. I'm looking at the section of the plan called Climate Action Plan at a Glance. The media stuff is below, but there's a section called the Climate Action Plan at a glance. On the buildings, B form, B5, it says incentivize sustainable retrofits to existing residential and commercial buildings. B5 is incentivize sustainable new construction. You guys passed a stretch code in 2021, correct? Yep. These stretch energy code says any newly built or substantially reconstructed subject dwelling shall be rated and verified and compliant by an independent residential energy services network certified home energy rating system, HERS rater. So it kind of fits into this plan that's being proposed. We've done some of that already. John, have any feedback on that?
Well, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the.
I know there's a bunch of buildings going around where I live, and I hope they're adhering to our new stretch code. Under section Clean Energy, CE1, CE2, Community Choice Aggregation Systems and Solar Panels, as we know, you guys have worked with Kerstridge to build have a solar panel area in North Sea, I believe, right?
Transfer station.
Yeah. So community choice aggregation fits into CE1 under the plan and CE2 under the plan. Good work. Under the section low carbon transportation, T1 and T2, T1 says transition municipal fleet to electric or alternative fuels. You're doing that or have done that. I think I sent you guys a note saying, don't make a Tesla, but I don't know if my note got to you. And then develop and incentivize sustainable transportation. I guess Tommy John South Fork commuter connection could fit under that category, right?
Yes.
All right, more good work. I'm loving
30
it.
seconds.
Okay, under sustainable design and planning, SD2, mandate EV charging in new commercial and multifamily developments. This isn't a great match, I don't think, but we've put up charging stations in Bridgehampton and Hampton Bays at Ponquag Beach, correct?
Yes.
And West Hampton Beach Village has charging stations also. I don't know on whose auspices that came under. But that's the other thing that fits into the plan. Next section is carbon sequestration. It says explore emerging carbon sequestration. Can't read my own approaches.
3 minutes.
Michael, you're out of time. Sorry.
I'm out of time, I'm sorry. The last one is the kelp farmers, the Shinnecock kelp farmers are doing that. So they're doing a great job too. So keep up the good work. I'm sure the plan is going to come to everybody's liking.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, is there Linda Stabler-Talty or somebody with a name that sounds something like that?
To the other room.
All right. Linda, if you can hear me, if you're in the other room. Meanwhile, we've got George Lynch. George Lynch, is George Lynch here? Yeah. That's George.
Good afternoon. Thank you for, good afternoon. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you all for everything that you do for our town. You know, one of the first speakers here this afternoon expressed a feeling that the plan uses patronizing language, that it seems to speak down to people. And I thought, yeah, that's right. That's right. I saw words like holistic and synergistic, and I thought, what's this? You know, this is not a graduate seminar. This is addressing the people. But, you know, so what? All that is the language of it. All that is the style, not the substance. And the substance is what counts. As I get older, I lose patience with people who bang on small things that don't really count, like the language. Janice Shearer said to us that this plan states aspirational goals. It is not a law, it is not a regulation, it does not require anyone to do anything or require anyone not to do anything. It is not the least bit mandatory as far as I can see. If that is the case, then what is all the concern? What really is all the concern about it? I did hear one speaker who had reservations saying, where are the teeth? And of course, that's backing up what I'm saying, that it has no teeth because it's not a law or a regulation. That's fine. I will only refer to Dieter van Liesten's remarks, which I endorse 100% and more. And my only other concern is that at the November 14th meeting that you all had on this, session that you all had on this, there was some dispute over whether or not this is about not caring about climate change. And at first I thought, yeah, that's right. Why make it like that? But then on further reflection, I thought, no, it is about not caring about climate change. And indeed, that's very, very important. That remark was made by Ms. McNamara in response to a statement by Supervisor Schneiderman that said there is a clock ticking on the climate crisis. Yes, folks, there is a clock ticking on the climate crisis. And indeed, if we hold any of this up, we are not caring about climate change. If we do care about climate change, we want to see this thing roll along.
30 seconds.
Let's do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, one more time, did Linda Stabler, thought she left? Okay, thank you for that. The Cheryl Brzezinski never showed either, I'm assuming left. All right, and so next up is then Elizabeth Hook, followed by Pamela Harwood.
My name's Elizabeth Hook. I currently live in Hampton Bays. I'll be moving shortly, so this is my farewell. But question I have for the board is, you've been working since 2008, Sustainability Committee. I've been involved in town politics since 2016. This is the first I've heard of it.
You have to get so close.
Nobody else has heard of it. Why has the town kept this such a secret from everybody who is going to be affected by it? As you learned from the Bess debacle, is what I would put it as, there are very, very intelligent and highly qualified and professional people who live in the areas where you are going to be passing resolutions and passing laws based on vague language in this amendment. Somebody asked, what is the danger? I filed an Article 78 petition with 2 other people about the Bel Air. What I found out is you take those ambiguous words, those words that mean nothing, and use them to support projects that you want to put forward. The lack of precise steps is dangerous because you can use ambiguous language and lawyers, which I happen to be one, use ambiguous language all the time to create a context to support your point of view. I don't understand why, since 2008, you have been dealing with this. We're talking about the holidays, Christmas. You're bringing this for public comment at a time when everybody is so busy. What is the rush to get it through in this month? What is the danger in actually speaking to the people who have comments? I was one of the 4 people who ceded my time to Rome Arnold, and you just dismissed him and didn't even ask whether or not 4 other people were willing to give their time. So if you want to really hear what people have to say, this is not the forum. The forum should be an interactive dialogue, a dialogue, not, as you say, John Bouvier, you're there to listen. Well, we're here to hear what you have to say and to answer to us why you've waited this long to get us involved. What are you afraid of?
All right, next up, Pamela Harwood, followed by Joyce Novak. Is Joyce here?
Hi. My friend Olivia Mach just sent me this plan yesterday, so the Bridgehampton Civic has not had a chance to discuss it or review it, but we care about everything about the environment, and we'll read it very carefully. But just today, I thought I'd say a few remarks that might complement the goals we have for improving the environment and maintaining the environment, and that is, can we stop the overdevelopment in our town? Overdevelopment in our town must be contributing to the downward trend in any environmental concerns that we have. Everywhere we look, trees are being cleared left and right from properties so that they can be cleared for 10,000 square foot homes. We look at the ZBA hearings all the time, and people are getting constant variances for setback relief so they can fit in fire pits that burn wood. And so why isn't anybody talking about the effects of overdevelopment in our town on the environment? I think it's got to go hand in hand. How can you have one plan and add it to a comprehensive plan and not address the ways in which the ZBA's, the planning board's decisions and the town board's decisions are affecting us negatively with all the traffic that overdevelopment brings, all those cars? Yes, there are electric cars, but we know that they have downsides too. Somewhere in the world, so that we can keep our air clean, somewhere in the world they're pillaging the environment to get the raw materials to make those electric cars. So I only ask you to consider these two together. I'm not saying that we should not have this added to our comprehensive plan, and these are commendable goals. I'm only saying that when you also pair it with the thought that we are making other decisions that are leading to overdevelopment that lead to the detriment of the environment here. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Novak, you are next, followed by George Georges.
Good afternoon, members of the Southampton Town Board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. The Peconic Estuary Partnership, PEP, is one of 28 national estuary programs in the country designated by the U.S. EPA as an estuary of national significance under Section 320 of the Clean Water Act. We at PEP are guided by our comprehensive management plan. It's a community-focused strategic framework for protecting and restoring the Peconic Estuary, and it outlines our goals, objectives, and actions. The Southampton Climate Action Plan highlights and addresses the CCMP goal, Resilient Communities Prepared for Climate Change, that focuses on helping local communities take meaningful, well-informed action to prepare for and adapt to climate change impacts in the Peconic Estuary. The 2020 CCMP outlines the risks and impacts of climate change on estuarine health, from increased storm frequency and intensity to warmer waters, sea level rise, and ocean and coastal acidification. Each of these has cascading effects on our environment and communities here in the East End. As this Climate Action Plan states, the town of Southampton is on the front lines of climate change impacts. PEP supports and encourages towns to take swift action to adapt to a changing environment and believes the Southampton Climate Action Plan is a vital step toward this progress. The plan's call to address climate change inducing greenhouse gas emissions will contribute to the preservation of estuarine ecosystems and biodiversity, as many species are adversely affected by changes in temperature and habitat loss associated with climate change. The work of this plan aligns PEP-CCMP goals focusing on clean water for ecosystem health and safe recreation, as well as healthy ecosystems with abundant, diverse wildlife. We specifically encourage the document's exploration of emergent approaches to carbon sequestration. In addition to carbon sequestration strategy 2, we suggest the addition of the prioritization of parcels uplands of wetlands for acquisition in recognition of the need for marsh ecosystems to migrate landward to continue to serve the host of ecosystem services our communities depend on. Marsh systems provide nursery habitat, natural water filtration, storm surge protection, flood mitigation, and coastal erosion defense, all while acting as a carbon sink. These marsh systems' ability to persist into the future is vital for the plan's sequestration goals and communities. The PEP Critical Lands Protection Strategy is available to the town for identification of parcels best suited for facilitated marsh migration, and we're happy to provide and connect the data-driven science needed in the decision-making of carbon sequestration techniques to invest in, from wetlands to bioextraction through kelp farming. With the plan's focus on 7 key areas, including clean energy and carbon sequestration, the CAP provides a clear roadmap for Southampton to achieve its environmental objectives. We at PEP stand willing and ready to assist you and act as a
30
resource in
seconds.
partnership to facilitate community engagement, planning, and prioritization in the action plan's implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Doctor. All right, George's, followed by Jenna Schwarzman.
Hello, my name is George. I'm here representing myself, my family, and some of the neighbors who can't be here. My main concern is still the best. Here I am again, taking another day off work to come in and voice my concerns about the best. Besides the moratorium that was placed on it, I thought more would be done about it by now. Once again, let me tell you that none of us want to live next to this lithium battery storage facility that is the size of 30 tractor trailer. This is crazy and lacks compassion and caring for your fellow Americans, Southampton Town residents, and Southampton Town residents. I would say the same if you wanted to put the same thing in Sag Harbor, or Watermill, or Flanders.
Is there a way, George, you could tie this into the hearing
Yes.
on this plan?
This has to do with it.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that.
I mean,
'Cause otherwise
it all leads to this. Again,
Okay.
please.
Otherwise, it
Sorry.
would be public portion. I don't really want to make you wait for public portion, so.
Or anywhere else on the East End. There's nothing industrial about the East End. I live about 100 yards away from this proposed facility, and we are terrified. My kids, my wife, and I are stressing about it all the time. Let's not kid ourselves and say there's not going to be any effect whatsoever on the environment and the people who live around there. Let's not lie to ourselves and say there won't be any increase of possibility, injury, or death to the people who live around the neighborhood or proposed facility. We all see what happens with small battery fires. Never mind something this size, if it went and catches fire. You think we want to live next to the noise, the emitting gases, and the electric radiation? No way. Neither would you. This would most definitely become a man-made disaster. This will kill sea life and pollute our waters as well as other surrounding environments. Lastly, do you think it's fair that my entire lifetime of savings, which I put into my house and real estate, will go down the drain because some global energy company who could care less, and possibly a small handful of people, so they can make money? Who would want to live next to this monstrosity? What it comes down to is that this is not the proper location for this enormous, one-of-a-kind lithium battery.
30 seconds.
This belongs in the middle of the desert somewhere, not in a residential neighborhood. I wasn't happy that in the last previous board meetings that the people who were for this facility and spoke used deceptive maps of the area to try to give us the idea that there was nothing but uninhabited land. But the proper aerial view will show that that is not the case and that the opposite is true. All because someone says this is clean and sustainable energy, it doesn't mean that it's true. It seems that the people who are for this and those who make money off this do the most damage to the environment, and are the most hypocritical. Stop, say no to best. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so Jenna Schwerzman?
Yes.
Followed by Ray D'Angelo.
Good afternoon, Southampton Town Board members and community members. My name is Jenna Schwerzman, and I am a Southampton Town resident. I also work for an environmental nonprofit, the Surfrider Foundation, as the Eastern Long Island chapter coordinator. But today I speak to you as a resident. Since my educational and professional background is in environmental conservation, I strongly support the adoption of the Southampton Town Climate Action Plan. After reviewing the plan, it is clear to me that a lot of time and resources have already been spent and put into this. I appreciated the research and calculations on the town's greenhouse gas emissions, which helps me understand the opportunities we have to reduce the town's carbon footprint. You've already invested so much into this plan, it's time to implement it now. As someone who works in the conservation sector, I understand how difficult it can be to affect change, especially with human behavior. Southampton Town can make it easier for everyone to be more sustainable by putting these plans in place and including the public along the way. As a municipality, you can make the biggest impact by following the actionable steps in the plan. I appreciate that the Climate Action Plan includes changes that can be made within your own buildings and fleet of government vehicles. Southampton Town can set a new precedent for a place that is known for its excess, its overconsumption, and congested traffic. Instead, you can set a new standard for conservation, clean energy, and sustainability. Personally, I would love to live in a forward-thinking community that is taking action against climate change. I like to think of a future where our town is more bikeable and walkable, and where I have access to composting programs, clean energy, and more efficient and sustainable modes of transportation. As of now, I don't even feel comfortable walking down my own street because I hit traffic at the end of my driveway every single day. I know that all residents and commuters would appreciate less cars on the road, and the Climate Action Plan would accomplish all of this and more. I think all communities should be making plans like these, but especially ours. We are a coastal community that draws people in because of our oceans, our bays, and our beaches. We owe it to our natural environment to protect it. It's time to start taking steps today to ensure a clean and healthy environment for the future.
30 seconds.
I hope the Southampton Town Board will adopt and implement the Climate Action Plan now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Ray D'Angelo is next. I don't have a card on this hearing after this.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I suffer from tinnitus, and it's like, it's killing me today. I got like an orchestra in my ear. All right. I have to go back. I want to address some things here. First of all, Mr. Lynch was here, which I thought was humorous, saying that, someone said this is not political, and I find it interesting. I mean, I get the emails that the Democratic Party urged all its members to show up today to support this plan, and my question is why? What's the rush with this, and why did it become so political? They politicized this. He even showed up here. He's a spokesman for the Democratic Party, and I'm a Democrat, but I don't understand what the rush is with this plan. I really don't. It needs some more thought. It's not really a plan. It's an aspirational group of things, and I think it needs to be refined quite a bit. And we shouldn't have the debate, shouldn't be, and he made it, about, well, if you don't support the plan, you're not for, you're climate change denier, which is not true. You have to understand, I live west of the canal. It's more of a working and middle-class area, and most of these people here, I'm sure, I'm not going to take a poll, but they live east of the canal. I know the Sustainability Committee is mostly made up of people of that are east of the canal. It's also made up of people that are in the industry, which I think, I guess I'm the only one, I think that's a conflict of interest. And to go back to the report, let's talk about one thing in the plan that I know as we have already experienced. Community, wait a minute, I lost my place here. The Community Choice Aggregation Program, the CCA, bless you. You look good today, Tommy. I like the black. It's a little break. It's a break from the blue, you know? The tie and everything.
Thank you, sir.
You look good. Now, this plan, which is more advanced up in Westchester, the first year of the plan, there was a savings, like Mr. Bouvier said there would be. But not the second year of the plan. It became in 60% more than Con Edison. That's the regular supplier up there. 60% more. Yes, there is. I have the articles from. No, that's right, Mr. Bouvier. You know, I know you're an engineer. I have all the documentation. If you want to go back and forth, I'll meet with you. Okay. And the problem is, a lot of people, older people and everything, don't look at their bills every month. So now these people ended up paying more for their energy than they had to. And now the supervisor up there now posts the monthly kilowatt hour
30
charge
seconds.
on, I'm going to go over because I can't hear, okay? Have a disability, okay? And I'm going to go over.
Just,
You
I
know,
wanna get the-
You can talk.
you have
know.
30 seconds, right?
I'm going to need more than 30 seconds because I can't hear what I'm saying. And I wrote to you already that people that have disabilities should get more time. And we aren't tired, and you guys never did anything about
You're using
it.
your time to debate whether you should have more time. So just
Okay.
speak.
So that plan, so this is the plan we have. Now, what does it fall on? Working and middle-class people. That's what my debate is. And the other thing is that you are automatically enrolled in the plan. You're not that you opt into the plan, you're opting in already. So if you want to get out of it, you'll have to opt out of it, which I think is horrific. People should have a choice whether they want to be in it or not be in it before it's taken. This Sustainability Committee, again, I think it's really suspect that when they come up with this stuff. I'm not a climate change denier, but you can't make decisions that are going, you can't solve this problem on the backs of working and middle-class people.
4
Which there are more of them west of the canal.
All right, thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
That was 4 minutes, so you had an extra minute. All right, so, is there anyone who didn't fill out a card who wanted to be heard at this first hearing? This is not for a second round. If you have not spoken but wanted to, all right, so this is a hybrid meeting. We're gonna next go to our remote audience. So if you are watching this from home or office or other remote location and want to be heard by the board on public hearing number 1 on the climate action plan, you need to click the raise hand icon typically found on the bottom of your screen. Charles, do we have anybody? Okay. Approximately how many people do you see?
It's 3 or 4.
Okay. How is the climate in the room? Everybody comfortable? It's not as hot as it was? Should I close the window or?
Cold.
It's cold.
You're a little cold now?
Yeah?
They keep you awake though, right? All right. I'll close this up. We might be able to close the back doors now too. All right, so sir, can you hear me?
Are you talking?
Yes. All right, I can hear you. So if you can start by identifying yourself, then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes, this is Cray Van Sickle. Hi, Jay. Hi, board.
Hey, Cray.
So I just want to applaud you guys for, as is characteristic, being very proactive with regards to embracing that there's a very rapidly changing world around us and that we need to look ahead and take steps to assure our health and well-being. I We've just, in East Hampton Town, I'm on the Energy Sustainability Committee in East Hampton, hired a roadmap consultant, and we've gotten the roadmap results, and, we're poised to adopt that, and so I see the climate action plan that you guys as a very positive step that's similar, and both of those plans, I know in East Hampton's case, and I believe in Southampton's case, are a roadmap. They are a bunch of tangible suggestions that then need to be worked out in detail and implemented. So, I would try to assuage people's fears that they're not going to have the opportunity to comment about the specific steps. I would also touch on a bunch of points that have already been raised. A climate action taken today has a tremendous time value relative to the same action taken down the road, because you have all the time when that step that has been taken is able to mitigate and or prepare for resiliency for the impacts of greenhouse gases. So timing is really critical, and the value of doing stuff now is can't be overstated. And of course, this is just the beginning of getting actual tangible steps on the back of the other ones that you've done. I would say that having plans for implementation and a budget, and the suggestion that there be an individual in Southampton that is responsible for prosecution of this plan is really extremely important, and that budgets be ascribed to the things that need to be funded. And of course, these things are investments, they're not costs.
30
because
seconds.
They save you money. I guess the general point is please, I hope you guys adopt this post haste, and thanks very much for doing it. It's great to see you guys taking action, and thanks for all of your public service over the years.
All right, Craig, thanks, good to see you.
You too, take care.
All right. All right, Charles, we're going to stay with our online audience. If you wish to be heard, click that raise hand icon. We're following Cray about his home here. So. Can you hear me?
Donna Kreinberg.
Donna, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, Donna.
Yes, good afternoon, Jay, and the rest of the board. I apologize, I couldn't be there in person. I just want to speak as a mother of 5, lifelong resident, as you all know, and very passionate. I was very excited to see this climate action plan. The thing that strikes me is I don't see the rush to adopt. And the reason why is I don't have big degrees, I don't have anything, but I did attend the LICAP 2023 State of the Aquifer report on December 8th. I was invited by Zoom, and I listened, and I heard about the dangers and the quality and quantity of our aquifer. And I just think if we take a deep breath, really put together a comprehensive plan that everyone could follow, everyone could benefit from. And I know my time is limited, so I'm going to take this opportunity. As you all know, I am very passionate volunteer of an ambulance. We are going to be moving into a brand new facility. And had I wish I'd known some of these suggestions that Rambo, that I listened to during the work session, had offered, that building could have been the most energy efficient green building in the first of its kind. Instead, I'm worried about the future of the ambulance paying utility bills, because to be honest, the way it's designed, it is about as efficient as a convertible with a top down in the winter. And I just think if we have tangible, understandable input from the tradespeople, your local residents, the people that live with the consequences that come to us, I think if you take that all together and rebuild the trust of our community, we can all work together. Nobody's against climate action. My God, I have 5 children. I want them in the best place possible when I leave this earth. but to rush to something and then backtrack, I always tell my kids, don't do as I say, do as I do. That is my motto, and I think you, as a town board, should follow the same. Give it another month, get as much input. I was really surprised when LICAP, I asked if they heard about our Southampton's climate action plan. They all responded no, unfortunately. But the status of the water, East Hampton is in the most critical state, and Southampton is second. So that is something I'm very concerned about, and I hope it's addressed in the climate action plan. And then much to my dismay, I don't mean to bring up sore things, but when I go to my mailbox and I get an 8.5 11 laminated postcard, and it's from Canal Southampton Battery Storage, personalized to the Kremborg family, one has to wonder, why am I getting this if this is done? So it's
30
just,
seconds.
it makes me wonder, Jay, that's all I am, is you gotta rebuild the trust, let's work on this plan, make it the best possible plan moving forward so we can all get it. And my last point is, if we're gonna implement this as a town, then the variances and all these dimensional reliefs and the overbuilding of undersized lots has to stop, because we
3
can't
minutes.
keep going at this rate. I realize I'm at 3 minutes, but I thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you, Donna. All right, Charles, anyone else? Oh, yep. Can you hear me? Ma'am? I see you.
Evan?
Hi. Yes, I can.
Hi, I didn't hear you call me. My name's Evan.
Oh,
So anyway, I am calling, I have a house in Sagaponack. I vote in Sagaponack. However, I'm a part-timer. I also have an interior design business in a sustainable interior design business. And I want to urge you to adopt this plan. And it is aspirational. I don't know why we're caught up in whether it's, it's not a law. It's a plan. It's a pathway to move forward and have discussions. But I wanted to, first of all, I want to say, as an interior designer who looks to design sustainably, everybody's interested in climate change and sustainability until and unless it has to do with their own house or their own air conditioning or their own heating. And people really need to look at, or we all need to look at what we can do. That's one issue. The other issue I want to point out is we need, I think I hear people who talk about how we're east and west of the, north and south of the highway, east and west of the canal, and we do need to have more opportunities to talk and to share and to educate one another, so that these forums, the public hearings, don't turn unpleasant. It's not, we're all pouring in tons of energy into these public hearings when we should, everybody's, Ms. McNamara and other people are saying, we do need other forums to talk about this. We do need to reach out to people who are not full-timers, because frankly, their houses are the bigger ones and they're wasting more energy or using more energy, I think. So we need to look at every events throughout the year, including the summer, where we can talk about these things, share ideas. My last point is about, what's the common ground? Traffic, common ground. Everybody hates the traffic. And we do need to look at involving the construction trades, the landscapers, all of the working people who we all depend on wherever we are on the spectrum. And we need to figure out how to work together, figure out where the common ground is. But in getting to this plan, approving it, we need to approve it. It's a starting place, and we need to then figure out how we then create forums and get funding to create forums throughout the area, so that we can get everybody's good ideas, constructive ideas, and not make it a political show. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Evan.
Thank you.
All right, Brian, can you hear me? Brian? I can't hear you. Make sure you're unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Thank you for your time. I'll make this very quick. After listening to almost an hour and 45 minutes, a long time, thank you for your patience. My only thing is just to listen to the people that spoke today. There were for and against. I would urge you not to adopt until this is fully investigated and vetted, and by the new board. Give them time to look at it. If this is going to be part of the comprehensive plan, I believe it would behoove them to be in full, be involved in this as much as possible. So that's what I have to say. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Charles, anyone else?
That concludes the heads.
All right, so, as we said earlier, this wasn't gonna be the last hearing on this. I think we're gonna adjourn it to the 21st, right?
Adjourn it to the 21st.
All right, so there'll be additional public comment. Thank you all for
So are we-
participating
You wanna
today.
offer it to the room?
Has to have a resolution of adoption on that meeting as well?
I don't know.
Yeah, it might.
Give us a choice.
Because I just want to just briefly talk about a few things on the record that were brought up here today, if I may.
You wanna do it now?
I would
Because
like
we have
to.
people waiting for the next hearing. And
It's
we'll have-
very, very brief. I was
Okay.
called out at one point, so I just want to address that.
Okay,
That this is, you
briefly,
know, that this is not.
Because I would like to get to the next hearing, yeah.
I understand you, and I've sat here patiently for almost 2 hours.
I
and
know, we're on the
listened to you.
town board, and we're gonna debate the bill at the end. It's for the
Okay,
public.
Jay, I will be quiet, and I will let you move on with the next public hearing.
Well, no, go ahead, Cindy, I'll give you that.
No, I mean, it's, you know.
Briefly, this is for the, go ahead. People want to hear you speak.
There's
Go
a
ahead.
few things that were spoken about today that I want to address. And that is that this was mentioned that this is, you know, if you don't support this plan right now, you don't support climate, you know, you don't support the plan. It's not about supporting the plan, it's not about not supporting the plan. It's about hearing from the community. There was mentioned several times, there's no requirements, there's no mandates, there's no law. There is still verbiage in this plan that says require and mandate, and those words are still in this plan. And as for there being no community outreach, no money for community outreach, as stated by the co-chair of the Sustainability Committee, the Sustainability Committee had this plan in June of this year. It is now December. In that time, maybe there was no money, but the co-chair, one of the co-chairs and another member of the committee are also members of the North Sea Citizens Advisory Committee. At no time between June and December did they ask for this to be added to an agenda, to ask to have a conversation about it, to bring it to anybody's attention. This is zero cost. Going to our committees that are standing, that are there, that are willing to weigh in on things and willing to hear people out, costs $0. No one took that initiative in 6 months. But suddenly, we're in December, and we have 9 days until the next public hearing, at which time we may be voting on this. And to me, you don't legislate on a timeline. You wait until all people are heard. This is not a forum. This is a public hearing. This is 3 minutes of speed talking to let me know what your feelings are, not to ask questions, not to feel comfortable with it. And I'm sorry, but the public engagement process of this plan is probably where we will see the most buy-in from the public to understand what they can do and how they can achieve these goals. We rush through this and we pass it, it's buried in a plan somewhere. Who's gonna look at it? Who's gonna care? Where's your opportunity then to reach out to all of those community groups and say, this is our plan. This is what we would like to do. We need buy-in from you to achieve these goals. That is your opportunity
Cindy,
to engage the
I'd
public.
like to respond to you, because the whole purpose of
briefly
this
as well.
is so that you, as a remaining member on the board and the future administration, have that toolbox to reach into, have that ability to look at those things that were developed by Rambo, a company unsurpassed, I believe, technically, in the world, to do this, who's done all that work for you. And if it gets buried because you guys bury it, not because you don't know it's there. And for the record, we've been working on climate action plans since before you were on the board. And we've had public hearings and other versions of it. So this is a final version that we finally realized with the help of Rambo, because they're a good company and they put a lot of good information here. So it's a toolbox. You can reach into that toolbox anytime you want. That's what it's for. There's no secret involved, there's nothing involved until there's an application that is associated with whatever tool that you've reached into in order to further the climate.
are you
Hold on,
understanding
let
my
me
point about
finish.
the
I
community
listen to
engagement?
you, listen to me. Then, going on into the future, when technologies change, you're going to be able to amend that to make that change and go with those changes as they go forward. Because technologies that are evolved right now will evolve like the radio did. It changes. Right now, and the reason this is important right now is because we probably in our political history have never had the kind of money available to us to do this job. And if we don't take advantage of it, we're going to lose it. And that's up to the next administration, because that's what you're going to have in front of you. It's in the billions of dollars that you can avail yourself of to do all these things, to do everything that everybody here talked about. And I think that's critical.
I'm just questioning why a plan that has been in existence for 6 months has to be rushed through in less than a month.
Your characterization of rushed, I think, is incorrect, but we can debate that.
Well, there will be a time when we get to debate the bill, and now is, to me, not the time. We have people waiting 3 hours to get, for other public hearings. I'd like to give them an opportunity, so I'm making a motion to adjourn this to the 21st. Do I have a second?
Yes, you do.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I will have plenty to say when the time comes. All right, Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry,
the-
was everyone in favor? I couldn't hear.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. If you're exiting, please do so quietly. We're going to move on to the second public hearing notice. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll give you mine, because I only have enough for each. So you want to.
Okay. Yes. I'm going to do this again. Okay. Second public hearing. Public hearing number 2, to accept a deed of dedication in connection with the map of Riverhead Estates. Map number, in the back, please. Map number 574, Section D.
Okay, and introducing this, Christine Scalera, Deputy Town Attorney.
Yes. Good afternoon, Supervisor, members of the board. You're going to be passed out a map. I'm sorry we didn't have the ones in advance to be able to have on the wall.
Any minute here.
Wait till this is over. So for your consideration is the acceptance of a deed of dedication for a parcel totaling approximately 20,000 square feet of land in the old filed map of Riverhead Estates, Section D, having a value of 1/2 of a development right in an R40 zoning district located at 352 Oak Avenue in Flanders. The applicant owner sought and received planning board approval to use this parcel as a sending parcel in order to develop a 20,000 square foot site, the receiving parcel of development parcel number 80, approved by the planning board pursuant to resolution 376 of 2023. This site is particularly known as 460 Oak Avenue, Flanders, and also lies within an R40 zoning district, thus currently maintains a 1/2 a development right. With the addition of the sending parcel's 1/2 development right, the receiving parcel, 460, will have the required full development right equivalent for the R40 zoning category and thus enable same to be developed. And if you look on the map, you can see the red parcel is the receiving parcel, and the green parcel that's kind of shaded is the sending parcel. So the 1/2 a development right from the sending parcel would join the 1/2 a development right on the red parcel and enable that to be developed. Should the board look favorably upon the request to accept this deed of dedication for 352, I recommend closing the public hearing, and I'll put a resolution of adoption on for the next agenda.
Counselor, how does transferring 1/2 a development right onto the receiving property affect the amount of square footage that can be built onto the receiving property?
It's giving it one conforming lot. So in the R40, it's going to, it's an R40 zoning, so it needs 40,000 square feet. So once it puts that 20,000 on there, it's joining the current 20,000, because it's a 20,000 square foot lot, to make one full development right. So it'll be one buildable piece.
So the receiving lot they'll be able to have more flow, say, wastewater flow?
It gives, the flow is all part of what makes it a development right, so yes.
And they would have to abide by all setbacks and
Correct.
reasonably with variance, whatever.
Correct.
In other words, all of our zoning laws still are in effect on this receiving
Yes.
parcel. Right. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
I'm sorry, Anthony Trezza, Planning Department. Regarding that, just so the board understands, so yes, it would conform to the zoning provisions as accounted for old file maps. So in this particular case, because the lot's only 20,000 square feet, you're bringing the development right to make it buildable, but there's provisions in the code, in the zoning code, that calculate setbacks for old file maps, much like we do for non-conforming lots. So the setbacks will have to comply with the zoning code, but the zoning code calls for calculated reduced setbacks. So they're not going to be subject to R40 setbacks. They're going to be subject to old filed map setbacks. So they will calculate the setbacks like we do for non-conforming lots.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any other questions for Christine? This is not one of the 72H parcels, or is it? Is this not an
I don't
affordable
believe so.
development?
No.
So it's just a
No.
regular market rate?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have no other questions. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard at public hearing number 2? I have no cards for this hearing. Public hearing number 2 on a deed and dedication, accepting a deed and dedication with the map of Riverhead Estates, map number 574, section D. All right, no one online? All right, make a motion to close public hearing number 2.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, Madam Clerk, would you read the third public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 3, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 64, term limits to establish a total eligible term for the supervisor and town council members of 12 years.
All right, thank you. This was introduced at the earlier public hearing, so I don't really feel like we need to introduce it again. This, right now, there currently is an 8-year term limit for both town board and town supervisor, and this would consider making that a 12-year for future elected officials, not current elected officials. So I'll go in the order I have them. This would be, our first speaker would be Bridget Mayer, followed by Kristen Millenhausen.
I was at the November 28th meeting, and I did not speak up. I'm going to get a little blunt today, and I'm sorry, because, Jay, you're positively charming today, so I just want to say that this is going to go a little bit differently. At the meeting, at that meeting on the 28th, about 15 Southampton residents spoke out against extending term limits. Some folks argued it was self-serving. Some quite reasonably said it could be voted in January by the new board. A couple of people said they weren't completely opposed to the idea, but it was a topic that needed more discussion. All residents who spoke said more time is needed on the issue. It was argued by the supervisor that it is difficult to get back into the workforce after 8 years, and that 8 years was not enough time to get up to speed. That institutional knowledge is very important. 12 years makes more sense. But I would hope getting up to speed should only take a few months with appropriate turnover. Otherwise, I would have to question the qualifications of the person running for the position. Now, I assume it has occurred to you that some of this opposition to extended term limits is personal. I don't take pleasure in speaking this bluntly. I find it unpleasant and very uncomfortable. But I really do oppose the extension right now, at this time, because I really don't want to see the people with expiring terms have another opportunity to run and get elected. I am a lifelong Democrat, and until recently, I was very proud of that. Now I'm scratching my head a little bit, trying to figure out who you represent. Just as an aside, I know it's a little controversial, but the underhanded tactics used during the recent election under the guise of clean water advocacy and the Democratic Party were below the belt, and they left a lot of us very upset. I appreciate all the good things you've done, all of you. But I think you have stopped listening. I have noticed this in many of the meetings that I've attended throughout the year. And it was made crystal clear on the 28th when both Mr. Leonard and Ms. McNamara directly and almost imploringly asked you to listen to what the people were saying, and you didn't and you wouldn't. So I don't want to take a chance. If you cannot listen, I'm not sure you can effectively represent me or the people of Southampton. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Christian Millenhausen, followed by John Leonard.
I'm going to be super short and sweet. I spoke to this last time. I am not in favor of extension. I am really looking forward to new talent coming on board, and it has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with new talent coming on board and working as a team. I'm not thrilled with all the decisions that I've seen in the last few months that I've just been involved, but that's politics, that's life. And I'm looking forward to some new talent, not in favor of extension.
All right, thank you. All right, John Leonard is next, followed by Gail Lombardi.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, John Leonard. At the last meeting, I discussed the optics of this resolution, and since that meeting, I have reviewed the resolution, and I find that I cannot support it for a variety of reasons. The resolution's two foundational principles are inaccurate. There are not only 4 municipalities in New York with similar term limits. Research has revealed West Seneca, Syracuse, Utica, Plattsburgh have similar term limits. As a result of that research, we can't rely on the list provided in the resolution itself.
How many of those are cities?
Excuse me?
Those are cities.
I don't know why we would limit it to cities. So municipalities with larger populations and square acreages do not necessarily need longer term limits. The United States president runs for 2 4-year terms, largest population in the country. New York City, with 8.5 million people, have the same term limits, and 5 of the 10 largest cities in the United States have identical term limits, those being Houston, San Diego, San Antonio, Dallas, and San Jose. With regard to the other reasoning advanced, I don't agree that a 12-year term limit will better encourage participation in politics. There's an inordinate power in incumbency. Few, if any, will choose to run against an incumbent. Political parties protect incumbents and discourage primaries. A 12-year wait will discourage, not encourage participation. And job security is hardly a perk we want to advertise to motivate people to enter public service as an elected official. I don't agree that we should be considering municipal governance under the rubric of corporate governance. Likening an CEO to a town supervisor is a false equivalency. CEOs think myopically about profiting shareholders. Your constituents are not shareholders. We are stakeholders, and the difference requires that respective executive to use different skill sets, objectives, guiding principles, as well as to address different needs of the governed thereby. I don't agree that elected offices have so steep a learning curve necessitating 4 more years. Again, U.S. president limited to 8 years. Most difficult and demanding job in the free world, notwithstanding cabinet members, aides, and the reality that the executive branch largely works on autopilot. I would say town council is no more difficult or demanding a job, and I don't see the learning curve. And which leads me to my last point. I don't agree that the current term limits are a problem in need of a solution. If anything, this resolution is a solution in search of a problem. We've lived with these term limits for 2 decades. They express the will of the people, having been approved by referendum in 1994. There's been no issue with the current term limits raised, except within the last 2 months prior to the turnover of a majority of our town council. 2 of the 3 term-limited officials have declared they will not run again if this resolution is passed, and the immediacy of any need to pass this resolution is sorely lacking. And finally, I don't agree that the 8-year term limit is less democratic or anti-democratic. Again, turning to the U.S. president. 8-year term limit, peaceful transfer of power, those are the hallmarks of our democracy. It's hardly an anti-democratic process. So with that, I encourage you to withdraw this resolution.
All right, thank you.
Is there a
All right.
resolution?
There's no resolution.
There's no resolution, okay.
All right, Gail Lombardi,
Okay, let me,
followed by Angela Hunal.
I also spoke at the last public hearing, and so these comments are addition to the comments I made at the last public hearing. And let me state for the record that this administration has less than 20 days left. So I find these 11th hour proposals disrespectful to the public during a holiday season to come and speak on these, and disrespectful to the new administration. Once again, this process contains significant deficiencies and material weaknesses. Why is this proposal even on the agenda? And I'm going to actually restate what John just stated. What problem are you trying to solve? Are you trying to solve the money problems, the financing of the campaigns that Bridget just mentioned, the issue that you ran unopposed? What problem are you trying to serve? And I agree with John. It seems that this is a proposal in search of a problem. What problem is it? So I believe that the last referendum was in 1993. So maybe after 30 years, it is time to look at the governing body of the town of Southampton. Questions: why does the town supervisor have 2 term limits? 2 terms, 2-year terms, sorry. Why do we have paid deputy supervisor? What is that role? Why do we have that today? Why do we still have only 4 council persons while there is an exponential increase in population in the town of Southampton? On a personal note, I am happy to see some new blood on this board, but I am not happy that Rick Martell is leaving. Why don't we have districts? There has now been an increase in diversity amongst the increase in population in the town of Southampton. So in closing, we have so many questions, so little analysis, once again. Just a rush to an arbitrary decision in the 11th hour. In closing, this issue needs to be tabled. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Angela, you are next, followed by David Rum.
Good evening. Angela Unault, resident of Flanders, speaking today on behalf of myself. I want to thank those of you that are leaving, moving forward, moving on. I've appreciated all the time that we have worked together, and I look forward to the new board working together and all the other hats that I wear. But as I said, today I'm speaking on behalf of myself. And with that, I strongly urge that this does not move any further. The 8 years, 2 terms is significant. As it was mentioned, even though I know nobody in this room, for presidential, they do max 8 years, and I think that 8 years is enough. If we can hope and pray that whatever has begun can be taken over, and the torch passed over, and the next in line runs with it and gets to the finish line. So I ask today that it does not get extended. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Angela. All right, David Rung, followed by Lee Foster. You want to, okay.
David Rung, Southampton Village. In the last town election, one of the candidates for tax receiver said that if he was elected, the first thing he would do would be to work to abolish the position. That is the kind of thinking we need in town government. Actually, it's the kind of thinking we need in all government. I'm for term limits because we need new individuals who are comfortable with the modern technology, and we need who know that most tasks concerning data can be done with a program and reduce to fewer individuals. We also need individuals who have experience outside of government. In business, if you don't have efficient operations, the competition kills you. Unfortunately, government doesn't have competition, and therefore you have inefficient operations because there's no incentive to do otherwise. But we need individuals who come to work every day thinking, how can we do more with less? How can we demand productivity from our employees by instilling a serious work culture? We need this town to hire town employees for the town, not for departments. We need employees who are flexible enough to work on whatever the present town project requires. We need to stop hiring solely for the silos of certain departments. Again, we need flexibility in employees and elected officials who can effectively manage this flexibility. We could reduce the employee workforce by 20% if we really effectively used flexibility. We can't afford to have officials who become complacent with the status quo. Thus, we need term limits because we need to bring in individuals who embrace innovation, who embrace technology, and who know that from their experience outside of government, how to do more with less. I would also offer that I think this government, along with most other local governments, is missing an opportunity to use a new demographic that has been caused by the pandemic, and that is that there
30
are many
seconds.
more very experienced retired people out here and many more people who have valuable experience in business who would be happy to volunteer their thought process to help government become more efficient. Thank you.
All right, thank you, David. All right, Lee Foster, you are next, followed by Ray D'Angelo.
Sorry, without glasses and then with glasses. Anyway, good afternoon, Supervisor, Board. In regard to the amendments proposed to Chapter 64, I weigh in as being very firmly opposed. This predicament comes close to writing an executive order, and you have already heard from your board. It will be unwound in the next administration. It would be less fractious to close this public hearing and let the amendment recede into the cavern of unpursued ideas. Better there should be an opportunity for someone younger to learn sooner. Actually, there is comfort in the present term limits. I think the whole issue we're discussing today, from a vague sense of propriety and a lack of faith, is one once taking the helm has difficulty letting go. In a way, it's a problem of grasping. To the question of institutional knowledge, it's not a figurehead. It's in the hall, as in the value of the competent employees who keep the ship sailing. They are hired and fired, and nothing ensures them of a fixed period of time during which some thought is given to hopes and dreams. I am firmly opposed to the extension of terms. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lee. Ray left. How about Pam Harwood? Pam, still here?
Hi. I think there's something to be said on both sides of the argument for term limits and increased term limits. But today, I want to say, and this is the opinion of our board at the Bridgehampton Civic, is that it doesn't seem to be the right time for this initiative. It has an unseemly appearance. It has the appearance of an elected official who is termed out and would like to put this in to suggest it right now while you're still supervisor, Mr. Schneiderman, has the appearance of allowing you to come back in 2 years. It's just not the right time to do it. It may be that another board will vote to do this and there will be opportunities in the future, but this just doesn't seem like the right time and the right look. Thank you.
Yes, Pam, every board will face that same thing, the same question. I have no intention of coming back. I just believe that it's in best interest, having managed the town and managed another town.
Yeah.
One town with no term limits and one town with term limits, that
Yeah.
we are unusual. We're unique in many ways, but certainly with an 8-year term limit, you know, we're in half of 1% of the towns of New York State. It's very unusual. Most towns, 99% no term limits. And those that do on Long Island have 12-year term limits. This would bring us into conformance. You know, somebody said earlier, you know, you're not the CEO. I actually am the CEO. That's the supervisor is the chief executive officer and the chief fiscal officer of the town. And we work together as a board, but I prepare the budgets. It is a complicated job, you know, and there's no question. And to not have institutional knowledge, to have an 8-year limitation, and then you're disqualified. This is all about the future of the town of Southampton and being able to respond to emergencies, to be able to keep a high credit rating, keep taxes low, protect the public safety. My personal feeling is that 12 years is still a term limit, but makes more sense. You know, you can say, well, the optics, we don't like the optics. Well, I can't think of a better time where you can have this conversation than when you have an outgoing board. The first term limited supervisor, because no supervisor has made it 8 years since term limits were imposed. I can't think of a better time. The next town board, I can't really debate this because they'll all have to abstain because it'll all affect them personally. But you have 3 people who it's not affecting here. So if it doesn't happen now, I don't think it happens. And that's okay. I didn't put a resolution of adoption on. But I'm glad we're having the debate because I think it's an important debate. And if we can get the personalities out and look just at what is right for the town from a management perspective, do we want a weak town board with limited institutional knowledge and a strong departmental bureaucracy? Or do we want the power in the elected officials to make those decisions in terms of how the town should be managed and governed?
Well, I take your point, Jay, and I'm on several boards, and then a lot of people have been on the boards for a very long time, and there is something to be said for institutional knowledge. Sometimes no one wants your job, and so you stay in it. But, so it's very, and I take your point, I understand what you're saying. I think we just felt that maybe the next board, even, you know, in the coming year, we'll debate this once again, and maybe it will go through. And I totally understand what you're saying, and there are points to be made on both sides. It was just felt that maybe right now, this month, it may not be the right time to have that debate, and it certainly can continue into the future.
And if
Thank
there
you.
was a way to put it on the ballot and let
Yeah.
the public decide, that would be the ideal.
Right.
You know?
No, I understand. And by the way, may I say, thank you for serving.
My
It's been a pleasure to work with you.
Thank you.
And who knows, maybe we'll see you in the future. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Pam. All right, Bill Pell is up next. I'm gonna skip. All right, so that's all the cards I have on this. Is anyone who wanted to speak on the term limit issue who didn't fill out a card? All right, we'll go online. If you wish to be heard on the adjustment of term limits from 8 years to 12 years, this is your opportunity. Charles, do we have anybody?
We have 2.
Okay. Donna, can you hear me? I can't hear you yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, term limits. Ironically, I am my last board of director. I'm chairman of the board for the last 6 years for Southampton Town, and term limits came up. I'm termed out. And much to my son's dismay, he wanted to know a couple of months ago, well, can't we just change the bylaws? And I had said no. I said my term is up. I have felt that I've done the proper job in leading the directors, and I'm leaving them in good hands, and I'm still here to advise them moving forward. So I do believe that term limits are important. When I became the first chairman of the board, I had turned over the person who had carried that chair for over 20 years. And that was just, I firmly believe in term limits because you need that motivation, you want to pass on. And I think if you do a good job while you're in office, I'm in volunteer position leading a board of directors, And if I did a good enough job and I successfully carried them along and taught them, I started my transition a year ago knowing this was my last year. So in January, I will be handing over the reins as board of director of the Southampton ambulance. But I'm not gonna go anywhere, but I still think term limits are important. So I just think the timing and everything, I think term limits are a good thing to bring in the youth and everything. And again, that's in my volunteer organization. I realize the supervisor, much larger, huger responsibility. But my personal experience is, you know, they wanted to just change the bylaws so I could run again, but I wasn't for that. So I just think that at this time, I think term limits would be best discussed with the future boards. And that's just how I feel. So thank you.
All right.
And thank you for your years of service. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Donna.
No problem, thank you.
All right, Charles, you said there was one more?
Am I on?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, Brian. You getting
Can
those,
you hear me?
you getting those Christmas presents delivered?
You know, I got a lot of presents to deliver out here. This is very hectic. But can you hear me okay though?
Yes.
You need
And
some,
see you.
you need some reindeer, I think.
He's
You
helping
can't hear me?
Santa.
I can hear you.
Okay. So quickly, Jay, at the last meeting, I presented a document that stated you and Councilman Bouvier. If this was to come up, you would not vote that it would be self-serving. I asked you both to honor that if this was to go to a vote. I also would like to commend all the people that came out. I haven't heard really too many that are for the term extension. I'm more for letting the public referendum. I know that that's tough to do, but there may be a way to do it, I'm not sure. And I want to commend the future elected officials who spoke at the last meeting, asking for this to be pushed on into the future town board so that it can be discussed at full extent. So I would ask you to honor that, what they've said, and what you both have said in the past, that if this was to come before you, you would not vote, it would be self-serving, and it would not be something you would vote on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brian. Oh, another.
Hi.
I hope you're not driving while you're doing this.
I pulled over actually, but I am actually in the process of driving, but I thought this was an important enough topic that I really wanted to be heard on this. First, I wanted to say that I do encourage you to withdraw this resolution. I find the last minute very rushed, and the timing difficult given that it is the holiday time and people may not be as available to speak as they otherwise would at other times of the year. I understand what everyone is saying about the institutional knowledge. I'm a corporate lawyer. I don't think I said my name. My name is Meredith Berkowitz. I'm also a member of the Bridgehampton Civic Association, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself right now. I'm a corporate lawyer, and I have 3 decades of experience advising boards, and term limits is inevitably something that always comes up. I think there are both pros and cons to term limits and to extending them, but just because 99% of the municipalities in New York have 12 years doesn't make it right or necessary here, and I think it's a process that needs to, sorry?
Just a correction, and 99% have no term limits at all.
Either way.
1%
I
have
think
term limits, and those.
It's been working, it's been working here, right? And so, you know, to rush this through at this time, and I understand why you're saying that because the next board might not do it, this might be the only time. I do understand that, but I do think there also has to be time for adequate thought put into it and for the public to be able to share their thoughts. You mentioned departmental bureaucracy. Well, that's exactly what extending term limits does, is it entrenches departmental bureaucracy. You have people, when you extend term limits, it concentrates power in the hands of a few individuals over an extended period of time. And this can lead to entrenched political ideology, and it can also reduce the opportunities for fresh perspectives and ideas. Term limits are designed to motivate elected officials to deliver on promises and to respond to the needs of the community in a timely manner, and they encourage accountability. They also provide opportunities for new leaders to emerge and to participate in the process. If the same individual remains in power for an extended period of time, it can discourage new candidates from entering the arena, limiting the pool of talent and diverse perspectives. Over time, elected officials can develop strong ties to specific interest groups or become entrenched in particular policies. Term limits helps prevent the consolidation of power and influence by ensuring that leadership regularly changes hands, reducing the potential for corruption or favoritism. Allowing a rotation of leadership can foster a healthy exchange of ideas and approaches. And for those reasons, I encourage you to withdraw the resolution at this time and put it up for further public debate. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. There is no resolution to withdraw, though, because I haven't put in a resolution.
Sorry?
There's no resolution to approve. It's right now.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
But thank you very much. And by the way, thank you for your service. I do appreciate all that you've done for the town. It's been a good long run, and we very much appreciate everything that you've done.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Have a good evening.
All right. All right. There's no one else online, so I'm going to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Sure, I'd like to add a couple of comments. You know, we've had
All
a
right,
number
let's
of...
get a motion and second then on the motion?
Sure,
You
I'll
want a
second it.
All right, seconded by Councilman Schiavone on the motion.
On the motion. We've heard a lot of folks at the podium, and I do support this. I do believe that term limits, in my opinion, respectfully, that they limit the right of the people, that, you know, the people don't have as much choice as they would. But that's only my own personal opinion. We've had two folks who are coming onto this board, one individual on the board, who are against this notion. So, you know, my view is that we should not put it forward because it will be brought to the new board, and this is probably like item number 142 of, you know, what's important for the new board to consider. So I would not vote for a resolution for this at this time.
All right, thank you. So there's a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
I need 5 minutes.
All right, can we call the next public hearing?
Sorry, no, you can go ahead, I just want.
Okay, so,
Unless the board needs 5 minutes.
all right, Madam Clerk, would you read the fourth public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 4, to consider amending Article 28, Landmarks and Historic Districts and Heritage Resource Areas of Town Code, Chapter 330, zoning, to establish the Bridgehampton Bulls Head Main Street Historic Overlay District.
All right, thank you, Sunday. Councilman Bouvier will be back shortly.
Okay.
All right, and Kellyanne will present.
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor, members of the Town Board. This hearing concerns a proposed local law to create an overlay district known as the Bridgehampton Bulls Head Main Street Historic District. You're probably thinking, didn't we already have a public hearing regarding this historic district? And we did have an initial public hearing that had a different purpose. The purpose of that initial hearing was just to receive public comments regarding the historic district in general, and also to determine which specific properties, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, which specific properties would be included in that historic district. So now we have the boundaries confirmed. We know which properties are going to be in the historic district. So the purpose of this hearing is really a follow-up just to amend the zoning code and also establish an overlay district. So the zoning map would have just another layer on top showing the historic district. And there's a map back here that shows the boundaries of the district. So you should have a revised version of the proposed local law. It's a little bit different than what was originally noticed in that there were a few properties, 3 properties that are zoned R20. Those were removed from the historic district. So we had a total of 6 residentially zoned properties initially within the proposed historic district. 1 has actually requested to stay in, 4 opted out, although 1 has said in the future they might want to consider being included, just not at this time. And then one just has not responded to any inquiries, despite attempts to contact them.
The one that did not respond, are they in or out?
They're out.
They're out.
Mhm.
Okay.
And numerous attempts. made
Numerous
several
attempts, like
different
knocking
ways
on
and-
doors,
yeah.
calling.
Right.
Yep, everything that could be done. Our town historian, Julie Green, has made many attempts to contact this person. So the proposed amendments are Town Code Chapter 330, and this would include a new section 330-334. This will include a list of the properties which are contributing resources. There are 48. There's also a list of non-contributing resources. There are 46. Subsection F states that a certificate of appropriateness is required from the Landmarks and Historic Districts Board for any exterior alteration to the property within the historic district, unless it is something that's just a routine maintenance and it's not going to change the exterior appearance. Also, if you cannot see the exterior from a public right-of-way, from a street or a sidewalk, you do not have to get a certificate of appropriateness. So these are only things that the public will be able to see. But if someone is unsure of whether something can be seen from a public right-of-way, then I would say that it's best just to check with the Landmarks Board and make sure before you change the exterior. Also, anything to the interior that does not require a certificate of appropriateness. Let's see. And then also in subsection F, in reviewing applications for certificates of appropriateness, the Landmarks and Historic Districts Board shall be guided by what we currently have in our code. That includes the Secretary of Interior standards, as well as the guidelines that were prepared by town historian Julie Green. And these are on the website, and anyone that needs to get a certificate of appropriateness will definitely be given a copy of this. We do have a letter of local determination from the Suffolk County Planning Commission. The only thing is, we were not able to get this on for a referral before the planning board until this Thursday. So if you could leave the record open at least for 1 week so we could get the comments back from the planning board. And then I can have if you're so inclined, I can have a resolution of adoption for the meeting on December 21st to adopt the local law and establish the historic district in one resolution.
Can we keep the record open for written submissions for a week?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what I was planning on doing.
Yeah, close the hearing.
Right.
And then, okay, thank you. A question, just because I've been following in Amagansett, or in our neighboring town, and when I was supervisor, we put a historic district in place in downtown Amagansett, and there's been some controversy over a business, a pub, tavern, that wants to paint itself black, and because that's sort of like their trademark, and they say it's traditional English pub. And the ARB said no, that wasn't part of, they didn't see, they thought the law was restrictive. I thought it was fairly subjective when we approved it. It gave them sort of discretion. But in terms of this law, we have a lot of commercial businesses. My sister had a business there for years, and her trademark color was magenta. Right? And so she painted it magenta. My sister's Helen Ficalora, she's a jewelry designer. So how would this affect those businesses? Let's say they pick a color like the black example or the magenta example. Does the ARB have that discretion?
Well, first, so the ARB would be separate. So anything to the exterior would most likely need ARB approval and Landmarks and Historic Districts Board approval. ARB is just looking to see if it's in harmony with the surrounding area in general. And then there would also be the question of whether it's pre-existing. Is it pink now? What color is it now?
Made it white now. It's a new,
So that would be
new owner, a new tenant. Yeah.
So that would be the question. And for the ARB would be considering whether it's in harmony, with the neighborhood in general. And then the Landmarks Board, it would be a separate thing. And if it's a non-contributing structure, where currently it doesn't have any special architectural historical features or anything like that, and it's non-contributing. The focus on the review would be whether the alteration would, the impact it would have on the character of the neighborhood. If it is contributing, then the Landmarks Board is going to look at the impact on the historic district, and then also the specific structure. So you're looking at both, the impact to both.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the public. I know we had at least one. I think Pam Harwood, is Pam still here?
I just feel obligated to be here to say, since we're a co-sponsor, that we heartily endorse this, and we can't wait for it to be approved. And thank you, everybody who was involved in this. And it's taken seemingly years, but thank you very much. And I think it's the first historic district and now overlay district in any unincorporated hamlet in Southampton Town, so thank you very much.
So Pam, and I know we just talked a moment ago about term limits at 8 years. It is literally, I've been working on this for 8 years.
Yeah.
And, Sunday is very familiar, and Julie, like right from the start, I identified this as a glaring omission, or that there was no protection for Bridgehampton. Like all the other early settlements had these protections in place, and Bridgehampton didn't. And it literally took 8 years
Yeah, no.
to get to this point. A lot of hard work by the Landmarks Board, as Wisnowski, Julie Green, Sunday, Tommy John.
Yes.
A lot to get to this point. And sometimes it does take
Yes,
many years.
It can take many years. I also want to
We're
thank.
not quite there yet, because we haven't approved.
That's right, I know.
We gotta wait.
We're at the finish line.
If we don't
right.
do it on the 21st, I'm out
I
of
also
luck.
want to thank Julie Green, and I want to thank Ed Wisnowski as well. And I just want to point out that so many people have asked, nervous about their property values and what will happen. One fellow who was even in our civic said, I don't want anybody coming and telling me I can't pay my shutters black or something like that. But when you look at the incorporated villages of Sac Harbor and East Hampton and Southampton Village, where they do have protection in place, the property values are high. People really value a sense of history and look of an historic village and hamlet. So I'm very optimistic about
I
it.
think Jim, our town attorney, can attest to this, but it's pretty typical where you do have these protections in place, that the property values actually go up.
Yeah, I believe it.
Because you have that predictability that they're not going to change radically.
Exactly. And that's something, as I said before, out in Southampton Town, I think it's even more important because we see so much change. We're seeing rapid change. And I think this will give people a sense that there's something that will retain its character.
Yep.
And I thank everybody for that. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
All right. That's the only card I had, unless I missed something. Was there anyone else who wanted to be heard on the Bridgehampton Historic District legislation? All right, we'll go online. Charles? So if you're watching, if you're watching this remotely and you want to be heard only on this one particular hearing having to do with the Bridgehampton Historic District, now is your time. You have somebody coming in, you said, right? If you want to be heard, click that raise hand icon. Oh, he looks familiar. Hey, Michael.
We can't hear you, Mike.
Michael, this is Michael Daly. We can't hear you, Michael. We can see you.
There you are.
The unmute was just hit. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Perhaps I should have spoken on this at an earlier hearing when you were establishing the historic district, and I know you've been working on it for a very long time. And I think it's a terrific thing. My name is Michael Daly. I live in North Haven. Lived and worked in Sag Harbor for over 25 years, and I appreciate the value of what an historic district can can give to a community. We've seen it so successfully in Sag Harbor. However, I'm also a community housing advocate, and I do serve on the Community Housing Advisory Board for the town. And I'm not speaking for that board or that committee, but the conversations that we have inform my comments today. And, you know, true preservation and true historic recognition is a good thing. However, some people support historic districts and things like that because they merely act as another barrier to development that could actually create community benefit. And I just want to encourage the board to be mindful of that and not allow this to just become another barrier to the type of development or redevelopment that would actually serve as a community development, as a community benefit. I believe that the Landmarks Preservation Committee and folks should make a commitment that the designation will not undermine affordable and fair housing and our affordability objectives as a town. I think that, as was mentioned earlier, clarifying that the historic districts pursuant to the Interior Secretary guidance only regulates exterior elements that are important to defining the historic character of the structures, but that modifying interiors, for instance, to multifamily, as has been done in so many of the beautiful mansions in Newport, Rhode Island, over recent generations, would be important, and it must be allowed. Parking requirements have to be taken into consideration, especially if some of the historic properties are going to be, the facades are going to be maintained, but perhaps the uses would be changed over time, which can help advance preservation if some of these historic structures can be reused for a use that is more appropriate in our time, such as mixed use, commercial use, or multifamily residential use. Make sure that we're flexible in modifying or redeveloping vacant lots in the town or in the district, especially non-contributing buildings.
30
clarify
seconds.
that advancing energy efficiency and accessibility to these properties has to take priority. So sometimes, you know, you wouldn't want to preclude a property from getting ADA compliance for historic preservation, right? Making sure that the information about the historic designation is public. I'll just tell you that in the village of Sag Harbor, because I also have been a real estate agent for way too long in my life, but
3 minutes.
Michael, you're at 3 minutes, so just finish up real quick.
I'll wrap it up. We have to go to the village and look at a printed sheet to see what the historic designation is. It's not available online anywhere, so this information should be public and be on our GIS. So thank you very much. Thank you all for your service. Thank you, Jay, Rick, and John. You'll be missed. Sunday, Tommy John, and Cindy, best wishes. Happy marriage.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right, anyone else online, Charlie?
No, sir.
All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'd like to close the public hearing and leave it open for written records for 8 days. That would be the day before our next meeting.
All right, so, yeah, so the motion is to close the public hearing, but leave the written record open for
Till
8.
December 20th.
December 20th.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, seconded by Councilman Scavone. Any discussion?
Why not?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thanks, Kelly.
thanks, Kellyanne.
Okay.
All right. So, all right, Cindy, would you please read the 5th public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 5 for the siting and construction of a community sewage treatment plant, STP, and associated collection and conveyance system in the hamlet of Riverside.
All right, and introducing this is Janice Shearer, our Town Planning and Development Administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. We have with us our consulting team of Tom Limbo, the design engineer, Carrie O'Farrell, principal at Nelson Pope and Voorhees, and Mike Rousseau, their environmental consultant, and they're going to go through the specifics, but just on a macro level. This, as you know, is the secret hearing on the placement of the STP sewage treatment plant in Riverside. We've aggregated the parcels within the light industrial zone, also known as enterprise zone. And in aggregating those parcels, we'll be able to fit the sewage treatment plant there. It will require some clearing exemptions from the Central Pine Barrens. We reviewed 3 different environmental alternatives in terms of how to deal with the effluent from the treatment plants. We'll go over that more specifically. I just wanted to give you this is the proposed sewer district. In January, we'll have a separate hearing on the map and plan report about all the financials related to that district. That district boundary is about 507 acres. Encompasses over 500 parcels. And also in terms of Riverside as a whole, there's about 35% or 466 acres of preserved open space in Riverside. So we're trying to balance out that open space and preservation, which is great. It's on the Peconic Estuary. We're dealing with the Peconic River. The other side of that coin is that it's a very economically distressed area, as you know, and we're trying to revitalize it through the RAP. And just briefly, the RAP, it started with a brownfield opportunity area, also known as BOA. Step 2, it was a nomination process where you look at an area that is needing of revitalization. So all this began with this BOA. Then it moved into this Riverside Renewal, the Riverside Revitalization Action Plan, and all the zoning, theoretical development scenario, yields, et cetera, was all done in 2015. So this hearing is all about now you can't avail yourself to that code. No one can utilize that RAP or the Riverside Overlay District code unless and until there's sewage treatment for that density talked about in the code. So now we're finally at the point of the actual plant being designed, engineered. There's about 43,000 linear feet of a collection and conveyance system throughout the district, the force mains, the pipes. Tom Lembo's here to talk all about that, so I'm not going to take up too much time because everyone's here. It's been a really long day, so I'm going to introduce Tom Lembo to just give you the little specifics on that, and then Carrie's going to talk about the 3 environmental options that we reviewed in the SECRA. Thank you.
Just before you do, Janet, I just want to thank you for getting us to this point. This is, it's never easy creating sewer districts. This is particularly complicated. It's also been something that's been in the works for me. I'd say we're working 8 years on this one too. So,
absolutely. It's a long-range plan, and
I
it's
actually even longer than that because I started working on this when I was at the county legislature. So things take time, but you've been really great in terms of trying to keep us focused and put all the pieces together. So.
It's a lot of work and a lot of effort by a team of people. So it's not just me, it's my staff in long-range planning, it's all the consulting work, it's also collaborating. There's people in the audience of Riverhead who want to speak on it. There's been a lot of different people talking, the community of Riverside, Franca, all the people involved in the Renaissance group, so we've all kind of been doing this for many years, and we're finally at a point where it's crystallizing into an actual plan with actual funding, grant monies available. We're trying to get to the point of shovel ready, and this is one of our final review steps, is going through the more specific SECRA, because we didn't know at the time which parcels we were going to put the STP on, and we've worked very diligently with your support to buy parcels so we have the option. Do we put it as a constructed wetland, or do they want it injected, or do we going to do leaching pools? And so we'll talk about that today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisor and members of the board. My name is Tom Lembo from Nelson and Pope Engineers. We have offices at 70 Maxis Road, Melville, New York. Wanted to just speak briefly about the sewage treatment plant design itself and the alternatives analysis that we've undertaken with New York State EFC and their consultant Arcadis. We prepared a flow analysis of the service area and are currently finalizing both the CWSRF report and the map and plan report for your consideration in the very near future. The treatment plant itself is designed to the state of the practice. It's tertiary treatment, which also means nitrogen removal, and it will meet the current New York State groundwater discharge standards as promulgated by New York State DEC. The treatment plant's going to be built in 2 phases. Each phase will have 400,000 gallons of capacity for a total of 800,000 gallons. Phase 1 of the project is considering 250,000 gallons of connected existing uses and then another 150,000 gallons of potential future redevelopment that would be available for access. Phase 1 of the development will also include the construction of the collection and conveyance system for Phase 1 of the sewage treatment plant. For those of you that are not familiar with collection and conveyance, collection just simply refers to gravity flow. Conveyance refers to pumped flow typically. So there is contemplated remote pump stations in the service area as well as collection system in that Phase 1 service area. The design, when we were working through the value engineering process with Arcadis, one very important point came up that we thought we wanted to share with you, because at one point in time we had considered the construction of constructed wetlands near the Peconic Estuary, and then Arcadis also brought to our attention the idea of injection wells for the site. Those were compared to conventional leaching, which Suffolk County Health Department is very familiar with, and also I'm sure this board is very familiar with. So when we looked at the value engineering of those 3 items, the conventional leaching facilities turned out to be the best for a few reasons, and it's more of elimination of the others because of either construction issues or overall cost issues, and I'll just briefly outline those for you as well. With regards to the injection wells, we eliminated them as a viable alternative due to the depth of the wells, which would be over 1,000 feet and connect to the Lloyd Aquifer, which is 2 aquifers below where we get our drinking water from. If they're constructed to that depth, and that's a challenge in and of itself, it's about 1,000 to 1,500 feet below grade. They pose a couple of significant issues. One is overall maintenance, because you have to inject or pump the flow into these wells, part 1. Part 2, since they're over 1,000 feet deep, they're more likely to fail than other alternative technologies that we looked at, plus the selected technology of conventional on-site leaching fields. With regards to the constructed wetlands, we determined that they caused construction challenges because we needed to cross over a wetland to get to the area that was being proposed, part 1. So we would have a construction impact for those wetlands. There are coastal resiliency design issues where I actually have to raise the wetland up by 2.5 to 3 feet in order to meet the useful life of the overall sewage treatment facility, which is anywhere between 30 and 40 years. So knowing that, that in, I forget what year it is, but there is a point in time where they've asked us to evaluate and design for an 18-inch sea level rise at some points. And then operationally, that maintenance road will remain. Okay, so you're going to have a small swath cut out of that to get up to the constructed wetlands, as well as the performance of the system is going to decrease in the wintertime because of the viability of plant life during the winter periods. So for those reasons, we eliminated both of those leaching technologies that were currently being considered. It's a very high-level overview of the sewage treatment plant
Could I
facility.
just
Sure.
So that I understand, you eliminated the injection system?
Injection wells
And
constructed wetlands.
constructed wetlands.
And we're proposing conventional leaching
Okay.
as related to Suffolk County Health
I
Department.
think that's actually a very wise move, frankly, for a bunch of reasons. And, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next, Carrie will speak to the environmental issues as it relates to the supplemental GIS.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and members of the board. My name is Carrie O'Farrell. I am a senior partner with Nelson Pope and Voorhees, and we prepared the original environmental review back in 2015 for the overall Riverside overlay district that was created. That environmental impact statement evaluated a wide variety of different issues, and at that time, as mentioned, the location of the sewage treatment plant had not yet been pinpointed. So after many years of effort and and quite a bit of cooperation from the town and members of the community, we have put together a engineering report and a location for the sewage treatment plant, which, just to be clear, is located on a total of, it will be 10.94 acres on the west side of the Enterprise industrial area. And it is a collection of several town-owned properties, plus the Five Towns College piece, which is the northern piece, requires relocation of the existing Enterprise roadway, which will be realigned to allow for continued access to the existing lots throughout the existing subdivision.
If I could interject here, just so everybody knows, the five-town piece is ours, is the town's.
Okay, yes, good. It was under contract last
Right.
I knew, so that's good that if it's been finalized, so that's.
I don't know that it's been finalized yet.
Okay, we haven't closed.
Yeah.
Removing the tower and then looking at the
Yeah, we're in contract, and it's
It
gonna
will be-
happen.
it will
It's
be
just-
ours.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Five Towns to
Go on, my apologies.
Sure. The collection of those parcels was important in order to provide for adequate setbacks for the sewage treatment plant to adjoining uses, as well as it allowed us to capitalize on some existing cleared areas. As Janice mentioned, the proposal that includes the sewage treatment plant and the on-site leaching does require clearing that exceeds Pine Barrens clearing regulations. Overall, though, we're looking at a net benefit in terms of, it's providing sewage treatment for the existing conditions. I've gone off a.
Sorry to
go ahead.
interrupt. but-
Yep, no,
but,
go ahead.
And I think you'd mentioned it. What was the standard for the discharge on those leaching fields? You're adhering to the state or the national standard?
New York State standards.
State standard? So
10
what's that, like 10
milligrams
milligrams per, okay,
Total nitrogen effluent.
perfect. Thank you.
So I went a little off script, so I'm going to jump
Sorry,
back
yeah,
on. No, that's okay. I just,
Well, I think,
if I,
you know.
yeah, no, please keep going. And if I repeat myself, I'll try and skip ahead. And I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to try and eliminate some of the discussion. But the Brownfield Opportunity Area, the Overlay District, and the RAP, plus the original GEIS and the adopted finding statement that Janice had mentioned, addressed numerous issues, created a long-range plan for the Riverside community, and provided a zoning framework to achieve it. And it included a number of necessary mitigation measures based on that 2015 review. Central to that was, in order for the implementation of this revitalization, we needed to identify advanced wastewater treatment to be available, again, for addressing existing conditions and to allow for future redevelopment. The STP and the GEIS, which is now a supplement to that original work, looked at the STP and best available technologies, location options, facility design, projected phasing, relative costs, pros and cons of alternatives, and available funding. All those things needed to be determined, and we walked through that process as discussed. The selected alternative, as Tom walked through the three different options that were considered, those are for the leaching discharge. The sewage treatment plant, in all cases, remains in this location in the enterprise zone. If you would like, I can go into further detail on those alternatives, but overall, due to a number of reasons that are outlined in the EIS, the selection of this location with on-site leaching pools was selected as the preferred alternative.
Does that, nice question more for Janice, but will that require a hardship waiver from the Pine Barrens Commission?
It will, yes, based on the current design, due to clearing.
And that's not an EPA oversight site area? Not at all?
No, I mean, we have to just go through that process, and so they're an involved agency, and you've authorized me to make that application.
Yeah, because when we're talking about discharges and things, this is critical. And I hate to reach that point where we can't go any farther because.
He's in the other room.
Gotcha.
So we have two phases
Like
for
the
this,
Wizard of
and
Oz.
this site is big enough to handle both phases?
Correct, yes.
Just so it's on the record.
In general, the plan, I know it might be a little difficult to see, it is available online as part of the supplemental GEIS, but it identifies the sewage treatment plant, the sewage treatment plant itself, and then there's two areas identified for future leaching. The phase one area is on the southern portion of the property, and then phase two, if the town chooses to go in that direction for expansion, would be on the north side of the property.
Okay.
The southern side of the property has the benefit of greater depth to groundwater and a little bit of a greater travel distance to surface water, because the direction for surface water is to the north in this case, if that's helpful. The supplemental GEIS assesses the environmental impacts of the proposed treatment plant in the district and identified mitigations and design modifications to address impacts. The analysis included evaluation of topography and soils, water resources, wetlands, floodplains, groundwater, ecological resources, critical environmental resources, including the Central Pine Barrens. As we noted, this is a compatible growth area and is a receiving area for Pine Barren credits. Land use, zoning, community character, and construction-related impacts. Important to note is that central to this sewage treatment plant is the idea that we are going to be connecting existing homes that are located on substandard lots and are utilizing existing on-site sanitary cesspools or septic systems. Those have elevated levels of nitrogen. They don't have the same kind of nitrogen removal as a sewage treatment plant. The introduction of the sewage treatment plant allows for that nitrogen level to be addressed both on the existing and provides the availability of new development. And it still provides for net reduction of nitrogen loading to the area. So that analysis was completed based on a development scenario. Again, that will be part of a future actions, future applications in terms of how far the town wants to go in terms of sizing the plant.
Well, it's just the IA systems, their standard at least as advertised, was 16 milligrams per liter. They're actually doing less than that in practice, but we're still at this, it's just interesting that you're at that point. I don't know how many people in this area have put in IA systems that we would connect to. Any? Just 4. So it's not a problem then. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, the existing condition, in understanding kind of the housing, both the lot sizes in many cases, when we have 2 large mobile park communities, again, just historically, these the systems in the area are more your, decades-old systems, and not a lot of the new nitrogen removal technology yet. So
thank you.
11.
Oh, 11 systems
11.
that have been, 11 that have been. That's pretty.
Well, that's.
Hey, there we go. In terms of selecting the location for this site, it's centrally located, which was important for the conveyance and collection system. Again, located within the receiving area. It has generally flat topography. There's no nearby wetlands immediate to the STP and leaching pool area. There will be the need for some wetland permits to be done for the actual conveyance system. Again, the conveyance system is largely within roadways and limited clearing. We're less than an acre of clearing needed for that. Connections in areas of easements where there are paper streets are not available.
Is this gravity
roadways.
fed conveyance or pump as well? Is a combination?
Yeah, what she's speaking about, it combines both conveyance and gravity collection
Okay.
system.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Charlie.
No, let's keep it.
No,
Keep
if
going.
you got to speak, I need you in the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Although,
Sorry.
you do a good job of that one.
Charlie's not voicing you.
So the answer to that question was it's both, again, this has to go through a full, engineered design, but it is a combination of gravity and force main.
Thank you.
The STP location is outside of the FEMA's 100-year flood zone and is not in any special flood hazard areas. It is over 1,000 feet from the Peconic River. We have adequate depth to groundwater to provide the on-site leaching. Good groundwater travel time to the Peconic River. Again, on that south side, we get within the 2 to 5 year contributing, travel time. No rare habitats or protected species on the site. However, we anticipate the need to limit clearing due to northern long-eared bat as a continued issue. In general, the size of the building and the context of the surrounding area is, this is an industrial subdivision. So the building itself is set away from the roadway, not highly visible in character with the industrial uses that surround it.
So is one of the interested parties of the Peconic Estuary Partnership? Thank you.
If you, I can continue to go on, like I said, on the differences between the alternatives and this cited location. I would like to open it for comments, and if there's something
I'd like
specific.
that, too.
Yeah, okay.
We have a number-
I kind of
we have a
figured.
number of cards.
Okay, we will keep the purpose of today is to get comments on the document, and for the town board to hear those comments. The comment period will be, remain open, and we can talk about that after, but for written comment and additional public hearing opportunities, and all comments will be reviewed and responded to formally in writing. So there will be a process by which every comment will be responded to.
All right, thank you, yeah.
Great, thank you.
All right. Janice, okay to go to the public? I have 4 cards, and I don't know how many people online, so, all right, Jeffrey Seaman? Jeffrey will be followed by Dawn Thomas.
Could we possibly reverse that order?
Yes? Dawn, you want to speak first? All right, Dawn will be followed by Jeffrey.
Good evening, I think. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to just direct my comments. I have an official copy to hand to the clerk, if is it appropriate to do that now?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Southampton supplemental DGEIS for the siting and construction of the Riverside Community Sewage Treatment Plant. My name is Dawn Thomas. I am the administrator of the Town of Riverhead's Department of Economic Development, Planning and Building. I make these comments at the request of the Riverhead Town Board, and as such, they serve as the Town of Riverhead's official comments to Southampton supplemental DGEIS for the sewage treatment plant. Southampton's efforts to create a sewage treatment plant for Riverside to protect the Peconic Estuary are to be lauded. Protection, I'm sorry, my voice is a little shot. Protection of the estuary is critical, and this STP will allow for much needed and long-awaited new development. Riverhead has created its downtown sewer system in the early part of the 20th century, and it has been essential to the protection of the river and bay values, as well as the redevelopment and revitalization of downtown Riverhead. Riverhead hopes and anticipates the addition of the Riverside SCP will provide long-awaited revitalization to the Riverside hamlet. As you know, over 10 years ago, Southampton Town launched a comprehensive effort to bring revitalization to Riverside known as the RAP. This plan resulted in the adoption of an overlay zoning district, which calls for the creation of a significant number of residential units, the majority of which are proposed to be rental units. The implementation of that plan, which contains many excellent recommendations, was wholly dependent upon the creation of a means through which to manage the septic flow for the proposed density. Now that Southampton is making progress on its plan to create the SCP, the likelihood of development in Riverside is greater, and the impacts created by the planned density could soon be realized. Per the FGEIS for the Riverside BOA and RAP plan amendments, up to 3.2 million square feet of development, including close to 2,300 residential units, could potentially occur within a very small geographical area. The lion's share of that density would be focused in the northern part of Riverside, toward the traffic circle, the area closest to downtown Riverhead, and within the Riverhead Central School District. Although Riverside and downtown Riverhead are located in different towns, they effectively function as one community and one economic ecosystem. Both Riverside and Riverhead are areas of persistent poverty, environmental justice areas, and are considered historically disadvantaged. Both depend upon necessary infrastructure and services located in Riverhead town. Both hamlets have struggled to be revitalized for many years. Accordingly, it is critical that Southampton and Riverhead towns work closely together to ensure the best results in the redevelopment of Riverside, as it will have substantial impact on Riverhead and the infrastructure it provides to Riverside. As noted in the preamble to the RAP, many people, and we often get calls from Riverside residents, are unaware that Riverside is not part of Riverhead town. Over the past 10 years since the Riverside Overlay District was developed and adopted by the Southampton Town Board, many of the underlying assumptions and data contained in that Riverside RAP plan have changed dramatically. In particular, the marked reduction of opportunities for homeownership and consequential building of wealth, the increase of population due to COVID and migration, and the increased need for workforce. In addition,
Dawn, just how much more do you have? Just for
I
a few
have
minutes.
another 2 paragraphs.
Okay.
It's a neighboring municipality.
The Riverhead Town Board would be grateful to have their comments heard by you. In addition, in particular, the market reduction of opportunities for homeownership and consequential building of wealth, increase of population. I think I said that. In addition, Riverhead Town has supported and been successful in increasing residential development as part of the process of revitalization. These new developments and demographics are clearly illustrated in the 2020 census, as well as in the mapping tool created by Erase Racism, which I've included in my document. As you will see when you use this tool, Riverside is already identified as extremely high in people of color segregation. Downtown Riverhead is identified as moderately high in the same category. These conditions require that whatever is built in Riverside facilitate the growth in diversity of economics, race, and ethnicity. Failing to acknowledge and account for these facts could result in an inadvertent exacerbation of the extremely high segregation that exists in the area. The Erase Racism mapping tool also shows that Riverhead School District is within the lowest category of Educational Opportunity Index. The district must be considered in any development plans that could significantly impact it, as it is already stretched to its limits, and the $100 million expansion that they did 5 years ago is already completely full. And I think you'll be getting comments from them as well. Accordingly, Riverhead Town is hereby officially requesting to work with Southampton Town to review and possibly revise the plans in the RAP in the Riverside Overlay District to evaluate saturation and to ensure that the environmental, socioeconomic, and economic impacts to Riverside and the downtown Riverhead community serve the residents of the communities well. This work will also ensure that Southampton's plans for its SCP are right-sized for the development that is appropriate for the area and that unnecessary expenditures are avoided. Thank you for taking the time to receive Riverhead Town's comments, and that is all I have. Thank you very much.
Can I ask some follow-up questions too? Sure. You mentioned infrastructure provided to the people of Riverside. Other than the Riverhead Fire District and the Riverhead Central School District, what other infrastructure does the town of Riverhead provide to the residents of Riverside, in
The
your
Riverhead
opinion?
Free Library.
Oh, so that's a library district, too?
Yes,
Okay.
and some part of probably Riverhead Ambulance District. We provide the sewage treatment for the Riverside County Center and correctional facility through a contract. And so the communities are really definitely completely intertwined.
Absolutely.
Have functioned
Right.
as one economic ecosystem for some time. And whatever happens in Riverside, and I know we talked about, when we applied for the DRI grant several years ago, which we ultimately did receive in 2021, we had applied together jointly for that area. And so we've been looking to work together on this. I think there are many predatory investors, and there's a lot of funding available for affordable housing, which is wonderful, but concentrating affordable housing in one area is something that is not wonderful necessarily.
Right.
It
My question
eliminates
was on
economic
infrastructure.
Pardon me?
My-
Oh, I'm
yeah,
sorry,
so
yeah,
you're
and so I'm
trying to-
sure I could come up with some others, but I think,
Well, I was wondering if there was anything
in part of the
glaring,
Riverhead
so-
School District, the children in Southampton, the Southampton part of, or Riverside participate in Riverhead PAL, our Little League, our Pee Wee football, and, all those kinds of things. It really does function as one community.
And also, to be clear, the Riverside area is part of the Riverhead School District.
That's
the
correct.
taxpaying members.
That's correct.
It's not like
Yes.
one serves the other.
No, not at all.
It is one, okay.
No,
good.
but I think we really
you.
need to look at it as one community, and those changes over the last 10 years have
Mhm.
been significant. And if you look at the demographics and you look at the census and any other data you want to look at, those things have changed dramatically in the last 10 years since you adopted the RAP, so.
I certainly can appreciate the town of Riverhead's desire to speak for the Riverhead School District, but we look forward
Well, they're
to
going to
your-
speak for themselves.
Oh, I'm sure.
not speaking
yeah.
for them, I'm just suggesting
Yeah.
that it just is indicative of the fact that the two are intertwined.
Absolutely,
Quite a bit
thank
of the
you.
development is also commercial development, as you know. and
Yes.
Those are tax ratables that will help the school district
Yep.
without providing any children to the school
This
district.
plan can be wonderful, but it's important that it gets
Mhm.
updated and that we look at it together and that you understand what we've done and what we're doing on our side of the river. And
I understand your concerns entirely.
very good, thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jeffrey Seaman?
Good afternoon, Supervisor, members of the board. My name is Jeffrey Seaman, and I am environmental consultant to the Town Board of Riverhead, speaking on their behalf this evening on the supplemental EIS prepared for the Riverside Sewer District. In the essence of saving time, because I do understand it's been a long day, I'll summarize my comments verbally, but submit them formally this evening. I reviewed the supplemental EIS, and I think one of the issues I recognize is that you elected not to have a scoping session, which is your option when preparing a supplement. And it's not the town board, as commissioners of the Riverhead Sewer District, to impede, and they in fact encourage, the Riverside Sewer District to be developed and a good treatment plant. What is missing from the document is no discussion about the county center and correctional facilities, which have been sending their wastewater to us under an agreement for at least the past 15 years. That was a temporary arrangement until a better disposal system could be envisioned. We see this as an opportunity for the county, for Riverhead, and for Southampton to include that in their discussions in the final EIS. Now, after discussions with our side of the table, we would like to see this in a very open and cooperative dialogue, even prior to preparing the final EIS. My comments are rather detailed from an engineering and environmental standpoint. I believe they are substantive, but we would encourage you to have that dialogue established long before you finalize the final EIS. And we would like to keep that open so that we're not just viewed with these comments as a typical EIS comment and response option. We have a pump station, we have infrastructure, and all of that is in part, we believe, an opportunity to include that system in this district, either as an outside district contributor, which is what we're experiencing now by receiving the waste from the county. It could be an opportunity as a funding source to kickstart this project, and I'm sure your engineers are going to have to do a little bit of homework with us. We're open to provide all the information necessary to have them understand the flow volumes, the frequency, the peak, et cetera, to see how that might fit into your long-term plan. I think collectively that would be a very wise way to go. Currently, this wastewater is sent nearly 3 miles to our treatment facility, and I think cooperatively we could do a better job working together to protect the estuary and to facilitate development on both sides of the river. Thank you.
Just a quick question. So I understand that Riverhead invested a lot in it, upgrading its sewage treatment plant several years ago. But
Yes.
you were, when we originally, many years ago, talked with you guys, that there were issues with the costs of upgrading your system, but since then, you've invested that. But has that increased the flow rate, or is it still the same?
Well, the flow rate has increased because of existing development. Also, Riverhead is in the process of updating its comprehensive plan. Part of that plan is to examine the potential for moving development rights off of the farmland that is currently zoned for residential, but transferring to the receiving area, and those receiving areas that we have selected are the ones that are going to be served by municipal sewer and municipal water. So having the burden of the flow from the county center, the courts, and the correctional facility actually impede that opportunity for us. Since you're constructing a new plant and it's in the earlier stages, I think some intelligent planning would dictate that we work together to see if we can't work collectively to resolve that issue, both for Riverhead and for Riverside.
Okay, thank you.
Were there concerns about the reimbursement rates that the county was paying the town to? I recall being in a meeting on the shared services with the former supervisor.
I have no comment on that.
Okay.
I didn't even ask the question.
Yeah, with the former supervisor, we had meetings with the county. I know that was an issue that expressed by the town, to the county.
It's been always an issue, but I think it's one that can be resolved. We've been in the process of resolving that with the county, but since the facilities are in Southampton and really are in Riverside,
It certainly makes sense.
I think working together, this could be a benefit for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ken Conan, followed by Angela Hunault.
Good evening. My name's Ken Conan. I have I've got an interest in this area in that many years ago, during the short-lived life of the village of Pine Valley, I was the planning consultant to Pine Valley.
Yeah.
And I have a fairly good knowledge of the area, and I think this is a very positive step to helping the area. However, some of the decisions made in this impact statement have missed the mark. And I think you guys can do a lot better by changing the design of the plant from an SBR to an MBR. It gives you better quality effluent at less cost and a smaller footprint. There was one paragraph discussing that in the document. The document also has a discussion about injection wells that are 100 feet deep to the Lloyd Aquifer.
1,000. That's over
It's-
1,000.
It's written there many times, 100 feet. It's wrong, but that's aside from.
We're
the
not
point.
doing it. Go on.
Say again, Tom?
I said we're not doing it.
But
go on.
I understand, but
I-
there's problems with the document itself.
Mm-hmm.
100-foot wells are not a deal breaker. 1,000-foot wells are certainly a deal breaker. The economic discussion in the thing is way off the mark, as far as I'm concerned, as far as the economics of, they say the SBR is cheaper, never has been, never will be. An MBR is much less expensive to do, and it can be built faster and installed quicker. If you're looking to get a big bang for the buck, that's the way to go for that particular thing.
Is there a difference in energy consumption between the two systems that you cite?
The MBRs are less energy intensive.
Okay.
So you have that.
At what topology? That's a loaded question.
Okay.
Anyway, we'll go on, we'll move on.
You'll get written comments from me on this whole thing. But I think the overall concept is fantastic for Riverside. I think it's necessary. It will improve the overall Peconic estuary, the river, the water quality. It's a really good project. It can be a lot better. One of the other things that I was struck with was the discussion on the created wetland. And from the discussions I've heard now,
30 seconds.
thank you, the discussions I've heard, it's going to be at the top of a hill. It's more like a recharge basin, the way it's described, than a constructed wetland. Yeah, you'll put plants in it and everything else and call it a wetland, but it's really not a wetland. It's a recharge basin. Little things like that, but the document is full of contradictions and problems as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Angela?
Hi again, Angela Unwalt, this time representing Franca Flanders Riverside Northampton Community Association. I am the president, and since I normally do not take my 3 minutes because I always talk fast, I want to take the moment to say thank you, Jay. Thank you for what we are now seeing come forth. I drove Flanders Road and noticed that where you always talked about that pier, I call it a pier, there was always a building and then like a barn, seeing activity happening, good activity. The park, beautiful activity happening there, the Maritime Trail Park, which will eventually get a name. And then tonight, the sewer. We're excited. We are excited. We don't want to see any more delays. We can't wait to get shovels in the ground and for things to move forward. I said years ago, about 2014, end of that, beginning 2015, that Riverside, Northampton, Flanders is the diamond in the rough, and that we're going to shine. And I see it happening. I see us being, and it's all of you guys. What you did listen. It took time. We had a pandemic. We know that. But I just want to thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you, Rick. And I know this is not the last of us seeing you guys. I'm sure in some way, some form, we will continue to see you. But we want to thank you. And then the torch that is going forward with the two of you and the rest of the new board that's coming. We're excited for 2024. We're excited to see what we've envisioned for all this time to actually come forth. And we're looking forward to the development and whatever else comes our way. So thank you.
Thank you. It's a nice sentiment, I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Angela.
All right. That's all the cards.
It should be noted that, Angela, as the president of Franca, the meetings, the membership of the meetings, they're incredibly positive on this project. So, and we've been at many of them, and they're consistent with their support.
Is there anyone else who didn't fill out a card, or maybe they did and I missed it, but who wanted to speak at this public hearing? Good. Oh, did you want to speak? No, I just saw you move your hand, okay. Okay, yeah. All right, so we'll go to our online audience. If you wish to be heard on the supplemental EIS for the Riverside Sewer District. All right, Janice, do I need to leave this open?
Yes, actually. So as I mentioned earlier, there will be a different hearing noticed pursuant to Town Law Article 12A, got that right? For the sewer district formation, and that all has to be very specific in how it goes, and Kathleen is in charge of that. So we anticipate a public hearing to be on January 23rd, assuming the organizational, nothing will change, still the 2nd and 4th of the month. So I would ask that you adjourn it till that day, and then we can hold the hearings together, because that's where all the costs and everything will be discussed.
Okay.
What's the date?
I'd like to make that motion, January 23rd, 24.
Correct.
All right, January 23rd.
123, 24.
All right.
23, 24.
All right, so if you mind, I'll make the motion second. It's typically, so I'll make a motion to adjourn this hearing to January 23rd of 2024, seconded by Councilman Schiavone.
Okay.
On the motion, anyone? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
But it's just adjourned to a date certain.
It's adjourned. That day, it could be closed, or it could be held open for another 10 days.
You're required under secret to hold it open for another 10 days following that hearing.
Right, well, the
Yeah,
new
so they're not
board
gonna
will
close
take
it.
care of that.
And we could do that at that.
The comment
Yeah.
period
At
is
that time,
open this
yeah.
whole time.
Yeah, the comment
It's-
period is open
it's
this
an
whole time,
open
so if
legislative
anyone's hearing
file.
this and wants
Yeah.
to submit comments to the record, it's
They
open.
got till the 23rd and then 10 days after that
Thank you.
for another board.
All right. All right, Madam Clerk, would you read the 6th public hearing notice?
And final.
And final.
With
yes.
pleasure. Public hearing number 6, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 330 zoning to establish standards and setbacks for pickleball courts.
All right, and Katie Garvin, Assistant Town Attorney, will introduce this.
Thank
I hope you guys today, I don't know if anybody got a chance to look at them. They were adopted on the 16th, but.
We took a break and went and played pickleball, so
Well, then you should be very tired and happy to sit here and
We
listen to
could use
this
some exercise
proposed
after, I don't
amendment.
know, 4.5 hours sitting in this chair.
Yes.
Brutal.
Good evening. Assistant Town
Yeah,
Attorney
you're
Katie Garvin.
violating
I
temple
know,
laws
after
and I
this
can
public
pick
hearing,
up.
maybe we'll take a quick stretch before we do these. Well, after public portion.
Okay. Okay. Katie Garvin, Assistant Town Attorney. I am here to present some proposed standards and setbacks for pickleball courts in the town of Southampton. Currently, the town code treats pickleball courts like it does any other accessory building or structure. So anybody that's coming to the building department right now is just looking at the table of the district of dimensional regulations and applying those setbacks. What is proposed now is to increase those setbacks because there have been concerns that pickleball courts are loud or people are building more pickleball courts because they're smaller and they take up more space. So what is proposed is for a new pickleball court, they have to be in the required rear yard. They have to have either a 50-foot setback or they can have a 30-foot setback and be sunk 4 feet with a 6-foot sound attenuation wall surrounding 3 sides of it. And that's so those are the 3 sides closest to the neighbors. And that sound attenuation wall can be up to 10 feet from the edge of the pavement of the pickleball court.
Just Katie, so currently pickleball courts are treated just like tennis courts and basketball courts, and
Correct.
depending upon what zone you're in, it could be.
Could be 8
anywhere
feet.
from 8 feet to the neighbor to whatever.
Up
40
to 50 feet. The
the biggest setback for an accessory building or structure is 50 feet, and that's in the CR 200. So this proposed amendment is kind of saying, we're gonna require 50-foot setback for a pickleball court in any zoning district, and it has to be in the required rear yard. Now, what I wanted to tell.
Unless you have the sound attenuation, then you could go to 30.
Correct, and it has to be sunk.
Yeah,
It has to be sunk.
That's part of the sound attenuation.
Yeah, so the board is, what you kind of proposed is two different scenarios. 50 feet with no sinking, no sound attenuation wall, 30-foot reduced setback with the sound attenuation wall, and it has to be sunk. Now, what I didn't get a chance to tell the supervisor today is, as I was preparing for this meeting, we did notice this, that these pickleball courts have to be in the required rear yard. And if you remember, the town board had adopted amendments to increase your required rear yards coverage. And that was to push these accessory structures and buildings into the rear yard. So when I was preparing for this, I was kind of looking at all of the setbacks for the required rear yards. And if we keep this the way that it is, it actually will be impossible to have a conforming pickleball court in the R10 or the R15 zoning districts, because their required rear yard starts at 30 feet for R10, so there'd be no room for a pickleball court there. And for R15, it starts at 50 feet, your required rear yard. So I don't know if that's good or bad.
So that's R10, so that's basically like a quarter acre.
Yeah, I mean.
If you've got a quarter acre, you don't have room for a pickleball court and a house.
No, and I just wanted to point that out, because I think that you will hear some, people will have concerns, pickleball courts on the smaller lots. The village of East Hampton and I think the village of Sagaponack both require larger lots anyways. So I'm just letting you know, you'd have to go to the ZBA for a variance on these smaller lots anyways, which was an unintended consequence, but it's unusual for, our code is different from the village of East Hampton and the village of Sagaponack in that we are putting it in the required rear yard, and I think that's a good thing, because that's about as far from your neighbors as you can get. The proposed amendment also allows the conversion of existing courts. And that's basically because we think people are doing that already. And so we kind of wanted to put some setbacks into the town code that says, if you're going to convert a legally existing tennis court or sports court, we want to kind of have the same setbacks. So if your legally existing tennis court or sports court is already 50 feet from your property lines, and then you're good to go. If your legally pre-existing tennis court or sports court is 30 feet, then we want it to be sunk, same kind of requirements. Sunk with a 6-foot sound attenuation wall. I don't know, some tennis courts already are sunk, so that might apply. If it's not sunk, you're gonna have a problem, because you have to either be the 50 feet or the 30 feet. We also proposed one last scenario for the conversion of the courts that says, if the court is at grade and at 30 feet, which normally we would sink it and put the wall up, we have proposed that you could put up an 8-foot high sound attenuation wall. And I think the thinking of that's the same kind of language that Sagaponack has, and I think the thinking for that is that you increase the height of the wall, because it's likely that you're converting a sports court or a tennis court that's already bigger than what you need for your pickleball court, so you just put that 8-foot wall around it on 3 sides for existing courts. So that's what's proposed. We had a local.
So let me just say a word or two about this, because, and in full disclosure, as most of the board knows, I'm a pickleball enthusiast.
Mm-hmm.
So it's odd that I would be proposing regulations on pickleball courts that make it harder to put them in. But the sport is so popular, and it's often very hard to find a public court to get on. More and more people are playing, more and more people are trying to put pickleball courts in at their homes. Properties that weren't really large enough for a tennis court might actually be large enough for a pickleball court. And there's a distinction between the two sports in terms of the types of sound. There's a very percussive sound that pickleball makes. It's a sort of a hollow ball, like a wiffle ball hit by a solid paddle. And that sound just travels a little bit further, and it's very repetitive, and, people can play for hours, and it can be a real nuisance for a neighbor. So, recognizing this was happening in our code really didn't seem sufficient to protect the neighbors. I worked with Katie on coming up with these regulations, and with Sean McDermott, trying to come up with something that would make sense. And I know the planning board doesn't feel it went far enough, but it's a heck of a lot better than what we got right now. So I think it's important that we put something on the books, because we're gonna see more and more of these, so. I'm not saying that this is the end-all and be-all. It's maybe see if this works, and in the future, if the board feels it's not restrictive enough or too restrictive, they can modify it. But I didn't want to walk away and leave it open-ended, and that's sort of why I put this in place.
Under our current code, a court could be placed closer to a neighbor's home than
Yes.
the person's home who owns the court.
Yes, and that's what the supervisor's suggesting, like the current setbacks, for people who believe that it's really loud and really burdensome, the current setbacks offer no protection, no requirement for a sound attenuation wall, no sinking of the court. And right now, I'm the attorney for the zoning board. This year, we'd only seen a variance for one pickleball court, and that was for its placement within the required side yard. So this proposed amendment not only would push it into the required rear yard, but also would increase the setbacks. I don't know how many building permits have already been issued for these pickleball courts, but, you go with what you have in the
If the
code.
side yard made more sense, you'd have to get a variance, right?
Correct,
You could-
yeah, anybody could get a variance for any of these standards.
Right, if you have somebody close to your rear yard and nobody,
Sure.
let's say your side yard is up against the town preserved land or something like that.
Yep.
It might actually be a better location, but you'd have to go to the zoning board with it.
Yes, and then, and then the zoning board could look at screening it, or, but at least they'd have some guidance in the town code, like, this is what the town board has required, which section are we really gonna vary?
All right, thank you. Any
Yep.
other questions for Katie before we go to the public? I do have a couple cards on this. All right, Larry Shelley? Is Larry still here? All right, Pamela Harwood?
Because Larry couldn't stay the course.
We are in our 5th hour.
And I'm a little gaga myself at the moment.
Yeah, me too.
So I'm going to say something radical that the Civic discussed last night, which is that we wanted to make a request that you just ban pickleball.
No.
We've had so many, like, people talking about how noisy they are. And you may not be able to do that. We understand that. But that's our first wish. I just want to have that on the record, because what's happening is that everybody is now having all of their athletic and entertainment stuff in their own backyard. Everyone has a swimming pool. Everyone, you used to go to a town pool for something like that, or country clubs used to have pools and shuffleboards and table tennis and all that sort of thing when I was young anyway. And now everybody's got everything in their backyard, and because the ZBA continues to give nearly every variance that's requested for setback relief, people are pushing even the measures that you put in. They'll go to the ZBA, they'll most likely get relief from those setback requirements. They'll be right on top of their neighbors. I know I live on a half acre. Everyone in my neighborhood is about half acre. There are people in back of me. Everyone now has a swimming pool. And some of the houses are rented. People come in and they're playing wiffle ball all day in the pool, screaming with the music on, Peloton amplified in the backyard. The noise, the leaf blowers, the noise. If people say to me all the time, if I move out of the Hamptons, it's because of the noise, besides the traffic. And so what are you going to do to ensure that people don't go to the ZBA and get variances to have it be closer? You mentioned 8-foot walls, sunken. I can tell you, these things are a chimera. You know, at the ZBA, they're always saying, oh, we'll plant a hedge of green giant arborvitae, you're good to go for the tennis court being right next to somebody's house. No, I have neighbors, they've got the green giant arborvitae, wooden fences, I have shrubbery, trees. No, I can hear every word that's being said at the swimming pool at my neighbor's house. So these things
Just,
are.
Pam, just a clarification here, so 30 foot away from the property, 4 foot sunken in,
Mhm.
6 foot sound wall,
Oh, I heard 8 foot sound wall.
3/4 inch thick. No, the 8 foot sound wall only pertains to tennis court conversions that are
to pickleball?
at grade within 30 feet.
Mhm.
So, but no, a new pickleball court would have to be 30 feet from the property
Mhm.
line, 4 foot into the ground,
Mhm.
and then another 6 foot of a 3/4 inch sound wall.
And has anybody tested this out?
Well, there was
To
some
see if
consultation
you
with,
really, have you really seriously, has anybody gone, built a pickleball court into that sunken space, built an 8 foot or 6 foot wall, and then judged whether or not you can hear it?
I did consult with a sound expert on this.
And what I would also recommend is if you could put in a decibel sound limit, that at least would give a neighbor the opportunity to call code enforcement
How
and
do
say
you-
it's above.
If you don't have a decibel reader, how do you know it's
Thank you,
above?
Cindy. I'm glad you mentioned that because that goes back to the party that happened in our neighborhood during COVID when the party went on till 3 a.m. and we called the police. And they said, no, that's code enforcement. We don't have decibel meters. And I said, how do the police not have decibel meters? They're $20 on the internet. Well, we don't. That is code enforcement, but they're not working tonight. And we told that they were, but it was probably, somewhere else. But, so, that's another thing I would request. Have the police and code enforcement both have decibel meters, very cheap, so that they can enforce the law, because the police told us, I cannot prove that this is above the decimal level because I don't have a decibel meter. So I can't prove it, so legally, I can't shut this party down. So if you could return the decibel meters to the police department and also equip code enforcement with them, then each party could be able to enforce the code, which is not happening now.
But again,
And,
just Pam, just the difference here in, this isn't based on a decibel reading. This is just based on the fact that right now you could potentially be 8 or 10 feet from a property line, not have to plant arborvitaes, not have to do a sound wall, not have to sink it. Right now,
Yes, no, it's
it's
not that.
wide open.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
No, and I
do
applaud that,
something.
to do something,
And
no.
so this is certainly gonna be better than what the current law says.
Absolutely.
So-
I'm just given the opportunity, since this is a public hearing and we have the opportunity for input, I'm just giving further input.
Okay.
We recognize the fact that this is better than nothing.
That's the
But,
point I'm trying to
um,
make, that it's,
but-
it might be a start, but it's
I think
better
we
than not
need
taking this step.
more things to lock in the neighbor's ability to also enjoy their property. Because this is less and less what's happening out here. People are less and less able to enjoy their own properties and backyards because of the noise going in around them. So thanks very much.
All right,
Thank
thank you.
you.
All right, so that's it. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on this pickleball subject?
I have some.
All right, we have some online. I know it's the former mayor's favorite subject back there.
I have to get to a CAC meeting at 7 o'clock. I didn't think there
All
was a
right, so we're going to our online audience. We have somebody, do you have just one?
Two.
You have two. All right, so let's bring the first on.
Am I the first person? Am I on?
You are.
Okay, hi, I'm Meredith Berkowitz again. I'm back now on the pickleball issue. I'm a longtime Southampton resident and also a member of the Bridgehampton Civic Association. I'm here again just speaking on my own behalf, as Pamela just spoke on behalf of the Civic. I have to confess, I've not yet jumped the pickleball Kool-Aid. I'm much like skiing. I'm loyal to skiing and never took up snowboarding, but I do think it's becoming extremely prolific, and there have to be some regulations. I think this is a great start and a starting point. as one board member said, because of their smaller size and the percussive nature, they are likely to be placed, I think, as far away from the primary residence as possible, because people will always think about the nuisance to themselves before they think about that of their neighbors. So I do think that imposing the significant setbacks is a great starting point. I do have just a couple of questions, which is, what happens to the open view shed? Neighboring properties are not necessarily enclosed, and are they then, what happens when you're now looking at these 6 to 8 foot sound attenuation walls? And similarly, like on reserves, would you be able, recreational activities are permitted on a lot of agricultural reserves. Are these going to apply similarly on the agricultural reserves as they do in the residential zones? My second question is, how will this then be enforced? Because so many people are putting them just up. It's so easy to just buy a net and paddles. And people put them up on their driveways, right? They don't necessarily even need a sport court for it. So will that be enforced, where people are doing these informal pickleball courts as well, like on driveways or basketball courts or things like that? It's hard enough to get code enforcement out now, so I'm not sure how, without additional code enforcement and help, how these are going to be enforced. And then the last thing is, have you considered a limitation on hours, given the percussive nature?
All right. I don't know, Katie, do you want to? So there were 4 issues brought forth. One, I guess, falls into screening of the sound attenuation walls.
Yeah, I mean,
Does the law require screening on the neighbor's side?
No, I mean, I can speak to the visual, and the two of the issues that Melissa did mention, the visual impact. I mean, the visual impact, certainly, the walls will have a visual, the sound attenuation walls will have a visual impact, but they are also set back pretty far, I
30
mean,
feet, yeah.
So that's kind of a balance between the visual impact with the setback further.
And they're 6 foot high and they're wood, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no requirement that they be landscaped or anything like that. So that's, I mean, there is visual impact, but they're setback. I would argue they're setback. They're either 20 feet, 30 feet, or they're not required if you've got the 50-foot setback for your pickleball court. For the ag reserves, I can't speak to every ag reserve, but I don't think these are allowed on agricultural reserves. I know they do talk about, like, some of them do have recreational language in them, but they're usually passive, is my understanding.
In their own specific easements.
Correct, but I don't think I've ever seen one, well, I don't think we would see one that would allow a sports court, a tennis court, a pickleball court. Like I said, usually if the town hears about recreation on ag reserve, there are complaints about maybe
There was
baseball.
one that was a baseball field.
Yeah,
I
baseball,
remember.
or maybe riding dirt bikes or something like that,
That
so.
was more in conjunction with the developed house on it.
Sure, yeah, so I don't think you'll see any of these courts.
And then enforcement was the third question.
Yeah, we didn't recommend any hours, I
mean, this is only pertains to people that are building formal courts. We're not gonna stop people from playing in cul-de-sacs, we're not gonna stop kids
Yeah.
from playing basketball
That
or
was the fourth
street
question.
hockey.
Right, and we're not
It
gonna.
happens in every neighborhood, in every community. People can't afford to build courts that their kids
Right,
just
people have
find a
ping pong
place to go
tables
play.
they set up in their backyards, but,
But stop any kids
the
from
enforcement
playing.
issue is there's not gonna be any special enforcement of this as opposed to any other sport activity.
correct.
So Katie,
so-
as far as, if I may, just to address one of your questions that Councilwoman McNamara said, this is specific to structures, right? So this is a court, a permanent
Yep,
court in a
yep.
yard and a location.
Something built
So
out
if there's a
around.
temporary, like Councilwoman McNamara kind of stated, someone puts it in their driveway or in the road, this does not address that.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't, but my guess is if somebody put that in their driveway and they were playing for 8 hours straight, there probably would be a decibel violation, and they certainly could.
But it's not permanent.
No,
and
it's not
and that
permanent.
this is, okay.
But there is a
I think that's-
definition too of a pickleball court in the law, and
Yes.
if somebody has a big, let's say, asphalt driveway, and they start painting the pickleball lines, they're going to meet the definition of a
Yes.
pickleball court, and they will have
Okay.
an illegal pickleball court.
Because they've made it permanent, because they painted.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
As soon as
All
you
right,
scrape
thank you.
their
I
eye,
appreciate the answer.
the head of the car.
All right, you have.
Good question.
You got one more, right?
That was just a question about the limitation on hours, but I think.
No, we're, I'm sorry, we have another speaker, I meant.
Oh, sorry, yes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Just for the record, I was there at 1 o'clock today, thinking that the pickleball discussion would begin fairly soon. When I realized that I was several hours away, I decided to come back and go to work and get in line this way. So I applaud all of you who've been sitting in your chairs for about 5 hours now. Your stamina is incredibly impressive.
Can we just get your name too?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Larry Shelley, and I have a home in Bridgehampton.
Oh, okay. Larry.
I was the
He went
card that
home.
you saw that
Yeah.
left.
Okay.
Oh, you were here.
The abandoned car.
Sorry. Yeah, you have to be practical. At some point, you have to be practical.
All right.
So the previous speakers really said a lot of what I was going to say. I would add a couple of items, though. First, in my neighborhood, my neighbor did convert a sport court, I would say, within 10 feet of my property line, and these are 1 acre lots, and there are trees all over the place, and as one of the speakers said, it makes no difference at all. And it's not just the thwacking, the back and forth, which Shay, you mentioned, it is the screaming that goes along with it because it's a very fun game.
Yes.
And the other thing is, which is a problem, is that, I don't know about you folks, but I stopped playing hardcore basketball about 35 years ago. This game is well suited for people of an older, vintage, shall we say. And so you have people of my generation, and perhaps yours, in some cases, playing as well, and it goes on for hours and hours and hours, and it's simply untenable. I sat through the summer, this came in, I suppose, the end of July, thinking that this would be acceptable, but quite frankly, it's untenable. I am, for those, by the way, who are not familiar with the sound, I would suggest you go to the Southampton Rec Center one day, listen to the noise, and imagine having that in your backyard, because that's really the sound that you hear, and you'll conclude rather quickly that it doesn't work. And you may not know, but there are many, many lawsuits throughout the country about this issue because it's creating havoc amongst communities. It's a great and wonderful game. It's a social game. It's a fabulous game. It's simply not appropriate for what I will say are enclosed communities such as this. My wife and I would get into a car. We go to the high school in Shelter Island. We go to the Sag Harbor Public Courts. We go to the Southampton Rec Center. It's not that big of a deal. I understand the enjoyment people have of stepping outside and playing in their backyard. It just doesn't work. So with all that said, and by the way, I want to thank you all for your service. As a part-time resident, these issues that you're dealing with are incredibly complicated and complex, and I benefit along with my other fellow part-time residents from the work that you do. So thank you for those who are stepping off and for those who are staying on. Appreciate the work. With all that said, I support this amendment. The one request I would make, however, is not knowing how long it will take before an amendment such as this is adopted, assuming that it is. I would ask for a moratorium to be placed on any new permits immediately or as soon as possible, so that any new conversions or installations not be approved while this legislation is being approved, because it would defeat the spirit, certainly of this discussion, if not the letter of the law. And again, thank you for your work. This does not rise to the level of climate change or a wastewater system, I understand. But as a matter of matter of enjoyment of our properties, it's a very, very significant issue, and I'm glad it's being addressed. So thank you very much, and good evening.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and there is actually a resolution of adoption in the packet, so it could even be approved today, so. All right, thank you, sir. All right, anyone else online?
That is it.
Read it, I don't know if it's tonight.
Was it?
Is it in tonight?
I think it's in the packet.
I thought it was.
I think it is.
It's there, right?
Katie says
Very good.
All right, so that is the last public hearing. We're going, I haven't made a motion to close, so let me make a motion to, we don't need to leave it open. Remember,
And we're adopting it tonight.
we got planning board comments already?
Yes, and Suffolk County Planning Commission.
Yep, we have a
Suffolk County
planning
Planning
commission, it's a type 2 under secret. There is a resolution of adoption on, I think it's 1466, which is.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now we're gonna go to public portion. Again, town hall audience first, and then we'll go to online. I apologize for how long this has been. We probably have lost some of the folks who filled out cards 5 hours ago.
They're probably online.
Some of them are gonna be online. So we will start with Kristen Millenhausen, who has stayed, so.
A remarkable demonstration of patience.
Yeah, well, it was interesting, actually. I loved hearing about the Riverside and the Bridgehampton successes. I think it's great. Okay, so, Hampton Bays, I just wanted to share with you, some of you may have received these or not, but the community Southampton Township members are getting in the mail very nice cards that say Canal Bass, and it's a timeline of sort of like we're coming in 2024. And I haven't received one personally, and my friends in Hampton Bays that I've communicated with have not. But my friends in West Hampton, East Quogue, Sag Harbor, North Sea. So I was like, this is curious. This is interesting. So I looked at the card that someone sent me. Someone was like, hey, heads up. I got it in an email, and it came in an envelope, and it really shook the tree a little bit. So, I, speaking on behalf of myself, I am also in the Civic, and the Civic had given us, we have a little committee of folks keeping abreast of Bess, and they gave us permission to speak about it. But I'm really speaking on my own behalf because you knew I was here for the moratorium and request. Concerning the fact that, the 6 months is moving along, and we don't have a task force. I speak again to, I've been here a couple times now. I know you're waiting on Hochul, but I think a task force should be created because I think this Canal Bass LLC is really not sitting on their hands. They're like planning when this moratorium's over, what's our next step? And I think it would behoove us to start getting ourselves together, whether it's, creating a task force. I do think we need to think about this promptly. Thoughts? I know we can't talk, but
Okay, well, thank you.
It's a good idea.
Thank you, and we don't have our consultant yet in line. So that's, I think, the step one, and there's no way, obviously, the 6-month moratorium is gonna run out. It's gonna have to get extended.
Yes.
And there'll be time if the future town board feels they wanna have an advisory committee or task force, they can create that. But,
Okay.
it's the holidays now, and I think that's something probably for the next town board.
So has anyone reached out to South Hole Township and just inquired, we're right across the pond. What have you done? They've created a task force since day one. So it doesn't hurt to inquire. Is it something?
Yeah, I think they
I
did
have
what, a
I've
12-month
spoken with
moratorium, too.
the town attorney at
Yeah, they made it a year.
Yeah, they're in a little bit different situation now, it's because they didn't have the zoning in place, but, yeah, I've been speaking with them, and he's been speaking with me and other
Yeah.
municipalities about what we're doing. Obviously, the state is really taking a leadership role, we really got to see what they're gonna do first.
Yes.
And it's important, it's a nationwide problem, this is
Yes.
not, local, this is a nationwide situation, and,
Yes.
it's
And a
gonna-
countywide
But I
work-
think the task force is a good idea, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
And
just thinking.
If I could, a
Yes,
countywide
please.
working force is in the offing as well.
Pardon?
So a countywide working group on this
Yes.
from the different towns, because we're all really faced
We're
with
all
the same
affected. Yeah.
issue.
Well,
Right,
absolutely,
so
100%.
what the supervisor said, as far as this being, the moratorium being extended, that's a pretty good bet. And I've said that publicly in previous meetings that
Yes,
you were at.
I do
So
appreciate that.
we're not,
Right.
like, gonna end 6 months and,
Right.
okay.
But have you
Because
seen
we-
the flyers?
I did see it.
Which-
Yeah, I was
Yes.
sent.
And then it
Which is
brings
a
you-
different issue than.
Yes, and no,
okay,
it's not you
good.
guys at all. I know it's not coming from you guys, but when you go to the website, it, kind of requests that you do that. It talks it very thoroughly about how they've publicly engaged. And I just, when you see that, it kind of makes you very angry because that's not what happened with Bess at the canal site. So I'm bringing it to your attention because I'm just getting texts and emails and, did you see this? And I'm like, I didn't get one, so
We
it's
did have a
interesting.
back and forth.
Obviously,
Bays
we
did not
can't
get them.
control what people mail out.
I
That's,
know.
It's a private thing,
But
but.
it
yeah.
brings the attention to the fact that they're marching on with this thought to do it, and we're not creating a task force yet. Just a thought.
Yeah, I don't really have a problem with creating a task force. I mean, but I just feel like the next town board should take that step. There's gonna be
Rational.
quite a bit of time.
We got 20 days.
Yeah, I know, but now here, we're addressing these other matters very quickly, and then this matter has
Is
been
it
on
gonna be
the
a-
back burner for a bit, and we want some action,
And,
you know?
you have to be careful too with task forces too, it's a certain amount of citizens, certain amount of technical people spread out across the town. I mean,
Yes, how do you go about creating,
how do you
right?
go about creating it? Is it, fair and objective and all those things?
That's why I asked about South Hold. I
And it's gonna
didn't,
be an advisory board of some sort, so, it looks like all the town, there's multiple towns that are looking at moratoriums or have enacted moratoriums, and, joining forces a little bit, I think is a good idea, because they're all struggling with the same issue about these facilities, are they needed? If they are needed, where should they go? What, safety precautions need to be in place?
Yes.
Those- all
And
those
most
things.
municipalities don't want to run out in front of the state. The state has made a, affirmative statement that they're going to do that. And we have yet to see that. I know they're working on it, but
Right.
it hasn't manifested itself as something real yet. So,
Okay.
if I was staying on the board, I would recommend to continue the moratorium until the state comes back with, what it's proposing, 'cause
And like the state is very much advocating for more offshore wind, tremendous amount
oh, I read the
of
paper,
offshore
I
wind.
know.
I mean, offshore wind
needs to be stored.
needs to be stored,
Well,
right? So that means there's
I
going
get
to
it.
be battery, so it doesn't have to be battery energy storage, there's gotta have to be some kind of energy
You have to
storage.
harness it, right?
There's different ways you can store energy. You can store it with
It can be stored as heat.
with water, in water towers
Right.
or whatever it
So,
is.
but-
You
but
take
so-
the energy, you run pumps, pumps the water up, and then when the water comes back down, it releases the energy. There's lots of ways that potentially you can do it, and maybe just industrial areas, far from everybody.
Yes.
But those are questions that have to get answered. But, it's important, I think, that, the citizens and the town board pay close attention.
Yeah, so,
All right, thank you,
Yeah,
Kristen.
Kristen, thank you for that, because I think you're dead on. I think we definitely need a
I'm getting
task force.
people who need
I
to
think we
wanna
said
go
before, we
home.
need a more regional approach. I'm not really,
I do too.
have a lot of faith in what the state may come down with. I think we're a very unique area here.
Yes.
So we kind of have to protect ourselves, so that would help.
and they are defending that site as a very appropriate site, so we do need to keep our eye on that
Way
ball.
So
Because-
Kristen, you hear what's happening, state, then
Yes,
county.
yes.
Then town,
But
and this is going to
And,
take some
okay,
time.
so
So,
didn't,
we're
isn't
going to
that-
take a good, hard look
Okay.
at this.
That's how we.
You are being heard.
Okay.
Okay.
Very well.
I'm sorry, you'll have other opportunities, I'm sure, too, and thank you for your patience. So Chris Chomsky, Chomicki, Chris Chomicki.
Yes, how's everything? I'm a little tired here. We were down in the basement, then over here, then over
Have
there.
you been here since 1?
Yeah,
Yes.
since
Mhm.
12.
Yeah. We were
I'm good.
downstairs, we were wandering. We didn't know where we were
Wow.
going.
Here's the 12.
Yes.
They didn't,
Well, yeah, it
they
came a
didn't
little-
usher you into the truck, like, after 5?
Oh, I don't know. We,
Whatever.
whatever.
Gonna start charging you rent, well, I guess.
I had a few things I had to take care of. So. Anyway, I'd like to talk to the board about the resolutions 2023-1464 and 1465, which I know Tommy John is in charge of. And I was unable to make the meeting when, what was it, November 28th, which I really didn't realize it was going on until somebody told me the next day. So I've been involved with Lisa Gorey in the assessor's office, and well, Cindy, you know, Rick, you know. But, where I stand now, when I went to the review board, they said, well, go to small claims court with the, Supreme Court. So I put that in, and now I'm waiting till they told me it probably wouldn't be till June till I heard any response on anything. So I would like to sit down with you for a few minutes and discuss a couple things, and maybe you can hold off the vote for another week or two.
Are you suing the town currently?
No,
Oh,
I don't.
okay.
I don't plan on it. I just want to.
An important piece of information.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I mean, I would like to try to get my property tax reduction for last year, if possible, but I don't know, once it's done, it's probably.
Well,
finished.
yes, I've received a call, another call, and I do want to speak to you. So what I plan on doing is those two resolutions I want to table to our next meeting on the 21st.
Okay.
So, and we'll have an opportunity to talk.
Yeah, no, because I got a few things I think you would really be interested in seeing what I have as far as, because I've been looking stuff up since, well, after March 1st now.
Mhm.
So it's been a while. So I mean, I don't plan on suing the town. I just want to know what
Well, I was
is.
just
what
asking if you
is-
were currently.
Yeah,
you know.
correct.
Good to know, right?
I'm just curious how to handle this, because I kind of feel it's not just me, that there's, I know a few people that live in East Quogue that are a little bit older, and they may be eligible for this, and they probably don't even know it exists or how to do it, that's my point. I mean, I think some other people would benefit on knowing the procedure or the income limitations or how to do it. Because the Enhanced Star program, you have like incomes in the $90,000 range, and then the other ones, these are like $50,000 to $58,000, and depending on how you calculate your income, there's some crazy stuff going on. It's a lot easier to do the STAR because they just use your adjusted gross income and they use two lines on your income tax, the IRA payments or something. There's two lines, but the whole, this other program is, even when I called the taxation and finance departments, they're telling me, well, it's a local program, you gotta talk to the town board, the town supervisor, the town attorneys, you gotta talk to Lisa Gorey, and I'm like,
Your councilman.
yeah, that guy, yes. But
Since we're
it's
listing it.
I don't know. It's just it's kind of a crazy program if you don't have certain lines where you can look at the lines on your income tax and say, okay, line 19 and line 9. It's a lot more definitive that way.
Okay,
So,
I've instructed my office to set up a meeting with you, and we
Okay.
can continue this offline.
So I'll just give a call and
Sure.
see when you're available or
Yeah.
whatever.
And thank you for waiting the 5
Oh, yeah,
hours
no,
and 12 minutes to
actually,
tell us that.
I didn't even realize they were doing a sewer district. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I used to do that work, and then I worked for the phone company, so I was in this building a lot. I mean, we were always tearing things apart in here.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
All right, I guess David Capovari.
Capovari, thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. 5 hours later.
Thank you for your
Supervisor,
patience.
town board. Kristen covered a lot of the information that I covered, so I'm going to try to cut it down a little bit. I'm also like to discuss the BESS installation, or the canal BESS installation that's going to be installed on exit 66 in that little tiny area. As we spoke last time, you were waiting on a special commission report from Kathy Hochul, and from based on your discussions, you haven't received it yet. What I was going to initially ask for was that you put on the schedule a additional 6-month moratorium on the BESS installations for Southampton, which you guys have the power to do. I know some of you guys are stepping out, but if you could put that on the agenda, just to vote or a 6-month moratorium is running out in February. And the cards that came out were very scary, like, hey, this is going in. So you need time to review the doc, update your local documents, and then have public review, and then vote on it, because these 10 feet away from trees and 100 feet away from combustible materials and houses is scary. Plus the fact that I had asked if you knew if it was Rhineland Energy, and these cards confirmed that Rhineland Energy is putting in, they are the subcontractor. They have no track record, they've never done this before. These shipping cargo containers need to be sealed from the environment. In actuality, I've been discussing with employees from national energy companies who do solar panel installations, and they're entering into the BESS installation. And they are discussing 400-foot setbacks from trees, and even further from houses and combustible materials, because they are aware that the technology isn't there yet. They have a propensity to explode and burn from humidity. And as a matter of fact, I've seen some designs where they want to put it into a Home Depot-sized warehouse that has climate control and a Class B and C fire suppression system of dry chemical or baking soda, sodium, potassium, bicarbonate. So therefore, that would be a far more suitable scenario because now you have a climate-controlled area. If it burns, the toxic fumes don't just go into our atmosphere. And any water runoff is not going to run into the canal. And if water goes into the canal that's toxic, there goes your fishing, there goes your swimming in beaches. Southampton will have a reputation of toxic water, and there goes our economy in Southampton. And that would be devastating. So, all I can say is that the canal best equals an economic and environmental disaster for the town of Southampton. It needs to go in a location that's suitable. Okay? It's too close to Sunrise Highway, the LIRR, and the canal. It's very dangerous. So if we could find another location away from these areas, that would be better. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Gail, you are next. Followed by, is there somebody named Lar, L-A-R? Is that somebody? L-A-R, Southampton, comment to town board on resolution 1438?
That's me, but my name's not Laura.
That is you?
That is me.
Looks like Laura to me.
All right.
Well, Madam Town Clerk, keep me honest with the 3 minutes. I had notes, now they're all over the map. So I just would, what the people from Best Canal Southampton is saying, I want to reiterate, we should have extend the moratorium, and we should, have some kind of task force. And on Thursday's town planning board agenda, they're reviewing a site plan for a BESS system, a BESS solar system in Flanders. So I don't know why that would be on the planning board agenda. So I'm just bringing that to your attention. It's something solar. I had hoped the woman from Flanders would bring that up. So I have to voice my objection to the 11th hour cornucopia of public hearings scheduled on December 21st at 1 p.m. Moving forward, these public hearings, a brand new public hearing for the Community Fund Housing Plan, it's just unconscionable. It really is. It's disrespectful to the community, it's disrespectful to the new administration, and it's a religious period. It's a religious holiday season. It's just really unconscionable. Unless something is like really important that absolutely has to get done, there is literally no reason not to have another public hearing in January and not to have things approved in January. It's unconscionable. And anybody that thinks it isn't should be ashamed of themselves. And I have to say, my heart sank a little to see that little interaction with Nelson Pope Morales, to think this town of Riverhead, as well as the individual, poked holes in their report. I have to say it made my heart sing. After all that particular company put me through, as well as with this town board, including the person that signed the agreement to neutralize the people of Hampton Bays. My heart sank. But this board continues to ignore unintended consequences. The town of Riverhead had to point out to you the unintended consequences. You don't look at unintended consequences. And that goes back to you don't have a process. It's been like this 8 years. I'm banging my head against the wall. I'm kind of relieved that it's going to be over soon, hopefully. The CEQA process, John, you brought up, well, we'll look at the site. No. You're supposed to look at the cumulative effects. I did a presentation at the Civic Association. We have all these plans along Montauk Highway. I think there was like 15 of them. And what we're doing is we're doing them in we look at Liggins, we look at the laundromat, we look at the diner. No, you're supposed to look at that on the cumulative effect because it's part of the corridor strategic plan. I could be filing Article 78 every time one of those gets approved. And the same thing with this. With the BESS, there was 1,700 sites, and you kicked the can down the road. What if those 1,700 sites actually got site plans? You can't look at each one in the vacuum. That's the basic concept of cumulative effects. Whether it reaches the legal, where I could win in the Supreme Court, is different. But it's a concept that you should be embracing to save our community. I really feel like, and I'm gonna use you, Jay, because there's actually a Jamaica line, a J line, as opposed to the JAY line. There's like a train that we're like standing and bobbing and weaving to try to save our communities and not be talked over and not be ignored. And I've been at this for 8 years, and I like have PTSD by now. I have other comments, and I'll just hold off on them. But the one comment I want to make is, and it's not a political statement, is something that I read in the Southampton Press when they endorsed Maria Moore over Cindy McNamara. And again, it's not a political statement by any stretch. You know, I have respect for both people. But they said she pushed against, as opposed to pulling forward, and I might have the words a little screwed up at this point. But I feel like I'm that person. But I feel like I've been given no choice. I feel like I've had to push against this train, like not listening to us, not doing the work you needed to do on the Bel Air, the best zoning, the HBDOD. It's frustrating. It's incredibly frustrating. And I am sorry to see people go. And Jay, honestly, you really have some fabulous ideas, and you're a broad thinker. And honestly, I know you find it hard to believe, but I actually have a lot of respect for you. But the process in this administration does not get to the right answer. And we're all the result of a lot of bad decisions. So I'm sorry to see some of the people go, especially Rick and John. You're a talented person, but the process was never good enough to protect our communities. And so I'm looking forward, I am looking forward to a new administration.
All right, thank you. Yeah. All right, Laura, you're up, Jesse.
Laura, is that like a youthful nickname or something?
I don't think he wrote that. Somebody else wrote that on the card.
I think there was such a big crowd
Yeah.
earlier this afternoon that Laura was the best we can do to save the time. But before I did want to speak tonight, as you read from the card, about Resolution 2023-1438. But before I do that, I just want to say that I'm very impressed by the overall board for your patience and diligence. This was a very long meeting today, and for those who haven't served in elected office before, I can tell you it takes tremendous patience and work ethic and personal and professional sacrifice to do it. Everyone does. So, it was good to see everyone in action. It was also great to see the community come out and speak their opinion. But I did want to give this board credit for their work, and in particular, I did want to send my regards to Councilman Martel and Bouvier, who will be serving their until January 1 or so. And I thought you guys were both great. John, obviously, when it comes to water quality, you're second to none. And Rick, you're just an all-around good community person, not just in Hampton Bays, but also for the entire town of Southampton. And Councilwoman McNamara, Supervisor Schneiderman, and Tommy John, thank you very much. What I wanted to briefly talk about was a resolution that I'm quite familiar with, which was a resolution for this board to approve a second funding amount for the Southampton Village Sewer District. There's an extra $978,000 from the WQIP Water Quality CPF Fund that will go to the Southampton Village Sewer District. That's a big win. This was a grant that obviously we had worked on together in the first half of this year. But there's one issue that I wanted to bring up, and I think it might require a little more deliberation from not just this town board, but also the Village of Southampton. Very likely, over the coming months, the town board will likely receive an application to purchase 137 Pond Lane. That's part of the Pond Lane Park that many village and town residents are familiar with. But what I want to make sure is clear, and I think that maybe the village board has potentially forgotten about this, is that it is critical that some water quality funds, in addition to town preservation funds, be used in the acquisition of this parcel. This is critical because this is a plot of land that obviously I helped get acquired in a warehouse, which is right adjacent to Lake Agawam. And if you don't use the water quality funds, we will not be able to do any water quality features on this piece of land. And one thing that I've been advocating for that showed up in an initial plan that has now changed was the creation of an engineered constructed wetlands, which could remove thousands of pounds of nitrogen and hundreds of pounds of phosphorus each and every year from both the groundwater and the surface water. In fact, the constructed wetlands, according to local engineering firms that may be used, would be able to remove 1,000 pounds of nitrogen for every half acre. Very important to be able to do water quality. As you know, there's a process going on to alienate Dozier Park so that we can do water quality there. We don't want to be in the same situation for 137 Pond Lane that we are for Dozier, where we can't do any water quality there, especially given the strategic nature of this Pond Lane parcel. So what I just wanted to ask the town board to maybe look into, and there's one more meeting that you could potentially adopt this resolution if you don't do it tonight, is there enough WQIP funds to use some water quality funds for 137 Pond Lane and phase part 2 of this sewer resolution? If not, perhaps the village could come back next year and get the remaining $978,000 for the design and the engineering for the sewer district. I can tell you that it doesn't look like the village is moving at a rapid pace on the sewer district, so there may be a better opportunity next year. In addition, the village has applied for a $10 million grant to New York State for the sewer. We also have the opportunity to go to the EFC, the DEC. There's the Mother Nature Bond Act that's available. There's federal infrastructure money that's available. There may be more Suffolk money if a 1/8 of a sales tax is passed with this next administration. So I don't know to what extent
That's done
there
for
will
2
be money.
years.
Yeah, not official, but it's
No,
possible.
No, 2 years minimum.
Right, 2 years. So I'm just asking the board maybe to work with the village to see the proper and the strategic sequence of events. Does it make sense for this money to be appropriated in the acquisition of 137 Pond Lane? In addition to regular CPF funds, does it make sense to put this money aside for the sewer, or does it make sense to come back a little bit later for sewer money? That is
At the moment, the public hearing for that property is under CPF designation Hamlet Green. I don't know that it would preclude it from having like a constructed wetland later on where the CPF could pay to, because you're creating a natural feature. It probably wouldn't allow for a sewage treatment plant, but you might be able to do that. It's not being purchased under the open space category, but more of a hamlet park. And yeah, you could have fountains and things like that. You could probably have things that were, water quality related. Still, I don't know that would preclude it. Something we can look at. But right now, the hearing notice is as a hamlet park.
And when is the hearing, by the way? I think there may be some village residents that would like to know. 21st.
Yes.
1 o'clock.
Okay. That's really the request here, just to be 100% sure that the right funds are being used. After all, the goal of this, again, was to clean Lake Agawam, and it has since then evolved into something a bit different, but the number one goal here, at least in my opinion, and I think when we first started this journey, was the cleanup of Lake Agawam.
There was some discussion about under the road, within the road right-of-way, doing some water quality projects, so rebuilding, the marshlands there, and maybe a PRB, things like that. So that's off this property anyway, but, anyway, thank you.
Yeah, right, that would be on the village property.
On the village
So-
property. All right, we're gonna have to move along, but thank you.
I appreciate it, I know it's been a long night.
Thank you.
See you guys
Thank you.
later.
All right, Ray D'Angelo, I have a card for
He
you,
left.
might be online. So, all right, so that's it for cards. Is there somebody else who wanted to speak? I
Sits in their pajamas and now they're gonna
didn't
talk
call,
forever.
all right, so Charles, we're gonna go online to our home audience.
Yeah.
2, okay. And then after we get through public portion, I'm gonna ask for just like a 5-minute stretch recess, okay? And then we'll go
I have
the
to get to a
rest.
7 o'clock CAC meeting.
Dinner time.
Yeah, let's move.
Yeah, I have to get to a 7 o'clock CAC.
Nature, okay.
What do we have, Charles?
So go now.
All right, let's bring on the next person.
CBA's at 7.
We made that up.
After this,
Take your stretch now.
I will be exercising personal privilege.
It's,
I only need,
just go now.
It's like deja vu.
Over again.
Hey, Donna.
Hey, Donna. Round three.
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Can't, still can't.
In light of the long evening, I'm going to save some of my public portion for December because I didn't realize you have another meeting. God bless all of you for that. But tonight, Tommy John, I really, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of all the volunteers of Southampton Ambulance, we really appreciate the referendum that you put through and the resolution to increase our benefit plan. It's a long time coming, and we absolutely appreciate all the work you did to put that forward.
Thank you,
So
and
I
the board
really-
supported it.
Sunday was there.
I absolutely, well, you got it across.
Sunday ran the election. I showed up and
Cindy, yes,
shook her hand.
absolutely.
Took 4 weeks to put that together.
When, so everybody who was involved to get it across the line, I truly, like I said, it was something I had tried to do 8 years ago. I was told it couldn't be done, so I'm glad that we finally crossed the finish line, and I'm very grateful. And look forward to retaining more volunteers and keeping this going. In light of the late hours, I was just coming to talk to you about the zoning board of appeals and the amount of cases that they see. Because none of these appeals are directly, like you have to get written notice. If I'm not a direct neighbor, I can't speak on that. So I will work on my notes, sharpen my T's, and I'll save that for December. But I wish you all, thank you so much for your time. Rick, Martel, you've been fantastic. Joan Bouvier, Jay, I appreciate all of your service you've done for the town of Southampton.
Thank you, Donna, and thank you for watching every town board meeting and every ZBA meeting and every planning board meeting.
I literally, I watched all of them. I feel like I can't be effective in a community if I'm not knowledgeable, so I do my best to educate through
Thank you.
workings. And again, wish I could have been there in person, but I had a little setback this weekend, and I'm on the mend.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Feel better.
Thank you, and I'll see you on the 21st, guys. I'll spare you.
All
Have a
right,
good
thank
night.
you. All right, Charles, up.
Wait, isn't this two public?
Welcome back.
Hi, me again? Am I up? I, again, want to,
Did you
I will
already
speak very
speak
briefly.
about
I
pickleball?
recognize the very late
Pickleball.
hour, and I will speak very fast. I was just wondering if any of you had seen the letter to the editor in the Southampton Press from Marilee Foster. It was basically about recommending that the town enact a moratorium on the ag reserves. She had said that the parcels that they really, there's been a lot of contention arising about the use of agricultural reserves, and that when they were conceived decades ago, it was done to preserve agriculture as the rural economy became more suburban. I'm quoting her there. And that the ownership, they weren't, at that time, because it was done so long ago, you couldn't see how the ownership would evolve. And what's happened is that you have people who are buying these agricultural reserves and using them in the name of agriculture, but not really, you're not really seeing more crops go in the ground. You're not really seeing more agricultural contribution to the community. And I agree with everything that she was saying. We've also discussed this as part of the Bridgehampton Civic Association, and I think what we do think is that's something that if we were wondering if the town might consider, which is to impose a moratorium that have come under new ownership in the last 10 years, with an exception being for deer fencing. This would then give the town enough time to conduct, as she recommended, a thorough inventory investigation as to how these agricultural properties are being used. So I just wanted to put that on people's radar and see if there was any appetite for considering or discussing something like that.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Charlie,
Thank
anyone
you.
else?
Have a great evening
You too.
and appreciate your time and patience.
That's it.
Happy holidays.
All right,
Happy holidays.
motion to close public portion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I'm gonna ask for 1 minute recess, that's all. Be right back.
I don't know if I can go there, but we'll get it.
In 1 minute and back.
There's gotta be a lineup.
We're all headed in the same place.
Showing
You
off.
guys can use the ladies' room, I won't tell. I think I just told everybody.
Yeah, there's only
this
two
camera-
urinals.
is this camera
Rush.
off or on?
Although, you know what, we could have fun and stand behind them.
All right, we are back at our meeting here, and we're gonna do the resolutions, and we're gonna take them, I guess, in the order that they're in the packet, unless somebody wants to take
There's
something
no
out.
one
of
left
it.
Let's just go.
There's
All
nobody
right,
left.
1438 of 2023, authorized supplemental funding for WQIP of Southampton Village Sewer System Design Engineering WQIP project.
Second.
Seconded by, oh, and this is co-sponsored by
Yes.
all of you, and it's so sponsored, it's seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Don't get excited, the same thing's next.
1439 of 2023, co-sponsored by all of you, authorized funding for Town of Southampton Bridgehampton Community Center project for sanitary engineering and design.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1440, also with all of you, authorized funding for WQIP of Highway Department Stormwater Management at Foster Avenue and Lighthouse Road project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, I'm at 1441 of 23, authorized funding for WQIP for Highway Department for Stormwater Management at Royal Avenue North Terminus project in Flanders.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1442 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized purchase of forklift from Modern Group Limited using the Sourcewell contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1443 of 2023, authorized the purchase of food products and related supplies from Omnia Partners with Premier Inc. with distribution through U.S. Foods.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1444, authorized, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, authorized the supervisor to execute a contract with L.K. McLean Associates for professional services related to restoration of wood columns at the Bridgehampton Community House in Bridgehampton.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1445, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized supervisor to sign a contract with L.K. McLean for professional engineering services for Yacht Club Drive, Remsenburg bulkhead replacement.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1446 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, authorized the supervisor to execute an agreement with Young Associates for a survey for property at 118 Old Country Road, West Hampton. That's the Bagley property.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1447 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Schiavone, authorized the supervisor to sign the 2024 Bridgehampton Park District grant agreement with the Bridgehampton Museum.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1448 of 23, authorized supervisor to sign consultant agreement with Thomas Neely, doing business as TFN Advisors.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Town Board
approved.
Oh, sorry.
That was unanimous, sir? Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Town Board Resolution 1449, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, is to authorize the supervisor to sign a contract extension with Brian Bristian for farming at Town Line Road, parcel Town Line Road, Sagaponic, Suffolk County Tax Map 908-4-1-27.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1450 of 2023, authorized the supervisor to sign a rental agreement for a 3 to 3.4 cubic yard loader wheel for seasonal leaf pickup and road cleanup with United Rentals using the Sourcewell contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1451 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, is authorized the supervisor to sign a time extension contract with Suffolk County Parks and Conic Estuary Program.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1452 of 2023, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract or contracts for embroidered and silkscreen clothes.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1453 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, is award and authorize supervisor to sign a contract with Spectre Manufacturing Incorporated for closed top-shelf contained ejector trailer with hydraulic roof opening.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1454 of 23, co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, recall and amend Resolution 2023-1023, authorize the supervisor to execute a contract with Chaliff and Rogers Architects for Tayano Life Saving Station.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1455, recall and amend Town Board Resolution 2023-55, Nelson and Pope Engineering, Architecture and Land Surveying, PPLC for Shinnecock Hills Extension.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1456 of 23, recall and rescind Town Board Resolution number 2023-1314, notice to bidders for Mercury Marine Parts.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1457 of 2023, co-sponsored with the entire board. Recall and rescind Town Board Resolution number 2023-1364, notice to respondents for professional municipal sewer engineering services for the Riverside Sewer Project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1458 is the 2023 notice to bidders for Mercury Marine Parts.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1459 of 2023 notice to bidders for walking floor trailers.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1460 of 2023, co-sponsored with the entire board. 2023 notice to respondents for professional municipal sewer engineering services for the Riverside Sewer Project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1461 of 23, amend the 2023 budget for various departments.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1462 of 23, authorize additional funds for legal services by the Law Office of Vincent Toomey Esquire for 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 1463 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, resolution to adopt amendments to Town Code, Chapter 330-50, 330-51, and 330-109 in connection with the permitting process for agricultural fencing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. Any discussion? We held a public hearing, and this gives, I guess, the planning, Janice Shearer's position, the land planning and development administrator, so this ability to approve these things,
Instead of it going to the planning board.
rather than going to the planning board. That's the basic thrust of it. All right, so, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1464 of 2023, I'd like to make a motion to table that to December 21st.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion to table to December 21st, second on the tabling motion by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Town
So
Board
tabled.
Resolution.
Yep.
Town Board Resolution 1465 of 2023, I would also like to table to December 21st.
Second.
All right, there's a motion tabled by the sponsor, Councilman Scavone, seconded by Councilwoman McNamara to December 21st. All in favor?
Aye.
So tabled. All right. And we're at 1466 of 23, resolution adopting amendments to Town Code Chapter 330 zoning to establish standards and setback for pickleball courts.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. I don't make too much noise on this.
No. Let's move on.
It needs to be done. So it may not go far enough, I understand that, but something has to happen here. So, all right, we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1467 of 23, authorized Peconic Bay Region Community Preservation Fund tax refund pursuant to the first-time homebuyer's exemption for Carlos G. Suarez Cedillo.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1469.
What about 68?
Oh, I'm sorry.
1468 of 23, authorized Peconic Bay Region Community Preservation Fund tax refund pursuant to first-time homebuyer's exemption for Kristen Kiernan.
Same second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1469 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, to authorize the supervisor to sign documents for the transfer of sanitary flow credits as it relates to the Affordable Housing Apartment component of the special exemption site plan of Frederick Foster 4 Montauk Highway, West Hampton.
Second.
Second by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1470 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, authorized waiver of Parks and Recreation Facilities use fee for the Hampton-based Interact Club Run as One 5K for Mary's Meals on November 18th, 2023.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. All right, Resolution 1471 of 2023, co-sponsored by the entire town board.
Thank God they didn't.
Renames building located at 271 Flanders Road in memory of Miss Annie Jackson.
Second.
Proclamation from 6 hours ago.
Yeah, seems like a long time ago. Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. I had a copy of the resolution that I was going to give to the family. Janice, you'll get this to them?
Yes.
All right,
Or I can take it to the party. We're supposed to go on party celebration.
go ahead.
Tonight?
No, not tonight.
You get it there, all right? 1472 of 2023. No, you're giving it back to me? Pass
Yeah,
it to
because I don't
Janice.
know when the party
Give
is.
it to Janice.
Janice can take it.
All right, 1472 of 2023, setting town board meeting dates for 2024. And
Second.
I just want to make sure this is consistent with what we had not tabled something, we had set a hearing
It is.
23rd.
for the 23rd earlier. All right, so who was my second?
I second it. Isn't this done in the organizational meeting? Like, shouldn't the new board
I don't,
take a look at
Speak to
it?
that?
Sure,
Because
please.
For the very same reason, public hearings and other legal.
We need the
documents
dates
are
then.
being
Be adjourned,
done into
too.
the future, so
I think we even set one, right, okay.
They can be adjusted at the reorg meeting.
Okay, yeah, all right.
these are not the work session dates, but just. the-
Beyond our
Regular town
scheduled
board,
thing.
right.
I think there's a mistake. I did think there was the January 23rd meeting should be 6 o'clock, not 1 o'clock.
No, aren't we
No.
still doing afternoon meetings in
No,
then?
I think in January, they're
the
both
month.
daytime
Yeah.
meetings.
Yes,
Because
please.
of the weather.
Because,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah,
Then it's-
weather and daytime, yeah,
So that we're not going home at midnight?
Yeah.
that's been
Why don't
every
we try
year.
like 2 o'clock, just have some
In
fun.
the snow and ice.
All right, Tommy John, you seconded it, right?
I did.
All right, and you can always, you can change
Yeah,
this.
we can work with it if needed.
All right, so there's motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1473 of 2023, authorization to accept and approve proposition amending the Northampton Flanders Ambulance District Volunteer Ambulance Workers Length of Service Award Program, LoSAP, by increasing the monthly service award from $20 to $30 pursuant to New York State General Municipal Law, Article 11, AAA.
Second.
Second by Councilman McNamara, and this is co-sponsored by all of us. I'll call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, good work, Councilman.
And there are three more. Town Board Resolution 1474 of 2023, co-sponsored with the entire board. Authorization to accept and approve proposition amending the Hampton Bays Ambulance District Volunteer Ambulance Workers Length of Service Award Program, LoSAP, by increasing the monthly service award from $20 a month to $30 pursuant to New York State GML, Article 11, AAA.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Town
approved.
Board Resolution 1475 of 2023, authorization to accept and approve the proposition amending the Southampton Ambulance District Volunteer Ambulance Workers Length of Service Award Program, LoSAP, by increasing the monthly service award from $20 to $30 pursuant to New York State General Municipal Law, Article 11, AAA.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
And finally, Town Board Resolution 1476 of 2023, co-sponsored by the entire board, thank you. Authorization to accept and approve proposition amending the West Hampton Ambulance District Volunteer Ambulance Workers Length of Service Award Program, LoSAP, by increasing the monthly service award from $20 to $30 pursuant to New York State General Municipal Law, Article 11, AAA.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
And again, I want to thank the clerk's office for doing the lion's share of the work on the elections.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing this forward so we have an opportunity to get this in place. for our volunteers. 1477 of 2023 accepts resignation of a youth counselor and youth bureau.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 2023-1478 accepts resignation of a budget technician in the town controller's office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1479 of 23 appoints Lisa Pape to Senior Auditor Town Finance Office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1480 of 2023 appoints Renee Riley to Administrative Assistant position in Community Preservation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1481 appoints Christine Mortiz to Senior Office Assistant position in Land Management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1482, and congratulations on all these appointments.
And much needed in planning.
1482 of 23 appoints Brenna Rand to planner position in Land Management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
That
approved.
was a long time coming.
1483 of 23 appoints James Perini to Deputy Town Assessor position from Civil Services.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1484 of 23 appoints Tammy Wimpelberg to Senior Assessment Assistant position
Really?
from Civil Service list.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 1485 of 23 appoints Sean Kernine to Real Property Recorder 1 position in the Town Assessor's Office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1486 of 23 appoints Shakira Fothergill to Senior Office Assistant position in the Trustee's Office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1487 of 23 appoints Tyler Carbone to Sanitation Helper position in Municipal Works Waste Management Division.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 1488 appoints George Valentino to Senior Water Treatment Plant Operator Type 1B in the Hampton Bays Water District.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1489 of 23, authorize hiring of Ricardo Cruz Hernandez, police officer, Spanish-speaking start.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 1490 of 2023, authorize town personnel to attend the 2024 Association of Towns Annual Meeting and Training School.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1491 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, is a notice of public hearing on the acquisition of a historic preservation and conservation easement on property located at 560 Bridge Lane, Sagaponack, and amending the CPF Preservation Project Plan to, and the CPF Management and Stewardship Plan to include that property.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, and this would be a hearing January 9th at 1 PM. So that'll go into next year, this acquisition. Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1492, that's Columbus, right? Isn't that the year?
Well,
Yep.
theoretically.
Yeah, 2023-1492. Co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Scavone, is a notice of public hearing on the Community Housing Fund acquisition of land of the Yule Family Trust.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This also will be January 9th hearing at 1 PM. Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 1493 of 2023, authorize the acceptance of a deed of open space in connection with the map of Riverhead Estates, map number 574, section D.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 44994 appoints Jacqueline Thornton to Employee Benefit Supervisor, Human Resources.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
45065, appoint a legislative aide in the town council's office.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 45074, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, authorized supervisor to sign documents related to the cleanup of the North Sea Transfer Station.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution ID 45094, waive winter storage fees for Sea Scouts.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 45097 is a notice of public hearing to consider improvements to the Hampton Bays Water District pursuant to Town Law Section 202B.
Second?
That's also a January 9th hearing, seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And the last resolution, 45098, is our 23rd warrant, capital number 23, CPF number 23, and payroll liability.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I say one thing real quickly? We just hired a legislative
Yeah,
aide.
on other business as
Well-
well. Good.
Yeah, just, we hired Tajaya Anderson. She's a graduate of SUNY Stony Brook in political science. Excited to have her. She's currently working at the Southampton Village, and she will be starting here and in 2024, in January.
Is there any other business?
Yes, until 9 o'clock, you can go to your local firehouse and vote on the
Oh, that's right.
fire commissioner votes tonight. Fire district votes,
Polls are still open.
Polls are still open.
till 9 o'clock.
Anything else?
That's
Yeah,
it.
if what we heard today was true, and Ms. Hook is moving from Hampton Bays, just want to thank her for her commitment to the Hampton Bays community while she was here.
Yeah, she's a very active member of the community. All right, anything else? All right, I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are